The Aims of the Philosophers by Hamid Al-Ghazali. Introduction. Praise be to God who has protected us from misguidance and has made us aware of the pitfalls of the ignorant, and blessings upon the one who is specially honored by the majestic with acceptance and attention, Muhammad the Chosen, the best of his creation, and upon his family, the best of families. Now, after you have sought a clear discourse on the refutation of philosophers, their contradictory opinions, and the sources of their deception and temptation, there is no hope of assisting you except after defining their doctrine and informing you of their beliefs, for understanding the corruption of doctrines before comprehending their principles is impossible. Rather, it is akin to throwing oneself into ignorance and misguidance. Therefore, I saw it fit to present a brief explanation of their contradictions, encompassing a narration of their objectives from their logical, natural, and theological sciences, without distinguishing between the truth and falsehood among them. My aim is only to clarify the essence of their discourse without prolongation, mentioning what pertains to the core without the extraneous additions and superfluous details, and I will present it in a manner of recounting and narration, accompanied by what they believe to be evidence for them, and the purpose of the book is to narrate. The Aims of Philosophers. This is its name, and I will first introduce you to the fact that their sciences are divided into 4 sections: mathematics, the logics, natural sciences, and theologies. As for mathematics, it is a consideration of arithmetic and geometry, and there is nothing in the requirements of geometry and arithmetic that contradicts reason, nor can it be met with denial and rejection. If that is the case, then we have no purpose in engaging in its discussion. As for the divine matters, most of their beliefs in it are contrary to the truth, and the correct ones are rare. As for logic, most of it is on the path of correctness, and error is rare in it. They only differ from the people of truth in terms of terminology and objections, not in meanings and intentions, as its purpose is to refine the methods of reasoning, which is something that the disputants share. As for the natural sciences, the truth in them is mixed with falsehood, and the correct is confused with the incorrect, so it is impossible to judge them as predominant or subordinate. It will become clear in the book, The Incoherence, the invalidity of what should be believed to be invalid, and let us now understand what we present as a narrative, disregarding the search for the correct and the corrupt, so that when we finish with it, we can begin earnestly and diligently in a separate book that we will call The Incoherence of the Philosophers, if God wills. And let the beginning be with understanding logic and presenting it. The first section, Logic. Preface to the introduction of logic, its benefits, and its sections. As for the introduction, it is that although the sciences have branched into various sections, they are confined to 2 categories: perception and belief. As for the concept, it is the perception of the entities indicated by singular expressions for the purpose of understanding and verification, such as the understanding of the meaning intended by the word body, tree, king, jinn, spirit, and similar terms. As for belief, it is your knowledge that the world is created, and obedience is rewarded, while disobedience is punished. Every belief necessarily requires 2 prior concepts, for one who does not understand the world alone and the created alone cannot conceive the belief that it is created. Rather, the term created, if its meaning is not understood, becomes like the term occurring, for example. If it is said, the world is material, you would not be able to affirm or deny it, because what is not understood cannot be denied or believed in. Similarly, if the term world is replaced with an ambiguous term, then each of the concepts and beliefs is divided into what is perceived first, without inquiry and contemplation, and into what can only be obtained through inquiry. What is conceived without inquiry is like existents and things and their like. As for what is obtained through inquiry, it is like knowing the essence of the soul, angels, jinn, and conceiving hidden matters themselves. As for the initially known belief, it is like the judgment that 2 is more than 1, and that things equal to one thing are equal, and it is added to the sensory perceptions, the accepted, and a group of knowledge that souls encompass without prior inquiry and contemplation, which is limited to 13 types, and will be addressed in its place. As for what is perceived through contemplation, It is like the belief in the creation of the world, the resurrection of bodies, and the rewards for obedience and disobedience, and the like. Everything that must be conceived requires inquiry, and can only be attained by mentioning the definition, and everything that must be believed requires inquiry, and can only be attained by proof. Each of them necessarily requires prior knowledge, for if we deny the meaning of a human being and ask, "What is it?" and we are told, "It is a speaking animal," then the animal must be known to us, as well as the speaking, so that we can gain knowledge of the unknown human. If we do not believe that the world is created, and it is said to us, "The world is depicted, and every depicted thing is created," then the world is created. This does not provide us with knowledge of what we are ignorant of regarding the creation of the world, unless we have previously believed that the world is depicted, and that the depicted is created. At that point, we can seize knowledge of what is unknown to us through these two pieces of knowledge, thus establishing that every required knowledge is obtained through prior knowledge, and it cannot continue indefinitely. It must end at beginnings that are innate in the nature of reason without inquiry and thought. This is the groundwork for the discussion in logic. As for the benefit of logic, it has been established that the unknown can only be attained through the known, and it is not hidden that not every known can lead to every unknown, but each unknown has a specific known that corresponds to it, and there is a way to present and bring it to mind that leads to the revelation of the unknown. What leads to the revelation of concepts is called a definition or description, and what leads to certain knowledge is called an argument, which includes syllogism, induction, analogy, and others. Each of definition and syllogism is divided into what is correct to yield certainty and what is incorrect but resembles the correct. Thus, the science of logic is the law by which the correct definition and syllogism are distinguished from their invalid counterparts, allowing certain knowledge to be distinguished from what is not certain, as if it were the scale and standard for all sciences. Everything that is not weighed by the scale cannot distinguish between superiority and deficiency, nor profit and loss. If it is said, if the benefit of logic is to distinguish knowledge from ignorance, what is the benefit of knowledge? It was said, it has all the benefits, which will seem insignificant in comparison to eternal happiness, which is the happiness of the hereafter, and is contingent upon the perfection of the soul, and its perfection is through two matters, purification and adornment. As for purification, it is the cleansing of it from the vices of morals and the sanctification of it from the blameworthy traits. As for adornment, it is to engrave in it the ornament of truth until the divine realities are revealed to it, and indeed the entire existence is unveiled in a true manner that corresponds to the truth, with no ignorance or confusion in it. An example of this is the mirror, whose perfection lies in reflecting beautiful images as they are, without distortion or alteration, by cleansing it of impurities and rust, aligning it with the beautiful images. The soul is a mirror in which all images of existence are imprinted, as long as it is purified and refined by removing the vices of morals. The distinction between blameworthy and praiseworthy morals can only be made through knowledge, and there is no meaning to obtaining the imprint of all existence in the soul except through knowledge. There is no way to acquire it except through logic. Therefore, the benefit of logic is the acquisition of knowledge, and the benefit of knowledge is the attainment of eternal happiness. If the return of happiness is indeed to the perfection of the soul through purification and adornment, then logic becomes undoubtedly of great benefit. As for the sections of logic and its arrangement, it becomes clear by mentioning its purpose, which is to define and measure, and to distinguish the correct from the incorrect. The most important of these is the syllogism, which is composed since no syllogism can be formed without two premises, as will be explained. Each premise contains a subject and a predicate, and each subject has a term that necessarily indicates a meaning. Whoever wants to achieve the compound, either in existence or in knowledge, has no way but to present the individual terms and the individual parts first, just as a builder of a house requires preparing wood, bricks, and clay, and bringing the individual terms and parts first, then engaging in construction second. Similarly, knowledge follows the known, as it is a corresponding example of the known. Therefore, A student of knowledge in the compound should first acquire knowledge of the individual terms, which necessitates that we discuss the terms and the way they indicate meanings, then the meanings and their categories, then the compound proposition consisting of predicate and subject and its categories, then the compound syllogism made up of two propositions. We will discuss the syllogism in two aspects, one concerning its matter and the other concerning its form, as will be explained. Thus, what we intend to present from logic will encompass various arts. The first art, on the indications of words. It is clear what is meant by it through 5 divisions. The first. Know that the indication of the word on the meaning is from 3 aspects. One of them is by way of conformity, like the indication of the word house to its meaning, and the other in terms of implication, like the indication of the word house on the specific wall, as the word wall is designated for its referent by direct reference, thus indicating it in that way, and the word house also indicates it, but differs in the manner of indication. And the third is the way of implication, like the indication of the ceiling on the wall, as it differs from the way of conformity and inclusion. Therefore, it was necessary to invent a third name, and what is used in sciences and relied upon in understanding is the way of conformity and inclusion. As for implication, it is not so, for the implications also have implications, leading to unlimited matters, and understanding cannot be achieved through them. Second division. The term is divided into simple and compound. As for the simple, it is one whose parts do not convey parts of the meaning, like human, as it does not convey meaning from its parts like an or man in the meaning of human. In contrast, when you say the boy of Zaid, or Zaid is walking, the term boy, which is part of the speech, conveys meaning, and Zaid conveys meaning as well. If you say Abdullah, and it is a title, it is simple because you do not intend anything other than what you mean by saying Zaid. If you intend the adjective, it is compound, and since every entity named Abdullah is indeed Abdullah, this name in his case becomes like a homonym. Sometimes it is used for the purpose of definition, making it a simple name, and sometimes it is intended for description, making it compound. Third division. The term is divided into particular and general. The particular is that which prevents its own concept from being shared, such as saying, Zaid, this horse, and this tree. The general is that which does not prevent its own concept from being shared, such as horse, tree, and human, even if there is only one horse in the world. You're saying, the horse is general, because sharing in it is possible in theory, even if it does not exist in reality. It becomes particular when you say, this horse. Therefore, if you say, the sun, it is general, because if you were to imagine multiple suns, they would fall under the name, unlike saying, this sun. The fourth division. The word is divided into verb, noun, and particle, and the logicians call. The verb is a word, and each of the noun and the verb differs from the letter in that its meaning is complete in itself in understanding, unlike the letter. If you are asked, from where? And you say, Zaid, the answer is understood and complete. If you are asked, what did you do? And you say, I hit, the answer is complete. However, if you are asked, where is Zaid? And you say, in, or you say on, the answer is not complete unless you say in the house or on the roof. The meaning of the letter appears in something else, not in itself. Then, it differs from the word in that it indicates a meaning and a time for the occurrence of that meaning, as in saying, he hit, which indicates the hitting that occurred in the past. The noun, as in saying, the horse, does not indicate time. If it is said, but you're saying, yesterday and last year indicates time, so it should be a verb. It is said. A verb is what indicates a meaning and the time of that meaning. You're saying, yesterday indicates a time that is the same as the meaning, not a time that is different from the meaning. If yesterday indicated a meaning of yesterday and a time that is not the meaning of yesterday, it would be said to be a verb, and it would be necessary and applicable to the definition of a verb. Fifth division. The terms from meanings are divided into 5 categories, homonymous, synonymous, antonymous, ambiguous, and concordant. As for homonymous, it is like saying animal, as it applies to horse, bull, and human, in one meaning without difference in strength or weakness, nor precedence or delay. Rather, animality is the same for all, and likewise for humans regarding Zaid, Omar, and Khalid. As for synonyms, they are the different names that refer to one meaning, such as build construct, lamp, and bulb. The antonym is the different names for different designations, such as horse, bull, and sky. Its nomenclatures. The ambiguous term is the single word that applies to different meanings, like the word eye. For gold, the sun, the scale, and the eye of water. The concordant is the one that is hesitant between the common and the specific, like existence for substance and accident, as it is not like the term I, since its meanings do not share in a single matter, and existence is obtained for the accident just as it is obtained for the substance. It is not like the specific, because the animality of the horse and the human is established in one way without difference, and existence is established for the substance first, and then for the accident through it. So it is established with precedence and succession, and this may be called ambiguous due to its hesitation. Let us limit ourselves in the art of terms to this art. The second art in the general meanings and the differences of their ratios and sections. If we say, this human is an animal and white, we realize a distinction between the attribution of animality to him and the attribution of whiteness to him. The attribution of animality is called essential, while the attribution of whiteness is called accidental. It is said, every universal meaning attributed to a particular beneath it is either essential or accidental, and a meaning cannot be essential unless it combines three matters. First, no matter how much you understand the essence and what is essential to it, you cannot conceive of the subject or understand it unless you first understand the essence of it. You cannot understand it without that essence, for if you understand man and animal, you cannot understand man without first understanding the animal. Similarly, if you understand numbers and understand 4, you cannot grasp 4 in your understanding without first understanding numbers. If you were to replace animal and number with existence and white, you could understand 4 without it entering your understanding whether it exists or not, and whether it is white first. Indeed, one might even doubt whether there are 4 in the world, and that does not detract from your understanding of the essence of 4. Likewise, you can understand the nature of man with your mind without needing to understand whether he is white or whether he exists. But you cannot do so without him being an animal, even if your mind does not assist you in grasping this example, because you are a human being. Given the prevalence of human existence, replace it with a crocodile or any other animal, and thus it becomes clear that existence is incidental to all essences. As for the animal to man, it is essential, just as color is essential to black, and number is essential to 5. The second, you understand that the universal must come first for the particular that falls under it to exist either in reality or in the mind, as you understand that there must be an animal first for there to be a human or a horse, and there must be a number first for there to be 4 or 5. You cannot say, there must be a laughing thing first for there to be a human. Rather, there must be a human first for there to be a laughing person. The fact that a human is a laughing person is, of course, an accidental attribute that follows from their existence, and it is a necessary characteristic that does not separate from it. However, the difference between them is perceptible, as there must be a connection of the soul to the human body first for it to be a human, and it cannot be said that there must be a laughing thing first for it to be a human. Rather, it must be said, there must be a human first for there to be a laughing thing. We do not mean by this priority a temporal order, but a logical order, even if it is equivalent in time. The third, the essential cannot be explained, it cannot be said. What makes a human an animal, and black a color, and 4 a number? Rather, a human is an animal in its essence and self. We do not make a maker, for if there were a maker, it could be imagined that it could make it a human, and not make it an animal, and this cannot be imagined, just as it can be imagined to make it a human, and not make it a joker. As for the accidental, it is explained, as it can be asked, What made the human exist? The question is valid, and it is not valid to say, what made it an animal? Rather, your statement, what made the human an animal, is like saying, what made the human a human? It can be said that it is a human by its essence, and likewise, it is an animal by its essence, because the meaning of a human is a speaking animal. So there is no difference between saying what made the speaking animal a speaking animal and saying what made the human an animal, except that one of the questions specifies one of the essentials without the other. In summary, whenever there is no predicate other than the subject and completely outside of its essence, it cannot be asked for a cause. Why was the possible made possible and the necessary made necessary? It is said, why was the possible present? Another division of the attribute specifically. The attribute is divided into what is necessary and does not separate from the essence, like laughter for a human, and like even numbers, for two, and like some of the angles of a triangle being equal to two right angles, for it does not separate from the triangle, and is necessary, but not essential. What separates is divided into what separates slowly, like being a boy and a young man, and what separates quickly, like the paleness of fear and the redness of shame. What separates is divided into what separates in imagination without existence, like blackness for the black man, and what cannot be imagined to separate even in imagination, like alignment to a point, and even numbers for four. It may separate in imagination without existence, like the angles of a triangle being equal to two right angles, as one may understand the triangle without understanding that, and understanding four cannot occur without understanding even numbers, even if it is one of the necessary attributes. Since such a necessary attribute is close to the essential and intertwined with it, we gathered those three meanings to consider them all together, so we know by their gathering that a thing is essential, and we do not rely on their individualities. The incidental is divided into what pertains to its subject, like laughter for a human, and is called specific, and into what encompasses others, like eating for a human, and is called incidental in general, and general in nature. Another division of the essence. The essence is divided, considering generality and specificity, into that which has no higher generality and is called a genus, into that which has no lower specificity and is called a species, and into that which is intermediate and is called a species in relation to what is above it, and a genus in relation to what is below it, which is called that which has no species below it, the species of species, and that which has no genus above it, the genus of genera. The high genera have no genus above them, 10 in total, as will be explained, 1 substance and 9 accidents. The substance is the genus of genera, since nothing is more general than it except existence, which is an accident and not an essence. The genus is a term for the more general essence. It is then divided into body and non-body. The body is divided into growing and non-growing. The growing is divided into animal and plant, and the animal is divided into human and non-human. Thus, the substance is the genus of genera, and the human is the species of species, while what lies between them, the plant and the animal, is called a species and genus in relation. The human is called the species of species, because it is only divided into accidental meanings, such as child, old man, tall, short, learned, and ignorant. These are accidents and not essences, as the human differs from the horse in essence, and black differs from white in essence, and this black does not differ from that black in essence and nature, but this is in ink, and that in a crow, and its relation to the crow is an accident for it. Zaid does not differ from Amr in humanity or in any essential matter, but in being the son of another person, from another country, or of another colour, and he may possess another profession and character. And all of this is accidental to the human as previously mentioned in the definition of the accidental. Another division. The self, in another regard, is divided into what is said in response to what is asked, regardless of the questioner's request, by saying what is the essence of the self, and into what is said in response to what is it. The first is called a genus or type, and the other is called a species. For example, the first is the animal mentioned in response to someone pointing to a horse, bull, or human, and asking, "What is it?" Likewise, the human mentioned in response to someone pointing to Zaid, Omar, and Khalid, and asking, "What are they?" In the second example of the speaker, if he points to a person and says, "What is it?" and I say an animal, the question does not cease, for the animal includes more than just humans. Rather, it requires something to distinguish its essence from others. He would then ask, "Which animal is it?" The answer would be that it is the speaker, making the speaker a distinguishing essence stated in response to the question of what it is. The combination of animal and speaker forms a true definition, as a definition is what captures the essence of the thing in the mind of the questioner. If the speaker is replaced by an accidental characteristic that distinguishes it from other animals, such as a tall animal with broad claws, naturally laughing, this would distinguish it and separate it from other animals, but it is called a description. Its benefit is merely distinction. As for the definition, it seeks the true essence of the thing, which can only be achieved by mentioning the essential distinctions. Distinction can occur as a result of these, and it may be possible to distinguish with one distinction, while the essence may not be conceived without mentioning several distinctions. For there are things with more than one distinction, and the one required to depict the essence of the thing in the mind must mention those distinctions. Thus, one who defines an animal as a body with a sensitive soul has provided essential distinguishing characteristics that are consistent and reflective, but he should add the aspect of being moved by will, so that the mention of the essential distinctions is complete, and thus the conception of the essence is achieved. When discussing definitions, let us point out the sources of error, which arise after combining the closest genus with all the essential distinctions in order, returning to defining the thing with something less clear than itself, or with something similar in obscurity, or with something more obscure, or with something that is only known through it. The first example. They're saying about the limit of time. It is the duration of movement, because time is the duration of movement. And whoever is perplexed by time, it is only the duration of movement that perplexes him, and what the meaning of duration is. And the second example. To say in the definition of whiteness. Whiteness is what opposes blackness, and it is known by its opposite. Whenever something is unclear, its opposite is also unclear. Thus, its opposite in obscurity is similar to it, so the definition of whiteness by blackness is no more valid than the reverse. And the third example. The saying of some regarding the definition of fire. It is the element similar to the soul, and it is known. The soul is more concealed than fire, so how can it be known? And the fourth example. To define something by what can only be known through it, like saying in the definition of the sun that it is the luminous planet that rises during the day, where the day is mentioned in the definition of the sun, and the day cannot be known except after knowing the sun. Its correct definition is to say, it is the time when the sun is above the earth. These are important matters in definition that must be avoided. It has been established from what has been mentioned that the essential attributes are three categories: genus, species, and difference, and the accidental attributes are two categories, particular and general accident, thus confirming that the categories of universals are five, referred to as the five singulars, which are genus, species, difference, general accident, and particular. The third art in the composition of words and the sections of propositions. The meanings of individual words, when combined, result in categories, and we only intend from their entirety one category, which is the statement, known as a proposition, and a definitive statement that can be subject to affirmation or denial. For instance, if you say, "The world is created," it can be said to you, "You are truthful." If you say, "The human is a stone," you can be denied. If you say, "If the sun is rising, then the planets are hidden," you are truthful. If you say, "Then the planets are visible," you are denied. If you say, "The world is either created or eternal," you are truthful. If you say, "Zaid is either in Iraq or in Hijaz," you are denied, as he could be in Sham. These are the categories of propositions. As for if you say, "Teach me a question," or you say, "Do you agree with me to go to Mecca?" You cannot believe or disbelieve. This is the meaning of the issue, and let us explain it by mentioning the divisions. The first division. The proposition is divided into a categorical one, as in saying, the world is created, and into a connected conditional one, as in saying, if the sun is shining, then the day exists, and into a separate conditional one, as in saying, the world is either eternal or created. As for the first categorical, it consists of two parts, one of which is called the subject, which is what is being stated about, like the world in the statement. The world is created, and the second is called the predicate, which is the information, like created in the statement. The world is created. Each of the predicate and the subject can be a single word, as we mentioned, or it can be a compound word, but it can also be indicated by a single word, as in saying, the speaking animal moves by the movement of its legs, where the speaking animal is the subject, and the equivalent single word is human, and your statement, moves by the movement of its legs, is the predicate, which can be replaced by the word walking. As for the connected conditional, it also has two parts, but each part contains a proposition. As for the first part, it is your statement. If the sun is rising, it is called a premise, even if the conditional word is removed, which is your statement. If. Your statement that the sun is rising is a proposition, as if the conditional word has removed it from being a proposition that can be affirmed or denied. As for the second part, it is your statement. The planets are hidden, which is called subsequent, and if the conjunction then is removed, your statement would remain. The planets are hidden, and it is a proposition, and the difference between these two is evident from two aspects. One of them is that the connected conditional consists of two parts that cannot indicate. Each one of its parts is pronounced in the singular, except for the collective. And the second, it can be asked about the subject that it is the delivered. Then you say, man is an animal, and one might ask, is man the animal? As for the premise, it cannot be the conclusion, but the conclusion may be something else. However, it is necessarily connected to it, and follows in existence due to its existence. The connected conditional differs from the separated conditional in two ways. One of them is that the disjunction also consists of two parts, each of which is also a proposition if the conditional word is removed, but there is no order between its parts except in terms of mention, as you say. The world is either new or old, and if you reverse it and say either old or new, the meaning does not change. However, the following, if made a precursor, changes the meaning in the connected conditional, may deny one of them and affirm the other. The second is that the following is in agreement with the preceding in the sense that it is connected to it and accompanies it and does not contradict it, while one part of the separated is contradictory to the other and is separate from it, as the existence of one necessitates the non-existence of the other. Another division. The proposition, considering its subject, is divided into affirmative, as in saying, the world is contingent, and negative, as in saying, the world is not contingent. The negation in the connected conditional is that you negate the connection by saying, it is not that if the sun is shining, then the night exists, and the negation in the disjointed conditional is that you negate the separation by saying, the donkey is neither male nor black, but either male or female, and the world is neither eternal nor a body, but either eternal or contingent. It may happen that the premise is negative and the conclusion is negative, and the compound conditional of both is affirmative, as in saying, if the sun is not shining, then the day is not existing. This is affirmative, because you have made the non-existence of the day contingent upon the non-shining, which is the meaning of affirmation in this proposition. Here lies the pitfall, and one may also err in the categorical and think that saying, our Zaid is blind, in non-Arabic, is negative, while it is affirmative, since it means he is blind. It may also be said in Arabic that Zaid is not sighted, which is affirmative, and the not sighted is a term for the blind. It can be stated that Zaid is not sighted, as the negation of not sighted about Zaid, and this is called a modified proposition, meaning it is an affirmation that has been adjusted to the form of negation. The evidence of this is that negation can apply to the non-existent, so it can be said, the partner of God is not sighted, as the impossible is not an entity, and it cannot be said, the partner of God is unsighted, just as it cannot be said, blind, which is more evident in the language of the Persians. Another division. The case, considering its subject, is divided into personal, as in saying, Zaid is a world, and to another character, which is divided into neglected and restricted. The neglected is what is not enclosed by a fence that indicates that the judgment applies to the whole subject or part of it, as in saying, man is in loss, since it is possible that you mean part of it. The restricted is that which is mentioned therein, and it is for, either universally affirmative, as in saying, every man is an animal, or partially affirmative, as in saying, some people are writers, or universally negative, as in saying, no single man is a stone, or partially negative, as in saying, not every man is a writer, or some people are not writers. Thus, the propositions in this regard are negative personal, affirmative personal, negative neglected, affirmative neglected, and these four are not used in sciences. As for the specific individual, its judgment is not sought in sciences, since the judgment of Zaid is not sought, but rather the judgment of man. As for the neglected, it is in the power of the partial, because it governs the part inevitably. As for the generality, it is doubtful, and in order to reiterate it, it must be abandoned in the instructions, leaving the four restrictions, universal affirmative, particular affirmative, universal negative, and particular negative. The connected conditional also divides into universal, as in, whenever the sun is shining, the day exists, and into particular, as in, perhaps if the sun is shining, the clouds are present. As for the disjunctive, the universal one is to say, every object is either in motion or at rest, and the particular one is to say, a human is either in the ship or drowning. This division and variation is established for humans, but in certain circumstances, which is to be in the sea and not on land. You should provide an example of the particular and universal negative from the connected and disjunctive conditional. Another division, which is the fourth. The proposition, considering the ratio of its predicate to its subject, is divided into possible, as in saying, a human is a writer, a human is not a writer, and into impossible, as in saying, a human is a stone, a human is not a stone, and into a necessary, as in saying, a human is an animal, a human is not an animal. The ratio of writing to a human is the ratio of possibility, and one does not pay attention to the difference between negation and affirmation in the wording, for the negated is predicated by negation, just as the affirmed is predicated by affirmation. The ratio of stone to a human is the ratio of impossibility, and the ratio of animal to necessity. The term possible is a shared term for two meanings, as it may refer to anything that is not impossible, thus including the necessary, and matters in this regard are divided into two, possible and impossible. It may also refer to what can exist and can also not exist, which is the specific usage, and matters in this regard are three, necessary, possible, and impossible. The necessary does not fall under the possible in this meaning, but it does fall under the possible in the first meaning. The possible in the first meaning does not have to be possible in terms of non-existence, but it may be impossible in terms of non-existence, like the necessary, which is not impossible. The possible in that meaning is merely that which is not impossible. Another division, which is the fifth. For every proposition, there is an apparent opposite that contradicts it in affirmation and negation. However, if it shares truth and falsehood, they are called contradictory, and it is said that one negates the other. By this, we mean that it is false if the proposition is true, and it is true if the proposition is false, and this contradiction can only be realized under certain conditions. The first is that the subject must be one in reality, as it is one in name. Otherwise, they would contradict each other. For you say, the ram is slaughtered and roasted, and the ram is neither slaughtered nor roasted, and you mean by one the astrological sign of Aries, and by the other the known animal, so they do not contradict each other. The second is that the subject must be one. Otherwise, they do not contradict each other, as in saying, the coerced person is free, meaning he has the ability to refrain, and the coerced person is not free, meaning he is not allowed to follow his desire. Thus, the fact that the term free is ambiguous prevents contradiction, just like the term subject in the proposition. Third, that they do not differ in the particular and the general. For if you said, so-and-so's eye is black, and you meant the pupil, your statement that his eye is not black would not contradict you if you meant to deny the blackness of the entire eye. The fourth is that they should not differ in potency and action. For if you say, the wine in the vat is intoxicating, and you mean that it is intoxicating in potency, your statement, the wine in the vat is not intoxicating, does not contradict it if you mean to deny intoxication in action. The fifth is that they should be equal in addition in what occurs in the sentence of additions, as you say. The 10 is half, so your statement that 10 is not half, except in relation to 20, and others, does not contradict it. You say, Zaid is a father, and Zaid is not a father, and both are true in relation to two individuals. The sixth is that they should be equal in time and place. In general, one of the propositions should not contradict the other in any way, except in affirmation and negation, so that one of the propositions negates what the other affirms exactly regarding that subject in that manner, without any difference. If the subject is universal and not particular, a seventh condition is added, which is that they differ in quantity, meaning that one is universal and the other is particular. If both are particular, it is possible for them to be true in the realm of possibility, as in saying, some people are writers and some people are not writers. And if they are both universals, it is possible for them to contradict in the matter of possibility, as in saying, every human is a writer and every human is not a writer. Another division, which is the sixth. Every proposition has an inverse in terms of appearance, but it is divided into what must be true if the proposition is true, and into what does not necessarily follow. By inverse, we mean to make the predicate the subject and the subject the predicate. If the truth remains the same, it is called an inverted proposition. If it does not follow, it is said to not be invertible. We have mentioned that there are four types of categorical propositions. Universal negatives, which invert like themselves as universal negatives. If our statement, no human is a stone, is true, then our statement, no stone is a human, is also true, because if it were not true, its contradiction, which is some stones are humans, would have to be true, and that would mean that some are both humans and stones, which would contradict our initial statement that no human is a stone, which we initially established as true. This indicates that universal negatives invert as universal negatives. As for particular negatives, they do not invert. For if our statement, some people are not writers, is true, it does not necessarily follow that our statement, some writers are not humans, is true. As for the universal affirmative, it reflects a particular affirmative, not a universal one. If our statement, all humans are animals, is true, then our statement, some animals are humans, is necessarily true, while our statement, all animals are humans, is not true. As for the particular affirmative, it also reflects like itself. If our statement, some animals are humans, is true, then our statement, some humans are animals, must necessarily be true. This is the consideration in the division of propositions. The fourth art, in the composition of propositions, to become a syllogism, which is the intended purpose, but the beginning of thought is the end of action, and the consideration of it is confined to two corners, one in the form and the other in the material. The first pillar, in the form of measurement. We have mentioned that knowledge is either a concept or a belief. The concept is attained through definition, and belief is established through evidence. The argument is either analogy or induction or representation, and considering the absent in light of the witness is called an example and is included in it. The reliance on this statement is on analogy, and among the types of analogy is the demonstrative analogy. But it is necessary to mention the definition of analogy in general, so that it can then be divided into demonstrative and others. Analogy is a set of statements that, when accepted, necessarily lead to another statement. An example of this is, the world is depicted, and every depicted thing is created. These are two statements that necessarily lead to a third statement, which is that the world is created. Similarly, if I said, if the world is depicted, then it is created, but it is depicted, it follows that the world is created. Likewise, if I said, the world is either created or eternal, but it is not eternal. It follows that it is created. Analogy is divided into what is called conjunctive and what is called exceptional. As for the conjunction, it is to combine two propositions that share a common term, as every proposition necessarily includes a subject and a predicate, and the two propositions encompass four elements. However, if they do not share one of the meanings, there will be no conjunction and production, as no syllogism can be formed from the statement, "The world is depicted," and from the statement, "The soul is a substance." Rather, the second proposition must share with the first in one of its terms, such as saying, "The world is depicted and the depicted is created." Thus, the total parts of the two propositions return to three parts called terms, and the basis of the syllogism is on them, which are like the world, the depicted, and the created in our example, which appears repeatedly in the two propositions and is shared, called the middle term. The term that becomes the subject in the necessary conclusion, which is the intended subject to be informed about, is called the minor term, like the world, and the term that becomes the predicate in the conclusion, which is the judgment, is called the major term, like the created in our statement, "The world is created," which is the necessary conclusion from the syllogism. The proposition, when made part of the syllogism, is called the premise. The proposition that contains the minor term is called the minor premise, and the one that contains the major term is called the major premise, and the name for the two premises is not derived from the middle term, as it exists in both of them. As for the smaller, it can only be in one of them, and likewise for the larger. The necessary result of the syllogism is called a conclusion after it has been established, and a premise before it has been established. The composition of the two premises is called conjunction, and the arrangement of the two premises is called a form, resulting in three forms. This is because the middle term can either be a predicate in one of the premises and a subject in the other. This is called the first form, or it can be a predicate in both. This is called the second form, or it can be a subject in both. This is called the third form. The rule of the major and minor premises in a connected conditional follows the rule of the subject and predicate in the division of its composition into these forms. All three forms share the fact that a valid syllogism cannot be derived from two negatives, nor from two particulars, nor from a negative minor and a particular major. Each form has its own characteristics, which we will mention. The first figure. This figure differs from others in two aspects. One is that it does not require referring to another figure to establish the necessity of its conclusion, while all other figures refer back to this figure to demonstrate the necessity of the conclusion, which is why it is called the first. The other aspect is that it produces the four types of propositions, namely universal affirmative, particular affirmative, universal negative, and particular negative. As for the second form, it does not produce a positive at all. And the third form does not produce universal originally, and the condition for producing this form, the first form, consists of two matters. One of them, that the minor premise is affirmative, and the other, that the major premise is universal. If the two conditions are absent, the two premises may be true without necessitating the truth of the conclusion in any case. The essence of this form is that if you present a true affirmative proposition, the judgment on each of its subjects is necessarily a judgment on its predicate. It cannot be otherwise. Whether the judgment on the predicate is negative or affirmative, and whether the subject is universal or particular, this results in four productive types, and the necessity of this conclusion is evident. For whenever our statement, "man is an animal," is true, everything that is true of the animal, which is the predicate, such as being sentient or not being a stone, must also be true of man, because man is necessarily included in the category of animal. Since the judgment is true for all animals, it must also be true for some of its particulars. This is the essence of the first form. We will detail the four ways. The first way, of two positive integers, for example, is that every body is composed, and every composed thing is created. Thing is necessarily created. The second way. Two major premises are negative, and it is the first one itself. But your statement is changed by saying that it is not ancient until it becomes negative. So you say, every composite body, and no single ancient composite exists, which implies that there is no single ancient body. The third way is the same as the first, but it makes the subject of the first premise partial, which does not necessitate a difference in judgment because every partial is universal in relation to itself. Thus, the judgment on every partial predicate is a judgment on that partial. For example, if you say some existents are composed and every composed is new, it necessarily follows that some existents are new, and this has been organized from two affirmative propositions, the minor being partial and the major being universal. The fourth way is the same as the third, but you make the major premise negative and change the affirmative form to negative, and you say, some existents are composite and not one eternal composite, which implies that not every existent is eternal. This is derived from a particular affirmative minor premise and a universal negative major premise. There remain 12 conjunctions that do not produce results, because in every form there are 16 conjunctions, since the minor premise can be either universally affirmative or particular, and universally negative or particular, resulting in 4. Then, for each one, 4 major premises are added, yielding 16 from multiplying 4 by 4. If we stipulate that the minor premise is affirmative, 2 negatives emerge, and the production based on them is hindered by 8, leaving 2 affirmatives. However, the universally affirmative minor premise has 4 major premises added to it, 2 of which must be particular, which also hinders 2, since we stipulated that the major premise of this form must be universal, reducing it back to 6. As for the particular affirmative minor premise, it cannot have a particular major premise added, neither negative nor affirmative, as there is no comparison between 2 particulars, thus eliminating another 2 conjunctions from the remaining 6, leaving 4. If you wish to illustrate and shape it, this is its form. The universal affirmative minor premise with the universal affirmative major premise is productive, and likewise with the universal negative major premise, but with the 2 particular majors, it is not. The particular affirmative minor premise with the universal affirmative major and the universal negative major is also productive, but with the 2 particular majors, it does not produce either. We have constructed for each of the universal affirmative minor premises and the particular affirmative minor premises 4 major premises, and the total is 16, of which 4 are invalid because they are particular, meaning they're majors, as we have stipulated that the major must be universal for the judgment to extend to the subject. Thus, there remain 2 minor premises, 1 negative particular and 1 universal, and to each one, 4 major premises from the 4 categories are added, all of which are non-productive due to the flaw in the minor premise, for we have stipulated that the minor must be affirmative, since the judgment on the fixed predicate is what extends to the subject. As for the denied predicate, it is contrary to the subject, so the judgment on it does not extend to the contrary subject. If you say, man is not a stone, and then judge the stone with a judgment of negation or affirmation, it does not extend to man, for you have established the opposition between stone and man by negation. This is the reasoning for these conditions, and the reasoning for the specificity of the result to 4 types out of a total of 16 types. The second form. Its result is that every proposition can be attributed to its predicate unless there is no subject for it, so it is a negative proposition, not an affirmative one. If it were affirmative, the judgment on its predicate would be a judgment on its subject, as previously mentioned in the first form. So if we say, the judgment on every predicate of a categorical proposition is a judgment on the subject, and then we find what can be judged about the predicate but not about the subject, which indicates that the proposition is negative. If it were affirmative, there would be a judgment of the predicate on the subject. The condition for this form is that the 2 premises differ in quality, so that one is negative and the other is affirmative, and that the major premise is universal in all cases. These 2 conditions also lead to 4 types of valid forms out of a total of 16 types, as previously mentioned in the first form. The first syllogism, from a universal affirmative minor premise and a universal negative major premise, as you say. Everybody is divided, and no single soul is divided, so there is no single body that is a soul. This necessity of the result is demonstrated by referring back to the first figure, by reversing the major premise, which is universally negative, reflecting like its opposite. This means to say, nothing that is divided is a single soul. Thus the divided becomes the subject of the major premise, while it was previously the predicate of the minor, returning to the first figure. The second syllogism. Both premises are universally negative, as you say. There is no one eternal composite, and every composite body exists, which leads to the conclusion that there is no one eternal body, because we reverse the minor premise and make it the major. Thus we say, there is no one eternal composite, and every composite body exists, resulting in the conclusion that there is no one eternal body, as in the first figure. Then we reverse this result because it is universally negative, leading to what we mentioned, which is that there is no one eternal body. The third syllogism, from a positive minor premise and a negative major premise, which is the first type of this form, except that the minor makes it a particular. We say, some existents are divided, and no single existent is divided, so some existents are not the same, because if you reverse the major premise, it returns to the first figure. The fourth syllogism. A minor negative part and a major positive whole, as you say. Not every existing thing is composed, and every body is composed, so not every existing thing is a body, and this cannot be reverted to the first figure in reverse because the negative is partial and has no converse, and if the major positive were reversed, the minor would be reversed, and there is no syllogism from two particulars, but it is corrected in two ways, one of which is called assumption, and the other is called the contradiction. As for the assumption, it is that if you say, some existents are not composed, then that part is a whole in itself, so assume it as a whole and name it whatever you want. It will fall into the second category of this form. As for the contradiction, it is to say, if our statement that not every existing thing is a body is true, then its opposite, which is our statement that every existing thing is a body, must also be true. It is known that every body is composed, thus it follows that every existing thing is composed. We had established in the minor premise that not every existing thing is composed, assuming it to be true. How can its opposite be true? This contradiction is impossible, and what it leads to is impossible. The assumption that is the opposite of the conclusion is true, so it is not true. The third form is that the middle term is placed in both premises, and its result is that every affirmative proposition judges its subject as a judgment on some of its predicate, whether the judgment is negative or affirmative, and whether the proposition is a partial or universal affirmative, which is clear and has two conditions. One of them is that the minor premise is affirmative, and the other, to have one of them be a universal, either the minor or the major, whichever it may be. The college is enough, and the product of this form is 6 ways. The first way, of 2 positive premises, as you say. Every human is an animal, and every human is a speaker. It follows that some animals are speakers, because the minor premise partially converts, making it as if you said, some animals are humans, and every human is a speaker, which is the third type of the first figure. The second way, from 2 premises, and the major is negative, as you say. Every human is an animal, and there is one human who is a horse, so not every animal is a horse. This is because if you reverse the minor premise, it becomes a particular affirmative, and it returns to the 4th figure of the first form. The third way, from 2 affirmative premises, and the minor is particular, as in saying, some people are white, and every human is an animal, so some whites are animals. You reverse the particular affirmative minor, and it returns to the 3rd of the first figure. The 4th way, from 2 positives, and the major premise is particular, as in saying, every human is an animal, and some people are writers, so some animals are writers. Because if you reverse the particular major premise and make it a minor premise, it is as if you said, a writer is not a human, and every human is an animal, which leads to, a writer is not an animal. The 5th way, of a positive minor premise and a negative major premise, as you say. Every person is a speaker, but not every person is a writer, so it follows that not every writer is a speaker. This can be demonstrated through assumption. For example, every person is a speaker, and some of what is a person is illiterate, so some of what is a speaker is illiterate. Then we say, some of what is a speaker is illiterate, and nothing that is illiterate is a writer, so not every speaker is a writer. The sixth way, of a particular positive minor and a universal negative major, as you say. Some animals are white, and not a single animal is snow, so some of the white is not snow, and it appears contrary to the smaller one, because it goes back to the fourth of the first shape. This is a detail of the categorical syllogisms. The statement on exceptional measurements. Exceptional measurement is of two types, conditional continuous and conditional discrete. As for the connected police, an example of this is your saying, if the world is created, then it has a creator. This is a premise. If you exclude the essence of the premise, the essence of the conclusion must follow, which is to say, it is known that the world is created, which is the same as the premise, and it follows that it has a creator. If you exclude the negation of the conclusion, it follows that the premise is negated, which means you would say, it is known that it does not have a creator, thus it is not created. However, if you exclude the negation of the premise, it does not follow that either the conclusion or its negation is true. For instance, if you say, but it is not created, this does not lead to a conclusion, just as you would say, if this is a human, then it is an animal, but it is not a human, so it does not follow that it is an animal, nor that it is not an animal. Similarly, if you exclude the conclusion, it does not lead to a result. If you say, it is known that the world is created, it does not lead to a conclusion, because if you say, if this prayer is valid, then the one prayer is pure, but he is pure, it does not follow that the prayer is valid or that it is invalid. These are four exceptions that yield only two results, the premise and the conclusion, and it yields the conclusion and the negation of the conclusion, and it yields the negation of the premise. As for the premise and the conclusion, it only yields results if it is established that the conclusion is equivalent to the premise and not broader than it. In that case, the four exceptions yield results, as you would say. If this is a body, then it is composed, but it is a body, so it is composed, but it is composed, so it is a body, but it is not a body, thus it is not composed, but it is not composed, thus it is not a body. However, if the conclusion is broader than the premise, like animal in relation to human, in negating the broader, the narrower is negated, as in negating animal, human is negated, and in negating the narrower, the broader is not negated, as in negating human, animal is not negated. Yes, in affirming the narrower, the broader is affirmed, as in affirming human, animal is affirmed, and in affirming animal, human is not affirmed. The second type of conditional separation is when you say, the world is either created or eternal. This results in four exceptions. You say, but it is created, so it is not eternal, but it is not created, so it is eternal, but it is eternal, so it is not created, but it is not eternal, so it is created. Each exception of one produces the opposite of the other, and the exception of the opposite of each produces the same as the other, and this condition is limited to two categories. If it is in three, then the exception of one produces the opposite of the other two, as when you say, this number is either greater, less, or equal, but it is greater, so it cannot be less or equal. As for the exception of the opposite of one, it necessitates one of the remaining without specifying which, as when you say, it is not equal, it must be either less or more. If the sections are not exclusive, as in saying, Zaid is either in Hijaz or in Iraq, or this number is either 5 or 10 or such and such, then excluding one specific option results in the invalidation of the others. However, excluding the opposite of one only leads to the restriction of the remaining options that are not restricted. These are the principles of syllogisms, and we will continue the discussion by mentioning four matters: measuring the background, induction, example, and composite measurements. As for the measurement of the opponent's position, its form is that you establish your doctrine by refuting its opposite, by forcing it into contradictions, by adding to it a premise that is evidently true, which leads to a conclusion that is evidently false. Then you say, the false conclusion can only arise from false premises, and one of the premises is evidently true. Thus, the second premise, which is the opponent's doctrine, must be false. An example is when someone says, "Every soul is a body," and you respond, "Every soul is a body, and every body is divisible, therefore every soul is divisible." This is evidently false regarding the human soul, so there must be a false statement in its premises that leads to it. However, our statement, "Every body is divisible," is evidently true, so the falsehood remains in our statement, "Every soul is a body." Therefore, if that is refuted, it is established that the soul is not a body. As for induction, it is to judge from many particulars about the universal that includes those particulars, like saying, "Every animal moves its lower jaw when chewing," because we have seen the horse, the human, the cat, and all other animals do the same. This is correct if it is possible to induce all particulars so that not one is excluded. Then a syllogism of the first figure is established, which is to say, every animal is either a human, a horse, or something else, and every human moves its lower jaw when chewing, and every horse moves its lower jaw when chewing, so every such and such that differs from them moves its lower jaw when chewing, leading to the conclusion that every animal moves its lower jaw when chewing. But if it is possible for one to deviate, it does not benefit the others, like the crocodile that moves its upper jaw, and it is not far-fetched that a ruling may apply to 1,000, except for one. Relying on induction is suitable for jurisprudential matters, not for certainties. In jurisprudential matters, the more thorough and closer the induction is to completeness, the stronger it is in favoring the presumption. As for the example, it is what the jurists and theologians call analogy, which is the transfer of a ruling from one particular case to another, because it resembles it in a matter of affairs. It is like someone who looks at a house and sees it as a created and formed entity, then he looks at the sky and sees it as formed, so he transfers the ruling to it and says, "The sky is a formed body, therefore it is created by analogy to the house." This does not provide certainty, but it is suitable for soothing the heart and convincing the soul in discussions, and it is often used in rhetoric, and by rhetoric we mean the discussions that occur in disputes, complaints, and justifications in praise and blame, in exaggerating and belittling something, and what falls under this category. If it is said to a patient, "This drink is beneficial for you," he says, "Why?" It is said, "Because a certain patient drank it, and it benefited him." When this is said to him, he is inclined to accept it, and does not demand that it be verified that it is beneficial for every patient, or that his illness is the same as that of the other, and that his condition in age, strength, weakness, and other matters is like his. When the dialecticians felt the weakness of this art, they introduced methods, stating, "We clarify that the ruling in its essence is justified by this meaning," and they followed two paths in establishing the meaning and the cause. One of them, expulsion, and the opposite, which is that they said, "We looked and saw that everything that is depicted is created, and everything that is not depicted is not created." And this goes back to induction, which is not useful for certainty for two reasons. One of them is that fulfilling all the individual cases is impossible, so perhaps one has deviated from it. And the other is that in his examination, did he skywatch? If he did watch, then he did not watch everything, but rather skywatching 1,000, for example, except for one, and it is not far-fetched that the one may differ in judgment from the 1,000, as we mentioned in the case of the crocodile. And if he skywatched the sky, and knew that it is a created thing because it is depicted, then this is the subject of dispute, and it became clear to him before the validity of the premise of the syllogism, meaning before its consistency. So what need does he have for the syllogism if this is established for him? The other method is exploration and division, which they said. We explore the attributes of the house, for example, and say, it exists, is a body, exists by itself, is depicted, and it is false to claim that it is created because it exists, or exists by itself, or so on, as it would follow that every existing thing that exists by itself is created. Thus, it is established that this is because it is depicted, and this is flawed for 4 reasons. It is possible to say, the ruling is not originally justified by one of these broader reasons, but by a reason that is limited to itself and does not extend beyond it, such as being a house, for example. If it is established that something other than the house is an occurrence, It will be justified by what encompasses the house and that specific thing alone, and it does not extend to the sky. The second. This is only valid if all the characteristics of the original are thoroughly examined so that nothing is overlooked, and the limitation and thorough examination are not clear, as it is possible that a characteristic was overlooked in the investigation, and that it is the cause. Most of the debaters do not care about the limitation but say, if there is another reason for it, then highlight it. Or they say, if it existed, I and you would have perceived it, just as if there were an elephant before us, we would have perceived it. And since we did not perceive it, we ruled out its existence. This is weak, as the inability of the two disputants to perceive it at the moment, nor in the long duration of inability, does not indicate non-existence either. This is not like the elephant, for you have never encountered an elephant standing before us, nor have we seen it at that time. How many existing meanings have we sought and not found at the moment, then later discovered them? And the third. Indeed, even if the investigation is thorough and the descriptions are 4, the invalidation of 3 does not necessitate the establishment of the 4th, as the categories in the composition exceed 4. It must be that it is contingent due to being existent and a body, or due to being existent and self-subsisting, or due to being existent and formed. It is possible for it to be contingent due to being a body and self-subsisting, or due to being a body and formed, and it is possible for it to be contingent due to being a body and formed, and it is possible for it to be contingent due to being existent, a body, and self-subsisting. It is possible for it to be contingent due to being existent, self-subsisting, and formed, or other combinations of 2. 2, or from 3. How many rulings do not stand unless matters come together, like the blackness of ink, shared by gall, vitriol, and mixing with water? And most rulings are justified by compound matters, so how can the invalidation of singularities be sufficient? The fourth. If the investigation is accepted, and it is accepted that if 3 are invalidated and only a 4th remains, this indicates that the ruling is not in the 3 and does not extend beyond the 4th. However, it does not indicate that it is necessarily dependent on the 4th. Rather, it is possible that the 4th meaning is divided into 2 parts, and the ruling applies to one part without the other. Thus, the invalidation of 3 indicates that the meaning does not extend beyond the 4th, and does not indicate that it is the cause, which is a misstep. If it were first divided and described as, it exists, is self-sustaining, is a body, and is depicted with such a characteristic, and depicted with another characteristic, then the invalidation of 3 would not necessitate that the ruling pertains to the absolute depiction, but rather to one of the divisions of the depicted. This reveals these dialectical proofs, and does not become a demonstration unless you say, every depicted entity is created, and the sky is depicted. Therefore, it is created. If there is a dispute regarding his statement, every modern image must be proven, and this is not established by seeing another modern image or by 1,000 modern images. But this premise has become necessary, so it must be proven with 2 accepted premises or by one of the mentioned methods without fail. This is the ruling of the example. As for composite measurements, know that the custom in books and instructions is not to arrange the measurements in the way we have arranged them, but they are presented in books in a confused manner, either with unnecessary additions or with the omission of one of the premises, relying on its appearance or intentionally to mislead. What is presented in a confused order that does not follow that system and can be referred back to it is a productive measurement, while what appears to follow that system but does not have its conditions is not productive. An example of the arrangement is the first figure from Euclid, which states that if you have a line, 1b, and you want to construct an equilateral triangle on it and prove that it is equilateral, you would say, whatever point, A, we take as the center and place the compass point on it and open it to point, B, and complete a circle around center. Then we take point, B, as the center, place the compass point on it, open it to point, and complete a circle around center, B. The 2 circles are identical because they are at the same distance, and they will inevitably intersect at point, C, from which a straight line extends to point 1, which is line C. We also draw another straight line from point C to point B, which is BC. We say, this triangle formed by points, A, B, C, is an equilateral triangle. And its proof is that the lines, 1C and AB, are equal because they extend from the center of one circle to its circumference, and likewise the lines BC and AB are equal for the same reason, and the lines AC and BC. They are equal because they are equal to one specific line, which is line AB. Therefore, the result is that the triangle is equilateral. This is how it is customary to use the premises here. If you want to return to the truth and order, the result can only be obtained from 4 syllogisms, each syllogism consisting of 2 premises. The first, the lines AB and AC are equal because they extend from the center of a circle to its circumference, and any 2 straight lines extending from the center to the circumference are equal, so they are equal. The second, that the lines AB and BC are also equal by this measure. The third, that my line AC and BC are equal because they are equal lines, AB, and if 2 lines are equal to the same thing, then they are equal to each other. The fourth, shape ABC is surrounded by 3 equal lines, and each shape is surrounded by 3 equal lines, so it is an equilateral triangle. The shape ABC on line AB is an equilateral triangle. This is its true order, but it is permissible to omit some introductions for clarity regarding this. This is the statement regarding the form of the syllogism. The statement on the subject of analogy. The subject of analogy consists of premises. If they are true and certain, the conclusions will be true and certain. If they are false, the true conclusions will not arise, and if they are uncertain, the certain conclusions will not arise. Just as gold is the substance of the dinar, and the shape is its form, the dinar may be counterfeit either by the distortion of its shape and the invalidity of its roundness, such that it becomes elongated and is no longer called a dinar, or by the corruption of its substance, such that it is made of copper or iron. Similarly, an analogy may be invalidated by the corruption of its form, meaning it does not conform to any of the previous shapes, or by the corruption of its substance, even if its form is correct, meaning that the premise is uncertain or false. Just as gold has 5 ranks. The first is to be pure and genuine gold. The second is that there should not be in that degree, but there should be hidden deceit, certainly only for the discerning critic. The third is that there should be a deception that is apparent to every critic and can be sensed by those who are not critics. Also, it is pointed out to him. The fourth is that it is a counterfeit made of copper, but it is so well disguised that the critic can hardly be mistaken, although there is no gold in it at all. The fifth is that it should be disguised in a way that everyone can see it is disguised. Likewise, the introductions have 5 states. The first is that it must be a true certainty without doubt or suspicion, and the reasoning that is derived from it is called a proof. The second is that it should be close to certainty in a way that makes it difficult to feel the possibility of error in it, but the possibility can be approached if the observer examines it carefully, and the reasoning derived from it is called dialectical. The third is that the premises are likely to be mostly uncertain, but the soul feels the opposite and is open to estimating the error in them. The composite reasoning from them is called rhetorical. The fourth is what is depicted in the forms of certainties through deception, and it is neither conjectural nor certain, and what results from it is called fallacious and sophistical. The fifth is the one we know is lying, but the soul is inclined towards it in a certain way of imagination, and the reasoning derived from it is called poetic, and it is necessary to explain these premises. Each premise from which reasoning is derived, and that premise has not been established by evidence, but has been accepted as an accepted assumption, does not exceed 13 categories. The primitives, and the tangible, and the experimental, and the transmitted, and the issues that the mind cannot be free from their middle limits and measurements, and the illusions, and the well-known. Accepted, assumptions, similarities, apparent well-known, presumptions, and the imaginations. As for the first principles, they are those that compel the instinct of reason to believe in them simply, such as saying, 2 is greater than 1, the whole is greater than the part, and things equal to one thing are equal. For anyone who considers themselves rational and has learned only through pure reason, without being taught or accustomed to a certain character, but rather assumes they were created all at once as rational beings, and these propositions are presented to them, and they firmly grasp their meaning, meaning if they comprehend the concept of the whole, the concept of the part, and the concept of the greater, then they cannot help but believe that the whole is greater than the part, regardless of the context. This is not a matter of sensory perception, as the senses can only perceive one, two, or a limited number of things. This is a universally established judgment in reason, and reason cannot ever be conceived apart from it. And the tangible things, like our saying, the sun is illuminated, and the light of the moon increases and decreases. And the experiments. What occurs from the combination of reason and sense, such as our knowledge that fire burns, and that scammony facilitates bile, and that wine intoxicates, for the senses perceive intoxication after drinking wine repeatedly, leading the mind to recognize it as a cause. If it were coincidental, it would not be consistent in most cases. Thus, a reliable knowledge is engraved in the mind. The Mutawatir reports are what is known through the news of a group, just as we know of the existence of Egypt and Mecca, even if we do not see them. Whenever doubt becomes impossible, it is called alternative. It is not permissible to compare some cases to others, saying that one who doubts the existence of a miracle from a prophet should believe in it because the transmission is alternative, just as in the existence of the prophet, because he says it is not possible for me to doubt my own existence of the prophet due to my witnessing him, and I can doubt myself in this. If this were like that, I would not be able to doubt, so it must be allowed until it becomes mutawatir to him, in a way that makes doubt impossible if it is indeed alternative. As for the propositions whose middle terms are inherent in them, they are the propositions that do not establish themselves in the mind, except through their middle terms. However, the middle term does not escape the mind, leading a person to believe that it is a primary premise known without a middle term, while in reality, it is known through a middle term. There is no meaning to the syllogism except the search for the middle term. Otherwise, the major and minor premises exist in the very issue at hand. For example, you know that 2 is half of 4 by intuition, and this is known through the middle term, which is that the half, which is the other half, is one part of the whole equal to the other, and 2 out of 4 is one of the equal parts. Thus, it is half. The proof of this is that if one were to ask, how much is 17 out of 34? One might not be able to intuitively judge that it is half, unless one divides 34 into 2 equal parts, then looks at each part and sees it is 17, thus knowing it is half, even though this is also present in the mind. Consider this in a larger number, or replace half with a tenth, a sixth, or others. The point is the example. In summary, it is not surprising that something is known through a middle term, but the mind does not realize that it is known through a middle term and syllogism. Not everything that is established is recognized by a person as such, and the establishment of something in the mind is one thing, while the awareness of how it is established and expressing it is another. The illusions are false premises, but they have a strength in the soul that prevents the possibility of doubt in them, due to the influence of the illusion in matters outside of the tangible. This is because the illusion accepts nothing except in accordance with the tangible things it is accustomed to, such as the illusion's judgment of the impossibility of an existence that has no indication of direction, nor is it within the world or outside of it, and like its judgment that everything ends in emptiness or fullness, meaning beyond the world, and like its judgment that a body does not increase beyond itself, nor multiply, except by adding something from outside. The reason for the illusion's judgment in this way is that these matters do not conform to the senses, so they do not enter into the illusion. Rather, the judgment of their falsity is based on the fact that if everything that does not enter into the illusion were false, then the illusion itself would be false, for the illusion does not enter into the illusion. Rather, knowledge and ability, and every attribute that the 5 senses do not perceive, are not perceived by the illusion. The illusion only recognizes its error in such specific matters, insofar as they are necessary results of syllogisms derived from premises that the illusion helps to accept, and it concedes that if the syllogism is arranged from the premises, the conclusion is true. Then, if the conclusion is rejected from accepting the result, it is known that its refusal to accept is due to its nature, for it recoils from accepting what is not in accordance with the tangible. As for the well-known matters, they are the issues that rely solely on mere fame and the opinion of the masses, and it is apparent among scholars that they are necessary principles inherent in the nature of reason, like saying, lying is ugly, and one should not be punished for it, nor should one enter the bathroom without a garment that covers the private parts. Justice is obligatory, and oppression is ugly, and similar matters. These are things that are repeated in hearing from childhood, and are agreed upon by the people of the land for the interests of their livelihood, so souls hasten to accept them due to their abundance. Perhaps they are supported by the requirements of morals such as gentleness, kindness, and modesty. If a person were to consider himself, having been created rationally, and was not educated through reform, nor clung to morals, nor remined by consideration, and presented these issues to his mind, he could refuse to accept them, unlike our statement, 2 is more than 1. Some of these premises may be true, but under a precise condition or proof, leading one to believe they are universally true, just as one believes the statement that God is capable of all things is true and well known, and denying it is reprehensible and not true, for he is not capable of creating something like himself. Rather, it should be said, he is capable of all possible things in themselves, and it is said, he is knowledgeable of everything, and there is nothing in the existence like him. These well-known statements may vary in strength and weakness according to the differences in fame, customs, and morals. They may differ in some countries and in relation to craftsmen. What is well known among doctors is not well known among carpenters, and vice versa. The well-known is not the opposite of falsehood, but rather the opposite of infamous notoriety, and the opposite of falsehood is truth. There may be a notorious truth, and there may be a beloved, well-known falsehood. There is no doubt that the primary principles, some tangible things, widely accepted beliefs, and experiments are well known, but we intended by this what is only based on fame. As for the accepted ones, they are those accepted from the best of people, the great scholars, and the elders of the predecessors, if this has been repeatedly transmitted from them in that manner, and in their books, and if it is accompanied by good character towards them, then that establishes a firm conviction in the soul. As for the accepted premises, they are those that the opponent has conceded, or that are well known between the two opponents. It is used with him alone, and does not differ from the well-known, except in terms of generality and specificity, as the well-known is accepted by the public, while this is only accepted by the opponent. As for the similarities, they are those that are cunningly made to resemble the first and experimental things. And the famous ones may not actually be so, but they are similar to them in appearance. As for the apparent famous sayings, they are any statement that everyone who hears it initially accepts at first glance and upon first consideration, but when examined and scrutinized, it is found to be unacceptable, and one feels it to be flawed, like the saying, support your brother, whether he is an oppressor or a victim. The soul rushes to accept it, then it is led to contemplate and realizes that supporting him as an oppressor is not obligatory. As for the presumed matters, they are what provides a preponderance of suspicion while feeling the possibility of its opposite, just as it is said that someone who goes out at night is a traitor. If he were not a traitor, he would not have gone out at night. Similarly, it is said that so-and-so is confiding in the enemy, so he is an enemy as well, even though it is possible that his confiding is a deception or a trick against the enemy for the sake of a friend. As for the delusions, they are premises known to be false, but they influence the soul through attraction and repulsion, just as sweetness is compared to excrement, causing the soul to be repelled from it, despite knowing it is a lie. These are the introductions. Now we will mention the places of their usage. The statement regarding the course of these introductions. As for the first 5, they are suitable for demonstrative measurements, which are primary, sensory, experimental, and transmitted, and their measurements are inherent. The benefit of demonstration is the emergence of truth and the attainment of certainty. As for the well-known and accepted facts, they are the premises of dialectical reasoning. As for the first principles, and what accompanies them, if they were to be involved in the debate, they would be stronger. However, they are only used in debate insofar as they are accepted by common knowledge, as the art of debate does not require more than that, and there are benefits to debate. The first, to silence every curious and innovator who follows a path other than the truth, and whose understanding is insufficient to know the truth through evidence, so he turns to the well-known things that he claims are obligatory to accept as the truth, and invalidates his corrupt opinion. The second, whoever wants to learn the true belief and is elevated above the level of the common people, and is not satisfied with rhetorical and moralistic speech, and has not reached the peak of verification to the extent that he can encompass the conditions of proof, can instill in himself the true belief through dialectical arguments, which is the case for most jurists and students of knowledge. Third, those who learn the specific sciences, such as medicine and engineering, do not allow themselves to know the preliminaries and principles of those sciences through proof at first. Even if they are compelled to do so, their souls do not permit them to accept it. Instead, they find it easier to accept it through dialectical reasoning from well-known premises until it can be defined by proof. The fourth, one of the characteristics of dialectical arguments is that they can produce opposing sides on an issue. If this happens, and one reflects on the point of error in both, the truth may be revealed through that examination. This is sufficient for the art of dialectics. Otherwise, it is a book in itself, and there is no need to engage in recounting that. As for the allusions and similarities, they are the premises of fallacious arguments, and have no benefit at all except to be recognized in order to be cautious and avoid them. They may also be used to test the understanding of those who do not realize they are lacking in knowledge or are complete, to see how they can evade it. At that point, it is called a testing argument. It may sometimes be used to expose those who deceive the public into thinking they are knowledgeable and follow them, thus debating in front of them and revealing their inability after they are made aware of the actual point of error, so they can recognize their shortcomings and not regard them. At that point, it is called a stubborn analogy. As for the apparent famous things, the presumed, and the accepted, they can serve as premises for rhetorical and jurisprudential reasoning, and everything that does not seek certainty does not hide the benefit of rhetoric in winning over souls, encouraging them towards the truth, and repelling them from falsehood, as well as the benefit of jurisprudence. In rhetoric, there is a book in itself, and there is no need to recount it. As for the imaginations, they are the premises of poetic syllogisms. If the first principles and what accompanies them are used in rhetoric or poetry, their use is only in terms of fame and imagination, and beyond that, it is not a condition for them. It only requires demonstrative explanation to be sought and fallacies to be avoided, so let us limit the narration to them. Conclusion of the statement on analogy. We mention the sources of error to warn, and they are 10. The first. Protests are mostly chaotic and contain many errors, so the observer should get used to referring them back to the mentioned order to know whether it is a measure or not. And if it is, what type it is, what form of types it belongs to, and what kind of shapes it represents, so that the place of confusion can be revealed. The second is to observe the middle term and contemplate it thoroughly, so that its occurrence in the two premises is uniform. For if there is the slightest variation, whether by increase or decrease, the syllogism is invalid and results in an error. For example, we mentioned that the universal negative can be inverted like itself, and if someone says, "There is one jug in the drink," it is true, and its inverse, which is "there is no drink in one jug," is not true. This is because the condition for inversion was not considered. Rather, it should be stated, "There is one jug of drink, so there is no drink in one jug," and this is true. However, if it is increased and stated, "There is one jug in the drink," its inverse would be, "There is nothing in the drink jug," which is also true. The point of error is that the predicate in this proposition is your statement, "in the drink," not merely "the drink," and it should be fully treated as the subject in the inverse. If you take that into account, the inverse will be true. Third, to consider the minimum and maximum limits so that there is no disparity whatsoever between them and the endpoints of the result, as the measurement necessitates the convergence of the two limits without any disparity, and this is known by what we have mentioned in the conditions of the contradiction. The fourth is to contemplate the three limits and the two ends of the result, so that there is no common name in them, as the name may be one while the meaning is multiple, thus the analogy would not be valid. This is also known from the conditions of the contradictory. The fifth is to pay attention to the letters of the pronoun with careful consideration, as they differ in their aspects. It is possible that there is an error in it, as if one says everything the rational person knows is as he knows it. His statement may refer to the known, or it may refer to the knower, as one might say, and he has known the stone, so it is then a stone. The sixth is that neglected matters should not be accepted, for they resemble truth. If the neglected is confined, the mind becomes aware of its falsehood. When it is said, man is in loss, the self accepts it as true. And if it is confined and said, every man is inevitably in loss, the mind becomes aware that this is not necessarily true in general. When it is said, a friend of your enemy is your enemy, the self accepts it. And if it is confined and said, everyone who is a friend of your enemy must be your enemy, the mind becomes aware that this is not necessarily true in general. Seventh, you may believe in a premise in reasoning, and the reason for this belief is that you searched for its opposite in your mind and did not find it. This does not necessitate belief. Rather, belief arises when you know that it has no opposite in itself, not merely because you did not find it. It may exist even if you do not find it at the moment, just as you believe the statement that God is capable of all things, as nothing comes to your mind without you believing that God is capable of it, until the thought occurs to you that he cannot create something like it, prompting you to realize your mistake in belief. The truth is that he is capable of all things possible in themselves, and this has no opposite in itself whatsoever. Eighth, he should take care not to make the issue a premise in the analogy, so that it becomes the same as the required matter, as it is said. The evidence that every movement requires a mover is that the mover does not move by itself. For this is the same claim, and he has changed its wording and made it an evidence. The ninth, that something cannot be corrected by a command that can only be valid through that thing, as it is said. The soul does not die because it is always active, and it is not known that it is always active unless it knows that it does not die, and thus the continuity of its action is established. 10th, to be cautious of illusions, popular beliefs, and ambiguities, and to only believe in the fundamentals and the tangible, along with what accompanies them. If you adhere to these conditions, your reasoning will inevitably yield a true result, and you will achieve certainty without doubt, and if you wish to doubt it, you will not be able to do so. The fifth art of the book on the appendices of measurement and proof, and what benefits it brings to it, are 4 sections. Chapter 1. On scientific demands and their sections, and we mean by this the questions that arise in. The sciences are 4. Is or do, a question about the existence of something, and the what is a question about the essence of the thing, and the which is a question about the distinction of a thing that separates it from something that shares its kind, and the why. As for the is and do, it is in 2 aspects. One of them, about the origin of existence, as in, is God present and is the void? Are you there? The second, about the state of something, as in saying, is God willing and is the world created? And the question with what, which has 2 aspects. One of them, what is intended to be known by the speaker's intention with a word that has not been explained, as when he says, property, and it is asked, what does he mean by it? And he says, wine. The second is to seek the essence of the thing itself, as it is said, what is the property? He says, it is the intoxicating drink pressed from grapes. And a requirement. In the first sense, precedes the requirement of whether, for one who does not understand something, does not ask about its existence. And in the second sense, it follows the requirement of whether, because what is not known to exist is not sought for its essence. As for the question with which, it is a question about the chapter and the specific. And the question with why, in 2 aspects. One of them, a question about the cause of existence, like asking, "Why did this cloth burn?" you would say, "Because he fell into the fire." And the other is a question about the reason for the claim, which is to say, "Why did you say that the garment fell into the fire?" You would say, "Because I saw it and found it burned." And the question with "what" and "which" for the concept, and the question with "is" and "why" for confirmation. Chapter 2. On the fact that demonstrative reasoning is divided into what provides a cause and the existence of the result, and into what provides a cause for belief in existence. The first is called a proof of why, and the other is called a proof of that. An example is if someone claims there is smoke in a place, and when asked, "Why do you say that?" they respond, "Because there is a flame, and where there is a flame, there is smoke." If there is smoke, it has provided a proof of why, which is the cause for believing that there is smoke and the cause for the existence of smoke. However, if they say, "There is a flame," and when asked, "Why?" they respond, "Because there is smoke, and where there is smoke, there is a flame." They have provided a cause for believing in the existence of the flame, but they have not provided a cause for the existence of the flame, and by what reason it occurred in that place. In general, the effect indicates the cause, and the cause also indicates the effect, but the effect does not necessitate the cause, and the cause directs. This is what is meant by the difference between the proof of that and the proof of not. One of the effects may indicate the other effect if their connection is established, provided that they are both effects of a single cause. It is not a condition for the proof of not to be a cause for the existence of the major term in general. Rather, if it is a cause for the minor term to possess the major term, that suffices. I mean that it should be a cause for its being in it. For example, you say, "A human is an animal, and every animal is a body, so a human is a body." This is a proof of not, because the middle term is the cause of the existence of the major term in the minor term. The human is a body because it is an animal, meaning that being a body is an essential attribute of the animal that applies to it in its capacity as an animal, not in a broader sense like being existent, or in a narrower sense like being a writer or tall. Chapter 3. On the matters that the demonstrative sciences revolve around, which are 4. Topics and subjective symptoms, issues, and principles. The first subjects. And we mean by this that every science inevitably has a subject that it examines and seeks its rulings in, such as the human body for medicine, quantity for engineering, numbers for mathematics, melody for music, and the actions of the accountable for jurisprudence. Each of these sciences does not require the one responsible for it to prove the existence of these subjects within it. The jurist does not need to prove that a human has an action, nor does the engineer need to prove that quantity is an existing attribute, but rather, it is the responsibility of another science to establish that. Yes, he must understand these subjects within their limits in terms of conception. The second is subjective symptoms, and we mean by it the properties that exist within the subject of that science and do not exist outside of it, such as the triangle and the square for certain magnitudes, and curvature and straightness for some of them, which are subjective symptoms of the subject of geometry, and like evenness and oddness for numbers, and like agreement and disagreement for tones, meaning proportion, and like illness and health for animals. It is necessary at the beginning of every science to understand these subjective symptoms with their limits in a conceptual manner. As for their existence in the subjects, it can only be derived from the entirety of that science, as the purpose of science is to prove it therein. The third issues are a combination of these self-evident symptoms with the subjects, which are required in every science, and questions are asked about them. From the perspective of being questioned, they are called the issues of that science, and from the perspective of being sought, they are called demands, and from the perspective of being the result of proof, they are called results. The name is the same, but these terms and phrases differ based on varying considerations. Every demonstrative issue in a science either has its subject as the subject of that science, or the self-evident symptoms in that science related to its subject. If it is the subject, it may either be the subject itself, as is said in geometry. Every quantity that shares with another quantity is similar to it and does not differ from it, and as is said in arithmetic, every number is the half of its two ends, which are separated by one number, like 5, which is the half of the sum of 6 and 4, and the sum of 3 and 7, and the sum of 2 and 8, and the sum of 1 and 9. Or it may be the subject along with a self-evident matter, meaning a self-evident symptom, as is said in geometry. The quantity that differs from something differs from every quantity that shares with it. Thus, the differing quantity is taken, not the abstract quantity, and the differing is a self-evident symptom of the quantity. And as is said in arithmetic, every number is a half, so multiplying its half by its half gives a quarter of the product of the whole by the whole, for it takes the half number, not the number alone. Or it may be a type of the subject of science, as it is said, 6 is a perfect number, for 6 is a type of number. Or it may be a type along with a self-evident symptom, as is said in geometry. Every straight line that stands on another straight line results in 2 angles equal to right angles, so the line is a type of the quantity that is the subject, and the straight line is a self-evident symptom in it. Or it may be a symptom, as you say in geometry. Every right triangle has angles equal to right angles, for the triangle is one of the self-evident symptoms of some quantities. Therefore, the subjects of demonstrative issues in sciences do not lack these 5 categories, and as for their predicates, they are the self-evident symptoms specific to that subject. The 4th principles refers to the accepted premises in that science which are used to prove the issues of that science. These do not get established in that science, but they can either be primary and are called commonly accepted sciences, such as what is stated at the beginning of Euclid. If equal quantities are taken from equal quantities, the remainder is equal, and if equal quantities are added, they are equal. Or they may not be primary, but are accepted by the learner. If they accept them willingly, they are called established principles, and if they remain stubbornly in their own mind, they are called postulates, and they endure them until they become clear to them in another science. As it is said at the beginning of Euclid, we must accept that every point can be a center, and thus a circle can be drawn on it. Some people deny the conception of a circle in such a way that the lines from the center to the circumference are equal, but they postulate it at the beginning of the science. Chapter 4, on stating all the conditions of the premises of the proof, and they are 4 that it should be honest, necessary, primary, and subjective. As for the truthful, we mean by it certainty, like the first principles and the tangible things, and what is associated with them, as previously mentioned. This condition, as for the necessary, we mean that it should be like the animal to the human, not like the writer to the human, if it is required to yield a necessary result. If the premise is not necessary, then the mind is not obliged to believe in the necessary result. As for the primary, we mean that the predicate in the premise is established for the subject because of the subject, as in saying, every animal is a body, for it is a body because it is an animal, not for a broader meaning than it, like saying, a human is a body, for it is not a body because it is a human, but because it is an animal, and then because it is an animal, it is a body. Thus, the corporeality is primarily for the animal, and then through it for the human, and not for a more specific meaning than it, like the writer for the animal, for it does not have that for animality, but for humanity, which is more specific. So the primary is what has no intermediary between it and the subject, and it is for that intermediary first, and then through it for him. This is a condition in the primary premises. As for premises that were the result of syllogisms, and then made premises in another syllogism, this condition is not required in them, but necessity and essentiality are required. As for the essence, it is a distinction from strange accidents, for sciences do not consider strange accidents. The engineer does not consider whether a straight line is better or a circular one, nor whether a circle contradicts a straight line, because beauty and contradiction are foreign to the subject of his science, which is quantity. Quantity is associated not because it is a quantity, but by a broader description, such as being existent or otherwise. The doctor does not consider whether the wound is circular or not, because circularity does not pertain to the wound, because it is a wound, but for a reason broader than that. If the doctor says, this wound heals slowly because it is circular, and circles are the widest shapes, what he mentioned is not medical knowledge, and does not indicate his knowledge of medicine, but of geometry. Therefore, the subject of the matter in sciences must be essential, and in the premises it must also be essential. But there is a difference between them, which is that the essential here is used for two meanings. One of them is to be included within the definition of the subject, like the animal for the human, as it is inherent in it, because it involves the meaning that a human is a specific animal. The second is that the subject must fall within its definition. It is neither included in the definition of the subject, like a flat nose for the nose, nor straightness for the line. For a flat-nosed person is defined as one with a nose having a specific characteristic. Thus, it inevitably falls within its definition. The essential in the first sense cannot be predicated on the required issues in the sciences, because the subject is only known through it, so knowledge of it precedes knowledge of the subject. How can its attainment for the subject be required? For one who does not understand the triangle by its definition in a conceptual manner, does not seek its rulings. It may be asked whether its angles are equal to two right angles or not, or whether it is a shape or not. This is impossible because the shape is understood first, and then its division into three sides, which is the triangle, or four, which is the square, is understood. Thus, knowledge of it precedes understanding. As for the premises, their predicates should be essential, and it is permissible for the predicates of the two premises to be essential in the other sense, but it is not permissible for both to be essential in the first sense, because the conclusion would be known before the premise, since the essential in that sense is essential. It cannot be said, every human is an animal, and every animal is a body, so every human is a body, as this is required because the knowledge of corporeality precedes the knowledge of humanity. If the subject of the issue is humanity, it must first be conceived so that its ruling can be sought, as the conception of humanity is necessarily preceded by the conception of animality and corporeality, since one understands the body, and that it is divided into animals and others, and then the animal is divided into the speaking and others. However, it is permissible for the predicate of the minor premise to be essential in the first sense, and the predicate of the major premise to be essential in the second sense, and vice versa. This is what we intended to convey and narrate. The second section, Theology. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Know that their custom is to present the natural, but we preferred to present this because it is more important, and the disagreement about it is greater, and because it is the ultimate goal of sciences and their purpose. It is only delayed due to its obscurity and the difficulty of grasping it before understanding the natural. However, we will present in the course of the discussion from the natural what is necessary for understanding the intended meaning, and we will fully recount the objectives of this science in 2 introductions and 5 articles. The first article on the sections of existence and its rulings. The second article on the reason for all existence, which is God the Exalted. The third article on his attributes. The fourth article on his actions and the relation of existence to him. The fifth article on how it exists from him according to their doctrine. The first introduction to the division of sciences. There is no doubt that each science has a subject in which it investigates the conditions of that subject, and the existing things that can be considered in the sciences are divided into what exists through our actions, such as human activities of politics, management, worship, sports, struggles, and others, and into what does not exist through our actions, such as the sky, the earth, plants, animals, minerals, the essences of angels, jinn, demons, and others. Therefore, it is no wonder. The judicial science is divided into 2 parts. One of them is what is known by the conditions of our actions, and is called practical knowledge. Its benefit is that it reveals the existence of the actions through which our interests in this world are organized, and for which our hope in the hereafter is fulfilled. The second is what we recognize in the states of the existence, so that we obtain in our souls the form of existence as a whole in its arrangement, just as the visible image is obtained in the mirror. The attainment of this in our souls is a perfection for our souls, as the readiness of the soul to accept it is a characteristic of the soul. Thus, it is a virtue in this world and a cause of happiness in the hereafter, as will be explained later. It is called theoretical knowledge, and each of the two types of knowledge is divided into three sections. As for the practical, it is divided into three sections. One of them, the knowledge of managing the participation that a person has with all people, for a person is created compelled to interact with others, and this cannot be organized in a way that leads to achieving the interests of this world and the righteousness of the hereafter, except in a specific manner. This knowledge is rooted in religious sciences and is complemented by the political sciences mentioned in the management of cities and the organization of their inhabitants. The second is the science of household management, which teaches the way of living with the wife, children, and servant, and what the house includes. Third, the science of ethics and what a person should be like to be good and virtuous in his morals and traits. Since a person is inevitably either alone or interacting with others, and the interaction can be either private with family members or public with the people of the town. The knowledge of managing these three situations is necessarily divided into three sections. As for theoretical knowledge, it is threefold. One of them is called the divine and the first philosophy. The second is called the athletic, educational, and middle science. The third is called natural science and the lower science, and it is divided into three sections because rational matters cannot be devoid of either being free from matter and the attachment to changing, moving bodies like the essence of God Almighty, and the essence of intellect, unity, cause and effect, agreement and disagreement, existence and non-existence, and their like. For it is impossible for some of these matters to be attributed to materials like the essence of intellect. As for some of them, it is not necessary for them to be in substances, even if they may sometimes appear in that way, like unity and cause. For the body can also be described as having a single cause, just as the mind can be described, but it is not essential for them to be in substances. Or it may be related to matter, which cannot be without either needing a specific matter, so that it cannot be obtained in the imagination, free from a specific matter, such as humans, plants, minerals, the sky, the earth, and all types of bodies. Either it can be obtained in the imagination, free from a specific material, such as the triangle, square, rectangle, and circle. Although these matters can only exist in a specific material, they do not necessarily require a specific material for their existence, as they can appear in iron, wood, clay, and others. This is unlike a human, whose concept can only be realized in a specific material of flesh and bone, etc. For instance, if it were made of wood, it would not be a human. The square can be made of flesh, clay, or wood, and these matters can be conceived in the imagination, without regard to material. The science that deals with what is entirely free from material is divine, and the science that deals with what is free from material in imagination, but not in existence, is mathematical, while the science that deals with what cannot do without specific materials is natural. This is the reason for the division of these sciences into three categories, and the philosophical inquiry into these three sciences. The second introduction, in explaining the subjects of these three sciences, to derive the subject of the divine science that we are addressing. As for natural science, physics, its subject is the bodies of the world, in terms of their motion, rest, and change, neither in terms of their area and quantity, nor in terms of their shape and roundness, nor in terms of the ratio of some of their parts to others, nor in terms of being the act of God Almighty. For the examination of the body can be from all these aspects, but physics looks at it only in terms of its change and transformation. As for the mathematician, its subject is generally quantitative, and in detail, it concerns magnitude and number. Physics has many branches such as medicine, talismans, dark magic, and others. Mathematics also has many branches. Its foundations are the science of geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy, meaning the structure of the world and music, and its branches include optics, the science of mechanics, the science of moving bodies, and algebra, and others. As for divine knowledge, its subject is the most general matter, which is absolute existence. What is required in it are the attributes of existence in itself, as it is existence only, such as being a substance and an accident, universal and particular, one and many, cause and effect, potential and actual, agreeing and disagreeing, necessary and possible, and similar attributes, for these are attached to existence as it is. Existence, not like triangularity and quadrangularity, which are attached to existence after it becomes a quantity, nor like evenness and oddness, which are attached after it becomes a number, nor like whiteness and blackness, which are attached after it becomes a natural body. In general, every description that does not attach to existence except after it has become the subject of one of the two sciences, mathematical and natural, is not part of this science. In this science, the examination of the cause of all existence takes place because the existent is divided into cause and effect, and the examination of the unity of the cause and its necessity of existence, its attributes, and the relation of other existence to it, and the manner of their occurrence from it. The study of monotheism is specifically called divine science, and it is also referred to as the science of lordship. It is the furthest of the three sciences from mathematical confusion. As for natural science, the confusion in it is greater because natural phenomena are subject to changes. They are far from stability, unlike mathematics. These are the introductions. As for the articles, the first article is about the categories of existence and its rulings and its essential attributes. This is shown by divisions. The first division. Existence is divided into essence and accident, and this resembles the division by classes and types. The way to understand the division is that the mind perceives existence in terms of conception without doubt, and it is independent of drawing and definition, as existence has no drawing or definition. As for the definition, it is because it is a combination of the genus and the specific difference, and there is nothing for existence. I know from it until its section is added and its limit of existence is obtained. As for drawing, it is a definition of the hidden by the clear, and there is nothing clearer than existence, nor more known and famous than it, so that existence can be understood through it. Indeed, if the mention of existence in Arabic is not understood, it may be replaced by a foreign language to convey the intended meaning of the word. As for the definition and description, they are impossible, since your goal in the description and definition is to say that existence is that which is divided into the contingent and the eternal, which is flawed because it defines the thing by what is known about it. The contingent is known after understanding existence. Similarly, the eternal, since the contingent is a being after non-existence, and the eternal is a being not preceded by non-existence. If it becomes clear that existence is obtained in the mind as an initial conception without the need for a limit or definition, it is evident that it divides in the mind into what exists and needs a place, like accidents, and what does not need that. What needs a place divides into what does not reside in that place, which constitutes itself without that accident, and does not require the accident for its existence, and the presence of the accident does not change its essence, nor does it alter the answer to the question about its nature, like the blackness of a garment or a person, and into what resides in the place, where the essence of the place is constituted by it, and thus the essence is altered due to its presence, and the answer of the nature is like the image of a human in the sperm, and the image of a mouse in the dust. For if someone points to a garment and asks, "What is it?" the answer is that it is a garment. If it becomes black or hot and is asked about it, the answer remains that it is a garment, because the blackness and heat do not change its status as a garment, nor do they invalidate its essence. And when the sperm transforms into a human, it cannot be said to be sperm in response to the question, "What is it?" And when the dust becomes a mouse and is asked about it, it can be said that it is dust. Heat and color are attributes added to the garment, and they keep the garment as a garment with them. However, dust does not remain dust with the form of a mouse, nor does the sperm remain sperm when it becomes a human being, as both have become equal, I mean the color and the form of humanity, in that each one needs a subject. However, there is a difference between the subjects and the states, so it is necessary to agree on two different expressions. They have agreed to specify the term accident for what runs in the course of color and heat from the garment, and to call it the subject of the accident. Thus, the meaning of accident in this terminology is that which resides in a subject, and the meaning of subject is that which exists by itself without the meaning residing in it. As for what happens in the realm of humanity, it is called form, and its substrate is called matter. The wood is the substrate for the form of a bed, and the matter for the form of ash, for it remains wood with the form of the bed, but it does not remain wood with the form of ash. The form is called substance, since they described substance as everything that exists, not in a substrate, and the form is not in a substrate as previously mentioned, and matter is also substance. Thus, substance is divided into 4 types: the hylomorphic, and the form, and the body, and the separate intellect. And it is self-subsisting, and every body, the 3 jewels. The first is present in it. Water, for example, is a compound made of the watery form and the matter. The bearer of the image is, the mere holy is essence, and the mere image is essence, and their totality, which is the body, is essence. This is an explanation of these divisions in the mind, along with an interpretation of these terms. As for the proof of the 3 substances, the evidence will come later, except for the body, which is proven by observation. As for the mind, the form, and the matter, they must be proven, and it has resulted in them using the term substance for what is a subject and for what is an attribute as well. They disagreed with the theologians in this matter, as the form, according to the theologians, is an accident that follows the existence of the subject. They argue and say, how can the form not be a substance when it is what sustains the essence of the substance and constitutes its reality and nature? How can it be an accident when the accident depends on the subject's existence and matter depends on the form in its existence? How can the essence of substance not be a substance? The statement on the essence of the body. When the intellect divides substance into body and non-body, and the existence of the body is among the substances perceived by the senses and does not require proof, it is necessary to begin by clarifying its definition and essence. The body is every substance in which 3 intersecting extensions at right angles can be assumed. For if you consider the essence of the intellect, or the essence of the exalted Creator, you cannot assume any dimension or extension in it at all. If you look at the sky, the earth, and all other bodies, you can assume an extension that allows for connection and accepts division and separation. The extension in one direction is called length, which exists only for the line, while the extension in 2 directions is called length and width, which exists only for the surface, as it is divided in 2 directions, whereas the line is only divided in 1 direction. Nothing can be divided in 3 directions, except for a body, so everything that can be imagined to have 3 intersecting extensions at right angles is a body. We specified the angles as right angles, because, if this condition is not stipulated, any body can be imagined to have many intersecting extensions not at right angles like this. If the angles are right angles, they do not exceed 3, which are length, width, and depth, and a right angle is formed by a vertical line standing on another, such that it does not lean to either side, and the 2 angles formed on either side are equal. If they are equal, each one is called a right angle like this. If it tilts to the right side, for example, like this, the angle on the side to which it tilts becomes narrower than its opposite, and it is called acute, while the wider opposite angle is called obtuse. It has been said regarding the definition of a body that it is long, wide, and deep, and there is a kind of leniency in this because it is not a body in terms of its actual length, width, and depth, but rather in terms of its capacity to accept length, width, depth, and the 3 dimensions. This is evidenced by the fact that if you take a candle and shape it to a length of a span, a width of 2 fingers, and a thickness of 1 finger, it is a body, not because of its length and width, for if you made it round or in another shape, that specific extension and that specific length would disappear, and 2 other extensions would occur in their place, while the bodily form would not change at all. Therefore, the quantities present in the body are attributes external to the essence of the body, and they may be necessary and inseparable from the shape of the sky. However, the accidental may be necessary, as well as the attribute like the blackness of the Ethiopian. Thus, the essence of the body, which is its bodily form, is such that it accepts the assumption of extensions, not the existence of extensions in actuality, but the quantity that actually exists is an attribute. Therefore, it is permissible for a single body to accept a smaller and a larger quantity, growing once and shrinking another time without any external increase, but rather within itself, in terms of the quantity being an attribute in it, and not some quantities being determined for it by its essence. This indicates that the quantity is not the reality of the body, as bodies are equal in bodily forms, and no difference can be imagined between them, while they are necessarily different in quantities. The statement on the differences in the composition of the body. People have differed in the composition of the body, and one cannot arrive at the true nature of the body without a clear explanation of the correct doctrines regarding it. They have disagreed on 3 doctrines. One says that it is composed of parts that cannot be divided either by imagination or in reality, and each of those indivisible units is called an individual substance, and the body is what is composed of those substances. And someone says, it is not compounded at all, but it is truly one in essence and definition, and there is no multiplicity in itself. And someone says, it is composed of form and matter. As for the evidence against the first doctrine, it is the refutation of the individual substance. Its impossibility is demonstrated by 6 matters. First guide. If a substance is assumed to be between 2 substances, then each of the 2 ends receives from the middle what the other does, or something different. If it is something different, then division has occurred, as what this end occupies by contact is not what the other occupies. If it is the same, then it is undoubtedly impossible. It follows that each of the 2 ends must be wholly involved with the middle, as it has encountered all of it, and it does not have all, but is one, and has encountered something from it. Thus, it has encountered all. The other has encountered all as well, which necessitates that the place of the whole and the place of the middle are one. Otherwise, the middle would become an obstacle between the 2 ends, encountering each one of them differently from how it encounters the other. It cannot encounter it in the same way as it encounters the other, except through overlap. Then, if a third and fourth come, the same must hold, so the volume of 1,000 parts must not exceed that of a single part, and there is no doubt about the impossibility of this. Second guide. It is to assume 5 parts arranged in a single line as if it were a line, and we place 2 parts at the ends of the line. The mind accepts the estimation of the movement of the 2 parts until they inevitably meet, and it accepts the estimation of their meeting with equal movement from both parts. If this is assumed, then each of the 2 parts has traversed a portion of the middle, so the middle must have been divided. Otherwise, it must be said that it is not within God's power to bring one to the other with equal movement. Rather, if he begins to move them and one reaches the other, the power ceases to move until the other moves to the third. I wonder whether the cessation of power occurs in the right or left essence, and it has not been impossible for power in one of them specifically without the other, while that other is similar in accepting movement. Third guide is that we assume 2 lines, each consisting of 6 parts, one of them. The line, A, and the other line, CD, in this example, and we assume 2 parts, one of which wants to move from to B, and the other from D to C, to be opposite each other. There is no doubt that they will first meet and then collide, and then one of them will move away. We can assume that this occurs with equal movement from both parts. If the individual substance is established, then this becomes impossible because their alignment can only occur in 3 ways. One of them is to be at the points, 5H, so one of them has cut 4 parts, and the other 2 parts. The second is that it should be at the 2 points, RT, so one of them has also cut 2 parts, and the other 4, so the movement is not equal. The third is that one of them is at point H, and the other at point T, and each has cut 2 parts, but points H and T are not aligned, so alignment is impossible with. The movement is equal, so surpassing it has become impossible, and there is no doubt that this is not impossible. Rather, it has become so by assuming the individual substance, but they align in the middle, for every length is acceptable. The division into 2 equal halves, so the midpoint is the center, and they are aligned. Fourth guide. We assume 16 individual substances placed closely adjacent to each other, in the shape of a square, which has 4 sides like this, and we have placed them separately. Let us assume they are adjacent with no gaps. There is no doubt that their sides are equal, because each side is composed of 4 parts, and its diagonal is also composed of 4 parts, so its diagonal must be like its side, which is impossible. The diagonal that divides the square into 2 equal triangles is always greater than the side, which is known by observation from all squares, and this is proven by geometric proof, and this is impossible with the indivisible essence. Fifth guide. If we assume a piece of wood standing in the sun, it will inevitably cast a shadow, and a straight line will extend from the ray, from the tip of the shadow, which is at the top of the wood, to the sun. It must move as the sun moves. Since the ray only travels in a straight line, if the sun moves and the shadow does not, there would be a straight line with 2 ends. One end towards the part where the sun was initially, and the other end towards the part where it has moved to secondarily, which is impossible. If we assume the sun moves by 1 part, and the shadow moves by less than 1 part, then the part has been divided. If it moves the same amount as the sun, this is impossible, as it would cover distances to the sun, while the shadow does not move even the length of a hair. Sixth guide. The millstone, whether made of iron or stone, when it rotates, there is no doubt that if its edge moves, the parts of its center move less than that, because the circles of the center are smaller than the circles of the edge. If the edge moves apart, then either the center moves less than it, causing the part to divide, or it does not move, which necessitates that all parts of the millstone separate, so that some move and others remain still, which is impossible according to sensory perception, as the parts of iron do not separate at all. As for the evidence against the second doctrine, which is the statement of those who say that the body is not composed at all, but is a single entity in reality and definition, it is that a single thing in every aspect cannot be expressed in 2 different terms, where one of them is true for one and false for the other. We demonstrate that the mind establishes 2 matters in every body, one of which can be true while the other cannot. The bodily form is necessarily a matter of connection, and this connected body is necessarily capable of separation. The capable cannot be devoid of either being the essence of connection or something else. If it is the essence of connection, it is impossible, because the capable is that which remains with the accepted, as the non-existent cannot be said to exist before existence. Connection does not accept separation, so there must be another thing that is capable of both connection and separation, and that capable thing is called matter by convention. The accepted connection is called form, and no body can be imagined without connection, nor can connection be imagined except in a connected thing, and there is no extension except in an extended one. The connected is the essence of connection in limit and truth, and they do not differ in place, nor can one be distinguished from the other by sensory indication. But they are distinguished by the indication of the mind, as the mind judges one of them in a way it does not judge the other, which is the acceptance of separation that it has ruled impossible for connection. And if the mind has ruled the existence of something, that thing is different from connection, for the mind has inevitably perceived a difference, and a thing does not differ from itself in any case. This is the proof of the existence of matter and form in every body. As for the essence of God, the essence of the mind, and the essence of the soul, it cannot be assumed that there is connection and disconnection within them, so it does not necessarily follow that there is composition in them. Rather, bodies are necessarily composed of form and matter, without exception. If it is concluded from all that has been said that the truth is the third opinion, which is that the body is not composed of indivisible parts, whether finite or infinite. For if there were infinite parts, it would be impossible to cut the body from one end to the other, as it would not reach the half, unless it reaches half of the half, and so on with half of half of half, leading to an endless number of halves that cannot be cut. However, the body does not have a part in actuality, but in potentiality. It only acquires a part when it is divided, and it obtains a cut when it is cut, and it obtains a division when it is divided. The statement of the one who says the body is divided, if he does not mean that it is ready to undergo division, is incorrect, just as it would be incorrect to say it is disconnected and separated. For how can a single connected body be disconnected and separated? Yes, it is prepared for it, and division, interruption, and fragmentation are synonymous terms, all of which are inherent in a single body by potentiality, not actuality. However, it becomes actualized through one of 3 matters, either by cutting through the separation of parts, or by a difference in the quality, like colored wood, where white is different from black. Or by illusion, which is to direct your illusion towards one side rather than another. So what you directed your illusion towards is not what you have excluded from the illusion, and the placement of the illusion on it is like placing a finger. Whenever you place your finger on one side, the point of contact with your finger is different from the one that is not adjacent, leading to a division. Thus, the subject of your illusion distinguishes itself from what it is not related to. From this, it becomes difficult for the illusion to conceive of a body as one without parts, because it is inclined to specify the edges and designate the parts with determinations, so the body then becomes divided in a manner resulting from the illusion, and it does not inherently possess division, but rather it occurs through the action of the illusion. He was ready to create the illusion, and due to the appearance of this readiness, the ease of obtaining what he was prepared for, and the inability to detach the imagination from it, the illusion hardly reassures itself to believe that a single body with similar parts, like water, is one. Rather, we say, know that water. The part below the jug is not water on the surface of the jug, and this is true because the division has occurred due to the difference in the width of the tangent. Then we say, the illusion imposes two parts that do not touch the vessel, so what is on the right side is necessarily different from what is on the left side, and this is also true. The division has occurred due to the difference in the width of the parallelism to the right and left, and the proximity to the surface of the vessel or its center, and all of this necessitates a division. However, if all these differences are denied, and a single body is considered to be similar in every aspect, reason dictates that it is one and does not have a part in actuality, but it is capable of being divided. This reveals the truth in it. The statement on the necessity of matter and form. Matter does not exist by itself without form at all. Rather, its existence is always with form, and likewise, form does not exist by itself without matter. The proof that matter does not exist devoid of form is twofold. First, if it were to exist, it would not be devoid of either being pointed to in a direction by a physical gesture or not. If it is pointed to, then it has two directions. What is received from one direction is different from what is received from the other direction. Thus it would be divided and would have a bodily form, as there is no meaning to bodily form and its essence except for the acceptance of division. If it is not pointed to, then it is void, in that if the form were to settle in it, it would either be everywhere or not exist at all in a place, or it would exist in one place and not in another. And the three sections are invalid, so what leads to them is also invalid. As for the invalidity of its being everywhere, first in one place, it is evident. As for the invalidity of its exclusivity to one place over another, it is because the bodily form, inasmuch as it is bodily, does not require a specific place. Rather, all places are the same in relation to it. Therefore, the exclusivity is an additional matter beyond the corporeality, in that it is said, the prime matter was in a specified place, and the form encountered it there and became exclusive to it. If the prime matter is not specified, then exclusivity to one place over another becomes impossible. If it is said, this applies to the essence of the body itself, for it is not exclusive to one place over another, and as a body, it is suitable for all places in the same manner. It was said, there is no doubt that just as it is inconceivable to have a substance that exists in actuality without a form in which it is present, it is also inconceivable to have a body that is absolute and has only the form of corporeality, unless there is an additional factor that complements its type. Just as it is inconceivable to have an absolute animal that is neither a horse nor a human nor anything else, it is necessary for the specific characteristic to be added to the genus in order to complete the type and achieve existence. Therefore, there is no absolute body in existence at all, but rather a body. Special as sky and planet and fire and air and earth and water, and what is composed of these will be. Its entitlement to some places over others in its form, like the land in the form of the ground, it has deserved. The centre and the fire in a fiery form deserve to be adjacent to the ocean as well as other types. If it is said, the obligation remains in one part of a single type of place, which is that a part of the water is indicated in the sea, and it is said, This is because as water it does not deserve this part of the place. But if it were to the middle of the sea, was it closer or farther possible? What was designated for it? It is said that the watery form in that water encountered the matter that was settled in that place, because the air, for example, is what turns into water, and that air was present, then the encounter with the cause, like cold, is what transformed it into water, so it remained water then. The matter was not without form then, but with the form of air, so it shed it and donned the form of water. This is one of the causes. One of the reasons is that it may be transferred to it due to a motor or other means. As for the water presence, it does not require a specific part of the water's space, but rather an additional matter of the kind we mentioned, if it becomes clear that matter does not exist by itself without form. The second evidence is that if matter is assumed to be abstracted from form, it must either be divisible or indivisible. If it is divisible, then it contains the bodily form. And if it is indivisible, it must either be that its nature is such that it cannot be divided inherently, or that it is an external accident. If it is inherent, it is impossible for it to accept division, just as it is impossible for an accident to turn into a body, or for the intellect to become a body. If it is an external accident, then it contains a form, and is not devoid of form, but that form is contrary to the bodily form. This is despite the fact that the bodily form has no opposite, as will be mentioned when discussing opposition. If it is said, then what do you deny to someone who accepts that the bodily form is associated with matter, but says it is an accident that necessarily exists within it? It is said to him, this is impossible because the subject is constituted by itself without being presented in the mind, and although it may not be separate in existence, the mind has a way to consider the essence of that subject and to ask, is it referred to or not, and is it divisible or not? The two mentioned proofs return in the same way with an added problem, which is that if the matter itself is not referred to, and the reference is to the form, which is an accident, and the accident is inherent in the essence of the subject, then if the subject is not referred to, it should be distinct from the referred accident, and the accident should not be inherent in it, nor should it be established in it, but rather established in itself as it becomes referred to, and all of this is impossible. Therefore, it is clear that matter does not exist without form, and that corporeal form and matter also do not exist without the addition of the specific essence that completes the type of that body, because every body, when left to its nature, seeks a place to settle in, and this is not due to it being a body, but to an addition. Every body is either quick to separate, or difficult to separate, or impossible to separate, and all of this is not purely due to corporeality, but to something additional. Therefore, there must also be an addition for existence to be complete, and it has been concluded from this that the body is a substance composed of two parts, form and matter, and their composition is not by way of combining two separate entities that exist without synthesis, but it is an intellectual composition, as has been indicated. The statement on symptoms. The symptoms must be divided after the essence is divided, and they are first divided into two sections. One of them is a substance that requires an external concept for its own conception. The second is not needed. As for the first, it is of two types, quantity and quality. As for quantity, it is the attribute that follows the substance due to estimation and the increase and decrease of equality, such as length, width, depth, and time, for this does not require attention to an external matter in its conception, and it is the reason for the division of substances. The second type is quality, which cannot be conceived as something external, and does not result in a division of substance. Examples of this include the tangible qualities perceived by the senses: colors, tastes, smells, roughness, touch, softness, hardness, wetness, dryness, heat, and cold. Among the intangible qualities, there are those that indicate a potential for perfection or its opposite, such as the strength of proper wrestling and weakness, as well as illness. Additionally, there are qualities that represent perfection, such as knowledge and chastity. As for the other category that requires attention to an external matter, it consists of 7, the addition and where. And when the situation and the grandmother, and to act and to be affected. As for the addition, it is a state of the essence that occurs due to the existence of something else in its opposition, such as fatherhood, sonship, brotherhood, friendship, proximity, and parallelism, and being on the right and left, as fatherhood belongs to the father only in relation to the existence of the son in opposition to him. And as for where, it is the existence of something in a place, like being above or below. As for when, it is the existence of something in time, like being yesterday, a year ago, or today. As for the position, it is the ratio of the parts of the body to each other, such as being standing, lying down, or sitting, as the difference in the position of the legs from the thighs affects standing and sitting. As for the essence, also called ownership, it is the state of something such that it is surrounded by what moves with its movement, like being clothed, enveloped, adorned, and shod, and the horse being saddled and bridled. If it is not a surrounding and moves with its movement, it is not considered part of it. For example, if someone puts a shirt on their head, they are not considered to be clothed. If it is a surrounding but does not move with its movement, ownership is not established. For instance, the house surrounds the person, and the vessel surrounds the water, but they do not move with the movement of what surrounds. As for doing, it is the state of something being an agent while it is actually influencing others, as the fire is burning at the time of the actual burning and is heating. As for passivity, it is what contrasts with it, which is the continued effect of one thing on another, such as heating water and cooling it, and darkening and lightening it. Heating is different from heat, and darkening is different from darkness, as heat and darkness are qualities that do not require attention to the other. What we mean by passivity is the effect, change, and transition from one state to another, where heat may increase or decrease. If it is stable, it is conditioned by heat, thus it is not passive. Let this distinction be understood. The statement regarding the divisions of the singularities of these symptoms and establishing evidence that they are symptoms. As for quantity, it is of two types, continuous and discrete. The continuous has 4 sections, line and surface, the body and time. As for the line, it is the length, and it is that which does not have extension and quantity except in one direction. 1, and it is in the body with strength, and if it becomes an action, it is called a line. The second, it is an extension in 2 directions, which are length and width, and it exists in the body as potential, but is realized in actuality by cutting. Thus it is called a surface. By surface, we mean the visible face of the body, which is its boundary. Third, it must have 3 extensions, which is the body. The face that meets the tangent, if nothing from the interior of the body is considered other than it, is the surface, which is an accident, because it did not exist while the body was present. When the body is cut, it appears in the body, and this is the meaning of an accident. Just as the surface is a section of the body, the line is a boundary of the surface and its section, and the point is a boundary of the line and its section. As long as the surface is an accident, it is clear that the point and the line are more deserving of being accidents. Indeed, the point has no magnitude. If it had a single magnitude and extension, it would become a line. If it had 2 magnitudes, it would become a surface. And if it had a magnitude in 3 directions, it would become a body. The line, surface, and body can be imagined by conceiving movement. Thus, if the point moves, the line is formed. If the line moves not in the direction of its extension, the surface is formed. If the surface moves not in the direction of its extension, the body is obtained. This may be thought to be a realization, and that the line is obtained from the movement of the point, which is impossible. Rather, it is a fanciful matter, as the point does not move unless there is a place, and there is no place unless there is a body. Thus, the body precedes the surface precedes the line precedes the point, and the point is based on the assumption of movement in the point. As for time, it is a measure of motion, and will be discussed in natural sciences. As for the discrete quantity, we mean by it the number, which is also an attribute because the number arises from the repetition of units. If the one and the unit are attributes, then the number resulting from them is more deserving of being an attribute. The discrete quantity differs from the continuous quantity in one aspect, which is that there is no common part between the parts of the discrete that connects one end to the other, as there is no connection between the second and the third, nor is there a common part between the ends that connects one to the other, just as the imagined common point in the middle of the line connects the ends of the line, and as the line connects the ends of the surface, and as the imagined surface connects the ends of the body, and as the now connects the ends of the past and future time. The sign that the unit is an attribute is that it can be either in water, a human, or a horse. The meaning of water is one thing, and the meaning of the unit is another, which is why one unit of water can become two when divided and one when combined. Thus it undergoes the state of unity and duality. It is a subject, and this is an attribute. Yes, a single human does not become two, as this is an inherent attribute for it, and this does not contradict its being an attribute. Therefore, the unit is a meaning present in the subject of that subject, existing in itself by its essence without the assumption of unity, which is what is meant by the attribute. As for the manner, we will provide two examples, colors and shapes. We say, black is a quality because if it were assumed not to exist in a subject, it would either be something that can be pointed to and divided, or something that cannot be pointed to and is not divisible. If it cannot be pointed to or divided, it cannot be contrasted, nor can it be perceived by sight, and it is not a description of a form that appears to the observer in a specific direction, which can be perceived by sight and can be divided. Even if it is divisible, its being black is different from its being divisible, as both black and white share the quality of divisibility, but differ in their blackness and whiteness. We mean by body only that which is divisible. It can either be said to be in a divisible form, which is the quality, or it can be said to be the essence of the divisible, which is impossible, as the essence of divisibility is corporeality, and we do not mean anything else by corporeality. The reality of blackness is not the same as the reality of division, nor is it identical. Indeed, blackness does not distinguish itself from its place in sensory indication, but it is characterized by the indication of the mind, as we mentioned, so it is a presentation. As for the shapes, they are also attributes, because the candle has different shapes, and it is continuously existent. Thus, rotation, squaring, and triangulation are all from the quality, and they are attributes. There may be a dispute about the existence of the circle, and it is said that no specific shape can be imagined with a point in its center, from which all lines to the perimeter are equal. The proof of its existence is that the body is perceived through the senses, and it is either composite or simple. The composite can only be made of simple, and it is necessary to prove the simple. The simple is that which does not have different qualities, but rather one similar quality, like the quality of water and air. If this is devoid of quantity and essence, it must either have a shape of its own or not. It is invalid for it to have no shape, as that would imply it is infinite. We have assumed a finite quantity of it, and if it acquires a shape, it is either a sphere, a square, or something else. It is impossible for it to be anything other than a sphere, because similar qualities in a similar place do not lead to different shapes, so that some parts would require a line and others an angle. The only similar shape is the sphere, so it must be that its shape is spherical, and whenever the sphere is cut with a straight line, the section is necessarily a circle. Thus, the possibility of the circle has been established, and it is the origin of shapes. It has been established that quantity and quality are attributes. As for the remaining 7, their relativity is not hidden, because they cannot be free from the addition of something to something, and there must be something in order to be added. The action is the relation of something to something through influence, so there must be something existing first in order to have an effect, and the reaction is the relation of something to another through influence, so there must be something first in order to be affected. As for the remaining 4, they also require a subject, because they are related either to time or place, or to a surrounding or a part, and there must be something for them to be either in time or in place, or in a state or form. So these are 9 accidents. Therefore, existence applies to 10 things. one substance, and 9 accidents, and they cannot be defined by a definition since there is no broader genus than them. The definition is what combines the genus and the specific difference, so it is equivalent to existence in that it does not accept definition, but it does accept description, unlike existence, as there is nothing more well-known than existence to define it. As for these matters, they are obscure and can be described by what is more well-known than them, and these 10 are called the 10 categories. If it is asked whether the name of existence applies to these 10 by sharing or by participation, we say, neither by sharing nor by participation. Some have thought it to be by sharing, and that the accident does not share existence with the substance, but the existence of the substance means nothing but the substance itself, and the existence of quantity means nothing but the quantity itself. Existence is merely one name that encompasses different things that do not share in meaning at all, like the word I for its reference. This is corrupt in 2 ways. One of them is that our statement, the substance exists, is a meaningful and comprehensible statement, and if the existence of the substance were identical to the substance itself, it would be like saying, the substance is a substance. And if we say that action and reaction are not existent, it may be true in some cases, but our statement that action and reaction are not action, and reaction is never true. If our statement existent is like saying action, then our statement action is not existent would be like saying action is not action. Second, the mind judges that division does not exceed 2 in everything, as it is said of a thing that it is either existent or non-existent. If existence has no meaning other than these 10, then division is not limited to 2, but this statement would not be understood. Rather, it should be said that a thing is either substance, quality, or quantity, in addition to the remaining 10, so the division would be 10, not 2. This is evident from what we mentioned earlier about the essence, which is the existence that is not the essence itself. Therefore, it can be asked, what made heat exist, and what made blackness exist in the space? But it cannot be asked what made blackness a color, and what made it black. The distinction between essence and essence is known by the indication of the mind, not by the indication of the senses, just as the distinction between form and matter is known. If it is said that if this is true, then let it be a common term. I mean the name of existence in relation to the 10. It is said, the term common is applied to what encompasses its meanings uniformly, without difference and without precedence or succession, like animality for man and horse, and humanity for Zayd and Amr, as neither is more entitled to it than the other, nor is one prior to the other in it. Existence is first established for substance, and then for quantity and quality through it, and for the remaining accidents through them. Thus it has been subject to precedence and succession. As for the difference, it is that the existence of blackness, which is a stable form, is not like the existence of movement, change, and time, as they have no stability or permanence. Rather, the existence of movement, time, and matter is weaker than the existence of others. So, these 10 agree in existence from one aspect and differ from another. Thus there is a distinction between the shared and the common, which is why this type of name is called a qualified name, or can be referred to as agreed upon. It has been established that existence is accidental for all things. The essences acquire existence through a cause, as existence is not from their essence, and everything that is not from the essence of a thing is due to a cause. Likewise, the first cause was existence without an additional essence, as will be explained later, so existence can be considered a genus for something from the essences. The accident, in relation to the 9, is likewise, because each of them has an essence in itself, and its accident, which is relative to its place. Thus, the name of accident is in relation to its addition to its place, not in relation to its essence. Therefore, we can conceive some of them, and doubt whether they are accidents or not. However, we cannot conceive the type and doubt the existence of the genus for it, as a person cannot conceive blackness and doubt its being a color, or a horse, and doubt its being a body, or an animal. Similarly, the term one, even though it has a generality like the term existence, is not essential to any of the essences. Thus, existence, accident, and unity are neither a genus nor a species for any of the 10 essences at all. Therefore, We have divided the existent into substance and accident, the substance into 4 categories, and the accident into 9 categories, and we have divided some of the units of the 9 and demonstrated that they are accidents, so let us return to other divisions of the existent. Second division. The existing is divided into total and partial. As for their essence, we have mentioned it. In the beginning of logic, we will now mention their rulings, and if they are valid, which are 4. The first is that the meaning designated as universal exists entirely in the minds, not in the realities. When some people heard our statement that every human is one in humanity, and that every blackness is one in blackness, they assumed that the universal blackness is a single meaning that exists, and that the universal human is a single meaning that exists. The universal soul is a single meaning in number, existing in multiple individuals, like a father who has several sons, and a single son for multiple regions, which is a pure error. For if there were one soul in number that is the same for Zaid and the same for Amr, and if Zaid is knowledgeable and Amr is ignorant, it would follow that the one soul is both knowledgeable and ignorant about the same matter at the same time, which is impossible. If the universal animal existed as one in individuals, that one would be walking and flying and walking on 2 legs and on 4, which is impossible. However, the universal exists in the mind, and its meaning is that the mind inevitably accepts the image of a human, and its reality is observed in a single individual that comes to mind first. If it then sees another human, no new effect is produced. It remains as it was, and the same applies if it sees a third or fourth. The impression formed in the mind initially from Zaid relates to every human in the realm of God Almighty as one, for the individuals of humanity do not differ in the essence of humanity at all. If it then sees a lion, another essence is formed in it, and an impression that contradicts the first. The impression from Zaid is a personal image in the mind, and the meaning of its being universal is that its relation to every individual among people, past, present, and future, is one, and that anyone that comes to mind produces this impression, and the subsequent one does not add to it. An example is if seals are impressed on the same impression. If one is placed on a candle, an image is produced. If the second and third are placed on that same spot, the first impression does not change, nor is the place affected. It is said, the impression on the candle is a universal impression, meaning it corresponds to all the seals in a single correspondence, so none of them is distinguished in relation to it from the others. This is reasonable, but to assume that a single impression exists in a gold seal, in an iron seal, and in a silver seal is impossible unless it is said. It is one in type, but in number, the impression of each seal is different from the other. Yes, their effects on the candle are one effect, and the impression produced from all of them is on a single candle. Thus, the imprint of the boundaries of things in the mind and the meaning of their universality should be understood. Therefore, the universal, inasmuch as it is universal, exists in the minds, not in the realities. There is no universal human in external existence, while the essence of humanity exists in both realities and minds. The second ruling is that a universal cannot have many particulars unless each particular is distinguished from the other by a characteristic or an attribute. If only the universal is assumed without any additional matter added to it, then multiplicity and specialization cannot be conceived within it. For 2 blacks in one place at one time is impossible. Rather, absolute black becomes 2 by the necessity of a difference between the 2. As for in the case of 2 blacks in 2 places or in time as 2 blacks in one place at 2 times, and if the place and time are unified, multiplicity cannot be conceived. Likewise, 2 humans cannot be conceived unless one of them differs from the other in a way that adds to mere universal humanity, whether by place, attribute, or otherwise. For if there were no difference between them, and they were 2, it would be permissible to say that each human is 2 humans, or even 10, and no number would be distinguished from another. This is evident in every black, which is clearly impossible. However, its proof is that if 2 blacks are assumed in one place, even before that black, and each black is distinguished from the other, then when we say of that black itself that it is black, and that it is that very black, are they one or not? If they are one, then the meaning of our statement, "It is that very black," is that it is a specific black. Therefore, everything we say is black. We have said, "It is that very black." Thus, the black assumed for the other is also that very black. Hence, there is no multiplicity. If there is a meaning under our statement, it is that very black that adds to what is under our statement. Blackness, for an additional matter, has inevitably been added to the blackness, making it different from the other in that meaning to which it has been added. It has become evident that it is impossible for the particulars of each to be multiple, except by adding an additional matter to the universal, either a genus or an accident. If the first cause is a singular essence without any composition of genus and accident, then duality in it cannot be conceived at all. The third judgment. The division does not enter into the essence of the genus, nor into the nature of the universal meaning at all, but rather into its existence, and existence is different from essence. The explanation is that humanity has no role in the essence of animality. Rather, the essence of animality in its entirety is established in the mind, without humanity, hoarseness, or other divisions, unlike corporeality. For if it were absent from the mind, the essence of animality would cease to exist in the mind. If humanity were a condition for animality to be equine, as corporeality is a condition for it, then animality would not be established for the horse, as it is not human, just as animality is established for that which is not a body. Animality for the horse is complete, just as it is for the human, so there is no role for the division in the essences of universal meanings. Indeed, it has a role in making the universal meaning existent and realized, as an animal cannot exist unless it is a horse, a human, or something else, and an animal is an animal without horseness or humanity, and existence is different from essence as previously mentioned. If this is established in the division, it is undoubtedly more evident in the accident, for if humanity does not enter into the essence of animality, then it is more appropriate that length and width do not enter either. The fourth rule. Every accident of a thing is caused, and its cause is either inherent to the subject, like the downward motion of a stone and the cooling of water, or external to it, like the heat of water and the upward motion of a stone. We say this because this accident of the essence must either be caused or not caused. If it is not caused, then it exists by itself, and anything that exists by itself does not cease to exist due to the absence of something else, nor does it require the existence of something else for its own existence. An accident necessarily requires something to be an accident for it to exist, so it cannot exist by itself, thus it must be caused. Its cause must either be in the essence of the subject or outside of it. This is an exhaustive division, thus it serves as a proof. Regardless of how the cause is, whether it is internal to the subject or external to it, its existence must first be established for it to be a cause for something else. Therefore, it is impossible for the essence to be the cause of its own existence. Every essence has an existence that is additional to it, caused by something other than the essence itself, since a cause must exist in order to bring about existence for something else. The essence, prior to existence, cannot be said to exist. How then can it be a cause for existence? This implies that if there exists something that is not caused, then its being cannot be different from its essence, but rather its being is the essence itself. If it were different, it would be an accident to it, and would be caused by something other than the essence. Thus it would be an effect, which we have established is impossible. If it is said, the universal meaning of particulars may be specific, like the human for Zaid and Amr, or it may be generic, like the animal for the human and the horse. How can one discern the difference and know that this universal is the specific that does not accept division except by accidents, or that it is the generic that accepts division by essential attributes? It is said, whatever universals are presented to you, if you want to consider them as existing, specific entities, and you find that you need to add to them a meaning that is not an accident, then it is generic. If you only need to add an accident, then it is specific. Thus, the understanding of the distinction between the specific and the generic is contingent upon the understanding of the distinction between the essential and the accidental, as previously mentioned. An example is that when you are told 4 or 5, you do not need to add anything to the consideration of the existence of 4, except to specify it as being a walnut, a horse, or a human. These are accidents of the four, indeed of numbers, and are not essential to them. We have mentioned that the meaning of the essential is that the meaning cannot be fully understood without first understanding the essential. In understanding four, you do not need to have in mind the walnut, the horse, or other countables. When you are told a number, you cannot assume that the number exists as a specific entity. Rather, it requires the nature to know which number is present, whether it is 5, 10, or another. Once it becomes 5, it does not require anything else except to specify the countable, which is an accident in relation to the number, not as being 5, since it is not additional to the numerical aspect, but is the numerical essence of that number. These meanings are clear in the mind, and it may be difficult to seek them from the expressions used in explaining them, leading to complexity. Therefore, let the focus be on the meaning, not on the wording. This is the ruling of the universal. The third division of the existent. The existent is divided into one and many, so let us mention the states. The one and the many, and their suffixes. As for the singular, it is used literally and permissively, and the singular in the literal sense is the specific individual. But it is on 3 ranks. The first rank is the single part that has no multiplicity, either in potentiality or in actuality, such as the point and the essence of the Creator. Exalted be his might, for it is not actually divided, nor is it capable of division. It is devoid of multiplicity in existence, possibility, potentiality, and actuality. Thus, it is the true one. The second rank. The one in connection is that which does not have multiplicity in actuality, but has multiplicity in potentiality, meaning it is capable of multiplicity. For example, if we say this line is 1 or 2, and this body is 1 or 2 bodies, if there is a discontinuity in it, we judge it to be 2. If it is one in connection in a way of similarity, we say it is 1 line, 1 body, and 1 water, as there is no actual multiplicity and separation in it, yet it is capable of multiplicity. From this perspective, one might think it is not a true one, because the potentiality close to actuality is thought to be actual, but in reality, it is one, and the multiplicity in it is only potential. The third rank. It must be one in a certain type of connection, and it indeed has multiplicity, like a single bed and a single person composed of different parts, such as the composition of the human body from bones, flesh, and veins. This is one, as it is said, 1 bed and 1 person, and it has actual multiplicity, considering the parts, unlike 1 water and 1 body that are similar. There is a difference between the 2 ranks. This is in the particular that is truly called one. As for metaphor, it is the application of the name of one thing to many things, because they fall under a general one category, and that is 5. The first, union by species, as you say, human and horse are one in animality. The second, the union of the type, as in saying Zaid and Amr are one in humanity. Third, the union by appearance, as it is said that snow and camphor are one in whiteness. Fourth, the union in relation, as in saying, the relation of the king to civilization and the relation of the soul to the body is one. The fifth. On the subject is like saying about sugar that it is white and sweet. You say, the white and the sweet are one, meaning their subject is one, so the one becomes absolute in relation to 8 meanings. Then, the union divides in quantity according to the divisions of qualities. If the union is in quantity, it is called equality. If in quality, it is called similarity. If by position, it is called parallelism. And if by property, it is called resemblance. Whenever you know that the one is applied in 8 ways, the many, in contrast, must also multiply in its diversity. Among the consequences of the one is, it is what it is. For if something is one in itself, and its term or relation differs, it is said, it is what it is, as it is said the lion is the lion, and Zaid is the son of Amr. As for the consequences of the many, they are otherness, opposition, and contrast, as well as similarity, parallelism, equality, and resemblance. for these can only be understood in two or more. Thus, it is necessary to clarify the categories of opposition, which are four. One of them contrasts negation and affirmation, as in saying human, not human. The second, the addition corresponds to the father and son, and the friend and friend, as one of them, meets the other. The third faces the void and the essence as it does between movement and stillness. The fourth is the confrontation of opposites, such as heat and cold. The difference between the opposite and non-existence is that non-existence is defined as the absence of something from the subject only, not the presence of something else. Stillness is the absence of movement, and if blackness were to cease without the occurrence of another color, that would be non-existence. However, if redness or whiteness occurs, this is an existence added to the absence of blackness. Non-existence is merely the negation of that thing, while the opposite is something that exists alongside the negation of the thing. Therefore, it is said that a single cause cannot suffice for opposites. Rather, opposites require two causes. As for the quality and non-existence, their cause is one, and that one, if present, necessitates the quality, and if absent or non-existent, necessitates non-existence. The cause of non-existence is the absence of the cause of existence. The cause of rest is the absence of the cause of motion. As for the relationship of the added, its property is that each one is known in relation to the other, unlike heat, which is known without comparison to cold, and unlike motion, which is known without comparison to rest. As for the relationship of negation and affirmation, it differs from opposition and non-existence, in that it only exists in speech and encompasses everything. The name of opposition, however, only applies to what has the same subject and the subject of its opposite, and this is not sufficient unless it is such that they cannot coexist and alternate, and there is a great difference between them, like black and white, unlike black and red, as red seems to be a color transitioning from white to black, so it is between them, and not at the utmost distance from it. There may be many intermediaries between opposites, some closer to one end than the other, and there may be no intermediary between them. Thus, the opposite shares the subject with the opposite, as do the quality and non-existence, and this is not necessarily the case in negation and affirmation. There may also be a sharing in the genus, like masculinity and femininity, as they do not apply to the same individual. One may err in defining the genus and take the negation of the meaning beneath it, and associate it with a definition or characteristic, thus assigning it an affirmative name, mistakenly believing it to be an opposite, as it is said that numbers are divided into even and odd, and it is thought that they are opposites, which is incorrect, as the subject is not the same, since an even number can never be an odd number, and the number defined for this does not apply to that. Rather, there is a relationship of negation and affirmation between them, as the meaning of even is that it divides into equal parts, and the meaning of odd is that it does not divide into equal parts. Our statement that it does not divide is pure negation, but it has been assigned the name odd in contrast to even, leading one to believe it is an opposite, like the contrary. If it is asked, is it permissible for one thing to have more than one opposite? It is said, whenever the opposite is defined as those alternating on one subject, provided there is a great difference between them, it follows from this definition that there can only be one opposite, because that which is at the utmost degree of distance must necessarily be one. The fourth division. Existence is divided into what is advanced and what is delayed. Advancement and delay are also intrinsic attributes of existence, and the advanced is said to be before, while the delayed is said to be after. It is said that God Almighty is before the world. The concept of being before is applied in 5 ways, as the advanced is divided into 5 categories. The first, which is the most apparent, advanced in time, and as if the name before has a true meaning in the language. The second, the advanced in rank, is either by position, as when you say, Baghdad before Kufa, if you intend Mecca from Khorasan, and this row before that row, meaning it is closer to the goal attributed to it from the Qibla or otherwise, or by nature, as we say that animality precedes humanity, and corporeality precedes animality, if we start from the more general side. Its characteristic is that it reverses if taken from the other side. If you consider from the more specific side first, animality becomes prior to corporeality. And if you consider from Mecca, Kufa becomes prior to Baghdad. And the third is the one who is advanced in honor, as we say, Abu Bakr then Umar, and indeed Abu Bakr is before. All the companions, may God be pleased with them, are honored and virtuous. The fourth is the advanced one, of course, which does not rise with the rise of the one preceding it, but the one preceding it rises with its rise. For you say, one is before two, for if one were to not exist in the world, it would necessitate the non-existence of two, since every two is one and one. And if two were to not exist, it would not necessitate the non-existence of one. And when you say, one is before two, we do not mean a temporal precedence, but it is permissible for it to be with two, and to comprehend its two aspects with that. The fifth is the one that is advanced in essence, which exists with another, but the existence of that other is through it, and not its existence through that other. This is like the precedence of the cause over the effect, and like the precedence of the movement of the hand over the movement of the ring. It is preferable to say the hand moved, so the ring moved, and it is not preferable to say the ring moved, so the hand moved. The then indicates succession, and it is known that they are both together in time, but this precedence is due to causality and necessity. The fifth division. The existent is divided into cause and effect, that is, into cause and effect, and everything that exists in itself, not due to the existence of something else, is known as a cause of that effect, and that effect is the effect of that cause. Everything that results from parts does not have the existence of the part due to the existence of the whole, but rather, the existence of the whole is due to the existence of the parts and their coming together. The sikanjabin is not the cause of the sugar, but sugar is the cause of the sikanjabin, for it is through it that the sikanjabin is obtained. This is evident when the part precedes the whole in time. If they do not differ in time, like the hand in relation to the human being, it is also the same. Therefore, everything that is a part of the whole is a cause of the whole. The cause is divided into what is a part of the essence of the effect and what is external. What is a part of the effect is divided into what does not necessitate the existence of the effect, like wood for the chair, and what necessitates the existence of the essence of the effect when it is assumed to exist, like the shape of the chair. For if it is assumed to exist, the chair must necessarily exist, unlike the wood. Although the chair is a whole that cannot exist without the combination of the shape and the wood. The relationship of the wood to the chair is called a substantial cause, while the relationship of the shape is called a formal cause. As for the external, it is divided into what is a source of the thing, like the carpenter for the chair, and is called an efficient cause, as well as the father for the sun and fire for heat, and into what is for the sake of the thing, but is not from it, and is called a final and complete cause, like the shelter for the house and the suitability for sitting on the chair. One of the properties of the final cause is that all other causes become causes through it, for if the shape of the chair prepared for sitting is not represented, and the need to sit is not in the carpenter, he cannot become an efficient cause, nor can the wood become the element of the chair, nor can the shape reside in it. Therefore, when finality exists among all causes, it is the cause of causes. The efficient cause either acts by nature, like fire burning and the sun illuminating, or its action is by will, like a human walking. Every agent has a purpose in its action, and it must not be that the existence of that purpose and its non-existence are equivalent for it, for the purpose is what makes the existence of the action preferable to the agent over its non-existence. If it were not so, it would not be called a purpose, for what has its existence and non-existence equivalent in relation to the agent would not have chosen its existence over its non-existence for a benefit or purpose, and everything that is thus would not be a purpose. The question remains as to why it chose existence over non-existence. It can only be resolved by mentioning the purpose, and there is no purpose except what makes the existence of the action preferable for the agent over non-existence. If it were not preferable, existence and non-existence would be equal, making it impossible to lean towards one of them. everything that has a purpose is deficient, for obtaining that purpose is better for it than not obtaining it. Therefore, it has something in itself from the missing goods, and it is completed by obtaining it, so it cannot be complete in itself without that. The statement of the one who says that he acts not for a benefit that returns to him, but to another is incorrect, for it is said, "Is the benefit for another in his regard preferable to its non-existence?" If his benefit is preferable and more suitable for him, then he has benefited in himself by benefiting another what is more suitable and preferable for him. Thus, he was incomplete before it. If he had no benefit in benefiting, the question returns as to why he benefited, which is unavoidable. Therefore, every agent has a purpose, and the purpose completes him and removes the deficiency that was in him by the completeness obtained through it. If there is a being in possibility that necessitates the effect by its essence, in that its essence is one that necessarily emanates from it, the existence of another, without any purpose, then this efficient cause is higher and more noble than the efficiency with purpose and choice. Everything that was not an agent and became an agent must have a condition or renewal, whether it be a condition, nature, will, purpose, ability, or state, whatever state you wish. Otherwise, if the states of the agent remain as they were, and no condition has been renewed either in itself or outside of itself. Until now, the existence of the action from it would not be preferable to non-existence, but non-existence would be the continuous state, and the states would remain as they were, necessitating the continuity of non-existence. If non-existence was continuous before this, because there was no reason to prefer existence over it, and now it has come into being, then its cause should be the obtaining of the reason. If no reason has been renewed, and the reason has been negated as it was, non-existence would necessarily continue as it was. Further explanation will follow. It is worth mentioning that the cause is divided into a cause in itself and a cause by accident, and the term cause by accident is a mere metaphor, which did not bring about the effect by itself, but rather by something else. However, that other thing could not bring about the effect except in its presence, just as the one who removes the support from under the ceiling is called a destroyer of the ceiling, which is a metaphor because the cause of the ceiling's collapse is its heaviness, but it was prevented from acting by the support. Thus, the one who removes the support enables it to act, and as it is said, scamonia, cools, in the sense that it removes the yellowness that prevents nature from cooling, so the cooling agent is nature itself, but after the removal of the impediment, and saffron is the cause of the removal of the yellowness, not the cause of the cooling that occurs after its removal by nature. Sixth division. The existence is divided into finite and infinite. The infinite is said in 4 aspects. 2 of them are impossible to exist, and 2 of them indicate the existence of, the first, that it can be said, the movement of the celestial sphere does not. An end to it, meaning it has no beginning, and this has been indicated by analogy. The second, it can be said that the human souls that are separate from the bodies also have no end, and this is also necessarily required by denying the end of time and the movement of the celestial bodies, meaning the denial of the initial point. And the third is to say that bodies have no end, or that dimensions have no end from above and from under. This is impossible. And the fourth is that it is said that causes have no end, so that for everything there is a cause, and for its cause there is a cause, and then it does not end with a primary cause that has no cause. This is also impossible. The control in this is that every number, the existence of an infinite number of things together is impossible, as the arrangement between cause and effect is necessary. It is natural that if a cause is removed, its existence as a cause is nullified, and likewise, bodies and dimensions are also arranged, meaning some precede others necessarily, if we start from one side. However, this arrangement is based on position, not nature, as previously distinguished in the sections on precedence and delay. As for what exists in one of the mentioned aspects without the other, the denial of infinity is not impossible, such as the movement of the celestial sphere, which has an arrangement and succession, but not all of its parts exist at the same time. If it is said that the movement of the celestial sphere is infinite, it does not mean the denial of infinity for movements that exist, but rather that they are finite and non-existent. Similarly, the souls of human beings that separate from bodies through death may have their numbers denied infinity, even if they exist together, as there is no natural arrangement in them such that if their existence were to cease, they would no longer be souls. They exist together, without precedence or delay in position and nature, and only the notion of precedence and delay is imagined in the time of their occurrence. As for their essences, in terms of being essences and souls, there is no arrangement whatsoever. Rather, they are equal in existence, unlike dimensions, bodies, and cause and effect. As for the possibility of an infinite number of souls and a movement without a beginning, the evidence for this will be presented later. As for the impossibility of denying infinity, concerning bodies and dimensions, and anything that has an arrangement by position or nature, we will now mention it. As for the impossibility of denying the end, regarding dimensions, it is known by two proofs. One, that if we assume line, D, to be infinite in the direction of Z, and move line, AB, in its circle towards direction, Z, from line, DZ, until it became parallel to it, this was a movement that was necessarily possible. If we moved it away from the parallel towards the proximity, it must inevitably have a point that rises. It is the first point of tangency. Then after that, the rest of the points tangentially approach until it returns from tangency to parallelism from the other side, which is impossible, because if it is inclined towards it from parallelism without tangency, it is impossible. And tangency is impossible, because tangency occurs first at the first point, and not on the line that has no endpoint, which is the first point. Every point assumed for tangency must have tangentially approached what came before it necessarily, so it cannot be tangential unless it has tangentially approached what is infinite, and then there cannot be a first point, which is the point of tangency, which is impossible. And this is a conclusive geometric proof of the impossibility of proving infinite dimensions, whether the presence of the void or the absence. The second evidence is that if a line can be drawn without end, let it be a line, A, and have no end in the direction of B, and let it be published. To the point, D, if the distance from D to B is finite, then if Z is added to it, ZB is finite. And if the distance from D to B is infinite, then if we mistakenly apply DB to ZB, they must either extend together towards B without any difference, which is impossible, as the lesser would equal the greater, since DB is less than ZB. If DB falls short of ZB and is interrupted before it, while ZB continues, then DB has ended at its interruption towards B, and ZB only increases by the finite amount, Z that is finite, and anything that exceeds the finite by a finite amount is finite, thus ZB is necessarily finite. As for the impossibility of causes without end, if they are assumed to be arranged such that some are causes for others, it must ultimately lead to a cause that is not caused, which is a limit, thus it must be finite. If it does not end at a limit but continues indefinitely, there is no doubt that the totality of those causes, which are without end, exists in reality as a whole. Therefore, this totality, as a whole, must either be possible and caused or necessary, and it is false for it to be necessary because the sentence occurred with individual causes, and the result in the cause cannot be necessary, so it must be caused, and thus depends on an external cause apart from that sentence. Everything that is from those individuals has been included in the sentence, and the ruling on the sentence encompassing the individuals is that it is caused, so it depends on an external cause that is not caused, thus it inevitably becomes a limit and becomes finite. This is the statement regarding the finite and the infinite. Seventh division. The existing is divided into what is potential and what is actual, and the term. Power and action refer to the existence of different things that we do not need. As for power, it is divided into the power of action and the power of reaction. The power of action is the meaning by which the doer prepares to be an agent, like heat to fire in the act of heating. As for the power of potentiality, we mean the quality by which the recipient is prepared for potentiality, such as the softness and stickiness in wax, to accept engraving and shapes. It contrasts with the active power in another way, as every existing entity that is truly present is said to be actual. This does not refer to the action we previously mentioned, as it is said that the essence of the first principle is actual in every way, and there is nothing in it that is potential. The action in the first sense regarding it is impossible, but its meaning is the existing and obtained. The potentiality that opposes this action is the possibility of the existence of something before its existence. As long as it is not present, it is said to be potential. It may be loosely said that it exists potentially, and calling it existing is a metaphor, just as it is said that wine is intoxicating, and the intoxication in wine is present in the vessel potentially, which is a metaphor, as it is not intoxicating, but because the intoxication is possibly obtainable from it, it is called potential. Similarly, it is said of a single body that it is divisible, meaning that the division in it is potential. Otherwise, there is no actual division in it before the act of division and its creation by cutting the body and separating its parts. We will complete this division by mentioning two rulings. The first, the ruling of this final power that relates to the possibility of existence. It requires a place and a substance in which it exists, and it follows that every event must be preceded by a substance, so it cannot be. The first substance is an event that is ancient, because every event is potential before it occurs, meaning it is possible to happen before it happens. Thus, the possibility of occurrence precedes the occurrence itself. This possibility cannot be anything other than something that exists or a mere nothing. If it is a mere nothing, then this event has no possibility. Therefore, it cannot exist, and if it cannot exist, it is impossible for it to be. And if it were impossible to be, it would never have been, which is absurd. Therefore, if it is established that possibility is a real matter, reason dictates it must either be a substance existing by itself, or it must require a subject. It is false to say that possibility is a substance existing by itself, because it is a description added to what is possible. It cannot be conceived as existing by itself. Thus, it must necessarily have a subject, and the essence of possibility returns to the description of the subject by accepting change. As one might say, this child has the potential to learn, making knowledge possible for this child, and this sperm can potentially become a human, so the possibility of human existence is a description of the sperm. This air can potentially become water. However, if one assumes an event occurs without being preceded by a substance, then your statement that the event is possible before it occurs has no meaning, because possibility is a description that requires an existing entity to be based upon. A thing before its existence cannot be a subject for a description. Thus, the possibility of every event lies in its substance, and the potential for its occurrence in its subject, which is what we mean when we say it exists potentially, just as one might say knowledge exists in the child potentially, and the palm tree exists in the seed potentially. The potential can be near or far. The sperm is a human in the near potential, while the soil is a human in the far potential, as it does not become a human until it undergoes many stages. The second ruling. The power of action is divided into two parts. The first, what is on the action, not on its opposite, like the power of fire to burn, not to not burn. And the second, what is related to action and inaction, like a person's ability to move and be still. The first is called natural power. The second is voluntary power. This second power, whenever complete will is added to it and there is no obstacle, the occurrence of the action from it becomes necessary by nature, just as it is necessary from the first power. When ability is present and will is complete, it is free from hesitation and doubt, and it becomes decisive. If the action does not occur, it can only be due to an obstacle. Whenever the actual power meets the reactive power, and each of the two powers is complete, the reaction occurs necessarily. In summary, every cause necessitates its effect necessarily, and if the effect does not necessarily arise from its cause, it will not occur. As long as it is possible for it not to occur due to the absence of all the conditions of the cause, it will not occur. If the conditions of the cause are fulfilled, the occurrence of the effect becomes determined, and it becomes impossible for it not to occur. For if the necessitating factor is present, and the necessitated factor is absent, this can only be due to a deficiency in its nature, if it is by nature, or in its will, if it is by will, or due to its non-existence if its action is by its essence. As long as it is possible for the necessitating factor not to occur, it is not an actual cause, but a potential one, and a new matter must arise to move it from potentiality to actuality. When that matter is present, the transition to action becomes necessary. The eighth division. The existent is divided into necessary and possible. By this, we mean that every existent either relates its existence to something other than itself, such that if that other were to not exist, its own existence would also cease, just as a chair's existence relates to the wood, the carpenter, the need for sitting, and the form. If any one of these four were to not exist, the chair would necessarily not exist. Or it does not relate its existence to anything else at all. Rather, if all other things were to not exist, it would not necessitate its own non-existence, as its own essence is sufficient for its existence. The first is termed possible, and the second is termed necessary. Thus, we say that everything whose existence is from itself, and not from another, is necessary, and what does not have existence by itself is either impossible in itself, meaning its existence is utterly impossible, or it is possible in itself. The necessary is the necessarily existent, the impossible is the necessarily non-existent, and the possible is the essence that does not necessitate its existence or non-existence. However, every possible essence, if it has existence, its existence is necessarily dependent on another. For if it existed by itself, it would be necessary, not possible. It has three considerations with that other. One of them is to consider the existence of that other, which is a cause, thus it becomes necessary, as it has been existing before the existence of the effect, which is necessary when the cause is present. Secondly, if the absence of a cause is considered, it is impossible, because if it existed, it would exist by itself, and not by a cause, thus it would be necessary. If one does not pay attention to considering its cause in terms of existence and non-existence, but rather focuses on its mere essence, then it has the possibility from its essence. The third matter is the possibility, just as the cause of the existence of 4 is the existence of 2. And 2, if the non-existence of 2 and 2 is considered, the existence of 4 in the world becomes impossible. And if their existence is considered, then 4 becomes necessary existence. And if one does not pay attention to the 2, but rather to the essence of 4, one finds it possible in itself, meaning there is no necessity for its existence, nor for its non-existence. Therefore, every possible being in itself only obtains its existence through its cause, and as long as it is possible to obtain through its cause, it does not exist. When it becomes necessary to exist through its cause, it is obtained, because as long as it is possible, non-existence continues, so possibility must cease. This possibility that ceases is not the possibility that pertains to it in itself, because that is not due to a cause so that it ceases. Rather, the possibility must cease from its cause and be replaced by necessity, which occurs when all conditions are present and the cause becomes as it should be in order to become a cause. Now, it is necessary to know an important principle in the possible, which is the foundation of a great rule. Whether the world, if it is ancient, can be an act of God Almighty or not. It is known that every possible being exists through another, and that other is its agent, and the fact that something is an agent for it implies two matters. One of them is to inform him that he brings him from non-existence to existence, just as a person builds a house. It was not, and this is clearly famous. And the other is that the existence of a thing in it is like the existence of light in the sun, so the sun is naturally called the agent of light, and those who believe that action only means events may think that if an event occurs, it becomes independent of the agent, so that even if the agent ceases to exist, the event does not cease to exist. And perhaps some may dare to say, if the existence of the Creator, exalted be He above what the wrongdoers say, were to be negated, it would not necessarily follow that the world would cease to exist after its existence. And this is supported by an example and an argument. The example is that the construction after the house is built does not harm the house's existence, nor does the house cease to exist with its absence. As for the argument, it is that the non-existent is the one that needs a creator. As for the existent, it does not need a creator. The example is invalid because the construction is not the cause of the existence of the house except metaphorically. Rather, it is the cause of the movement of the parts of the house towards each other, and those movements are caused by their movements and cease with the cessation of their movements. Now, the existence of the shape of the house means that the trunk has stopped in the place where it was placed, for it is heavy and seeks downward, and what is beneath it is dense and prevents it. Thus, the cause is the heaviness and density of what is beneath it. If the density were to cease, the shape of the house would be invalidated, and the wall built of clay retains its shape due to the dryness in the clay, which is what maintains its shape. If it were built from a liquid in a mold, the shape of the wall would be invalidated whenever the mold is lifted due to the lack of dryness. Therefore, the construction is not the agent of the house, and likewise, the father is not the agent of the son. Rather, he is the cause of the movement of copulation, and that movement is the cause of the movement of the sperm to the womb. Then, the occurrence of the human form in the sperm is caused by qualities in the essence of the sperm that exist with the form, and the cause of the soul is a cause that is permanently existent, so there is no meaning in objecting with this example. As for the argument, which is that the existent does not need a creator, it is correct, but it needs. To the extent of its existence, and its statement that the occurring action has two characteristics, one of them is that it is now present, and the other, that it was non-existent before this, and likewise the doer has two attributes. One of them is that existence now means the existence of its occurrence, and the other is that before it was not from him. So let him consider whether the action is related to the doer. It can only be from the aspect of its existence, or from the aspect of its previous non-existence, or from both. It is invalid for it to be from the aspect of its non-existence, because previous non-existence has no relation to the doer, nor does the doer have any effect on it. It is also invalid for it to be from both, because if the relation of non-existence to the doer is invalidated, then it is invalid to say it is from both. Therefore, there must be a relation of the action, and only its existence remains. What is related to the doer is the existence of the action, not its non-existence. If it is said that it is related to him in that it exists, preceded by non-existence, then that means its existence follows its non-existence, and the doer has no effect in it being existence after non-existence, as this existence can only be existence after non-existence. It is after non-existence by its nature. If the doer wanted to bring about an existence that is not after non-existence, it would not be possible. Thus, its being after non-existence is not by the making of a maker, but rather the effect of the maker in its existence. Indeed, the doer is capable of not acting and not bringing it into existence, but to bring it into existence not after non-existence is impossible. Therefore, the dependence of the event on the doer is only from the aspect of its existence, and it is possible only from this aspect. As for its existence after non-existence, it is necessary and not possible, so there is no need for a cause. And however it is related to it in terms of existence, as long as it exists, it cannot be independent of the cause, but rather it is related to it, meaning its existence is dependent on it in all circumstances, just as the existence of light is dependent on the sun in all circumstances. As for the cause, it has two attributes as we mentioned. The cause, being a reason, does not escape being either in terms of having existence for something else through it, or in terms of not having existence through it, and then obtaining it. The truth is that it is a cause in terms of having existence for something else through it, not in terms of it not having been and then being. It did not have existence from it, because it was not a cause, so that is in the context of not being a cause, not in the context of being a cause and an agent. Just as a person, if they do not intend for something that cannot exist, except through intention, then intends, when the intended is achieved, they are an agent, in terms of the intended being achieved, and the intention being present, not in terms of the intention becoming present after non-existence. The existence of a thing is one matter, and its coming to existence is another matter. Being a cause and an agent is one matter, and becoming a cause and an agent is another matter. Thus, Becoming existent after it was not is in contrast to becoming a cause and an agent after it was not, and its existence is in contrast to its being an agent. If one understands from the action that something becomes existent after it was not, let him understand from the agent that it becomes a cause after it was not. So it changes to causality until the non-existence of the effect changes to existence. And if one understands from the action that it exists through the agent, let him understand from the agent that it is a cause of existence, not of becoming existent. What is a quality of existence is an addition to its essence. Thus, it is an agent. If it is a cause always, it is an agent always. If it is a cause at a time, it is an agent at a time. If it becomes an agent, it becomes a cause. And if it is always a cause, it is always an agent. Indeed, the common people do not understand the difference between something being an agent and its becoming an agent, and from this, they imagine what they imagine. It follows that the effect, in its permanence and in all its states, is dependent on the cause and cannot do without it. If the cause and the agent were to cease, the effect and the action would cease. And if it were ancient, the action would be ancient, because its relation to it is only in terms of its existence, not in terms of its occurrence, which is defined as existence after non-existence, as previously mentioned. The second article on the same obligation of existence and its necessities. We have mentioned that existence is either dependent on something else, such that the non-existence of that other entails its non-existence, or it is not dependent. If it is dependent, we call it possible. If it is not dependent, we call it necessary in itself. Consequently, this leads to 12 matters regarding the essence of necessary existence. First, that it is not an accident because it relates to the body, and its non-existence is required by the non-existence of the body. We have expressed the necessary existence as that which has no relation to anything else at all, so the accident is possible, and everything possible exists through something else, and that other is its cause, thus it must be an effect. The second, not to be a body with two faces. 1. Is that every body is divided quantitatively into parts, so the statement is related to the parts. If the parts were to be negated, it would necessitate the negation of the whole, like a human being whose existence necessitates the existence of its parts. We have mentioned that every statement is conditioned by the parts. Therefore, it is not permissible for the necessary being to be composed of parts. So when we were asked why the ink exists, we say, because it was water, tannins, vitriol, and the combination, which resulted in ink from the totality. These parts are the cause of the whole, and likewise, the parts of every compound are the cause of the compound. The other is that the body has been established to be composed of form and matter. If matter were to be absent, the body would cease to exist, and if form were to be absent, it would also cease to exist. We have referred to it as necessary existence, and by necessary we mean that its non-existence does not follow from anything other than itself, but rather its non-existence is only required if its own existence is assumed to be absent. Third, the necessary being cannot be like the form because it is related to matter, and if matter were to be absent, it would necessitate its non-existence. It also cannot be like matter, which is the subject of the form that only exists with it, because matter indeed exists with the form, and the absence of the form would lead to the absence of matter, as it is dependent on something else. The fourth is that its existence should not be separate from its essence. Rather, its essence and existence should be united. It has already been established that essence is distinct from existence, and that existence, which is the essence, is an accident of the essence, and every accident is a consequence, because if it existed by itself, it would not be an accident of something else. And since it is an accident of something else, it must be related to something else, as it cannot exist without it. The cause of existence must either be the essence itself or something else. If it is something else, then existence is an accidental consequence and cannot be necessary existence. It is false to claim that essence itself is the cause of its own existence, because non-existence cannot be the cause of existence, and essence has no existence prior to this existence, so how can it be a cause for it? If it had an existence before this existence, it would be independent of a second existence. Then this question would necessarily arise regarding that existence, as it is an accident within it. From where did this accident come, and how did it arise? Thus, it is established that the necessary existence's essence is its existence, and the necessity of existence for it is like the essence for something else. From this, it becomes clear that the necessary existence does not resemble anything else at all. For everything other than it is contingent, and all that is contingent has its existence separate from its essence, and its existence comes from the necessary existence, as will be explained. The fifth is that it does not relate to anything else in a way that that other thing relates to it, in the sense that each one is a cause of the other. This is impossible in anything other than the necessary existence, which is that B is the cause of C, and C is the cause of B, because B, inasmuch as it is a cause, precedes C, and C, inasmuch as it is a cause, precedes B. Thus, it would precede what precedes it, which is impossible, and each one would precede its counterpart, inasmuch as it is a cause, and follow it, inasmuch as it is an effect, which is evidently false. The sixth is that it does not relate to anything else in a way that that other thing relates to it, not in the sense of causality, but in the manner of mutual dependence, as clarified by the two brothers. We say, if its non-existence does not follow from the non-existence of that other thing, then there is no relationship with that other thing. We allow that a contingent being can have a relationship with a necessary being, for the effect relates to the cause, and the cause does not relate to the effect. If its non-existence follows from the non-existence of that other thing, it is contingent, not necessary, for everything that relates to something else is contingent, because it must either be that the existence of that other thing suffices for its existence, making that other thing alone the cause and it its effect, or it needs something else in addition to that other thing, making it the effect of all. All of this contradicts the necessity of existence. The seventh is that it is not permissible for two things to each be a necessary being, so that the necessary has a rival, and each is independent of the other, as it cannot be that they either resemble each other in every aspect or differ. If they resemble each other in every aspect, the multiplicity is invalidated, and the concept of duality cannot be understood, as we mentioned regarding the impossibility of two blacks in one place at one time. It is clarified that the universal cannot be realized except through a separation or an accident that is specific to it, not a state. And if they differ through a separation or an accident, that is also impossible, as it has been established that separation and accident have no role in the essence of the universal, and that humanity does not play a role in the animality of being animal, but rather it pertains to its existence. This is in cases where existence is an accident upon the essence and others. As for its essence and its nature being one, and the separation not being included in its nature, it is not included in its essence, so that separation is a necessary being, making separation an accident irrelevant. If it cannot be a necessary being without that separation, then the separation has become part of the essence of the meaning, namely the meaning of necessity of existence, and it has been established that this is impossible, and that it only pertains to the existence of the essence and the reality when the essence is distinct from existence. Eighth, it is not permissible for it to have an attribute that is additional to its essence, because if its existence is contingent upon that attribute to the extent that its existence would cease if that attribute were absent, then it becomes dependent on it and is composed of parts that cannot unify its essence except through their totality. Every composite of things is contingent, as previously mentioned, and if its non-existence does not follow from the consideration of the absence of that attribute, then it is an accidental attribute, like knowledge in a human, for example, which is impossible because every accidental attribute is contingent, as previously mentioned. If its cause is the essence of a necessary being, then the essence is both active and receptive, and being active is different from being receptive, because it receives not in the sense of acting, and it acts not in the sense of receiving. Thus there would be multiplicity in some way. We have clarified that multiplicity in the essence of a necessary being is impossible, as it necessitates the causation of the whole by the parts, for it is one in every aspect. Moreover, we will demonstrate in natural philosophy that a body does not move by itself, and it is impossible for something to be both a mover and moved in the same respect, and the agent cannot be receptive. Rather, the body is receptive, and the agent is external, like its movement upwards, or the receptive is the potentiality and the agent is the form, like its movement downwards. Thus, it is conceivable for action and reception to coexist in a body and what is similar to it, which is composed of something that acts like the form and something that receives like the matter. We have clarified that the necessary being cannot be like that, and it is false for that accident to be from another, as it would then have a relation to the other, for its existence with that attribute is contingent upon the existence of that other, and its existence devoid of that attribute is contingent upon the non-existence of that other. It must either be characterized by it or devoid of it, and in both cases, it is contingent. The contingent existence of something depends on the non-existence of another, just as the contingent existence of something depends on the existence of another, for it cannot be independent of that other, to the extent that if it were to be replaced by existence, its essence would cease, thus its essence would be dependent on the other. And the necessary being has no relation to the other whatsoever. Rather, its essence is sufficient in itself, and that is what we mean by the necessary being. The ninth. The necessary being cannot change, because change is the occurrence of a quality in it that was not there before, and every occurrence requires a cause. It is impossible for it to be other than itself, because every quality that follows from the essence must be with the essence and cannot be delayed from it. We have mentioned that the agent cannot be a recipient, so it does not do anything to itself at all. The 10th point is that the necessary being can only produce one thing directly, but it produces many things in an ordered manner and through intermediaries. This is because it has been established that it is one and not multiple in any way, as multiplicity arises only from the multitude of parts that can exist independently, like the multitude of a composite body, or from the multitude of meanings, when a thing is divided into two parts that cannot exist independently of each other, like form and matter, or existence and essence. We have denied all of that about it, so only unity remains from every aspect, and the one can only produce one. However, the action of the one differs either due to the difference in the place, or due to the difference in the instrument, or because of something additional to the essence of the single agent. The proof of this is that if we present a body to something and heat it, then present it to another and cool it, we know necessarily that there is a difference between them, because if they were identical, their actions would be identical. Therefore, if the existence of two different things from two identical essences is impossible, it is even more impossible for it to arise from a single essence, because a thing is further from another than from itself. If the similarity to another necessitates that its action does not differ from its action, then its similarity to itself is more deserving of that, and the similarity in itself is metaphorical, but the aim is understanding. The 11th. The necessary being, just as it cannot be called an accident as previously mentioned, cannot be called a substance even though it exists by itself and is not in a subject, just as a substance is. However, substance in the terminology of the people refers to a reality and essence whose existence is not in a subject, meaning that when it exists, its existence is not in a subject, not that it exists in actuality. You can judge, for example, that a crocodile is a substance, and you do not doubt it, but you may doubt whether it is currently existent or not. Likewise, this applies to a number of substances. Therefore, substance is applied to a reality and essence. If it has the existence of an accident not in a subject, it would be a term for what has an essence that is not its existence. If its essence and existence are one, it is not called a substance by this terminology, unless an inventor creates a term to make it refer to existence without a subject, in which case we would not prevent its application to it. If it is said, is it not said that the necessary being is existent, and others are existent, and existence is comprehensive? Then it has been included with others under the genus, so it must be distinguished from it by a specific characteristic, and it is said no, because existence applies to it and to others in terms of precedence and succession. In fact, we have clarified that it also applies to substances and accidents in the same way, so it is not in the sense of homonymy, and what is not in the sense of homonymy cannot be a genus. If existence is not a genus, then adding to it a negation, which is that it is not in a subject, does not make it a genus, because it has only been joined by a mere negation. Therefore, existence not in a subject, which applies to it and to other substances, is not in the sense of genus, and substance is a genus for other substances. From this, it has been established that the necessary being does not fall into any of the 10 categories, as it does not fall into the category of substance. How then could it fall into the categories of accidents? How could it be when the existence of other categories is additional to the essences and is accidental in them and outside of their essences, while the existence of the necessary being and its essence are one? This shows that the necessary being has no genus, no specific characteristic, and thus no limit. It has been shown that it has no place or subject, thus it has no opposite. It has been shown that it has no type, no equal, and no partner. It has been shown that it has no cause, no change, and no part in any way. The 12th. Everything other than the necessary existent must be derived from the necessary existent in order, and the existence of everything else must come from it. The proof of this is that if it is clear that the necessary existent can only be one, then anything other than it cannot be necessary and must be contingent. Thus it depends on the necessary existent and comes from it, because everything is contingent and cannot be without 4 categories. Either some are from others, leading to an endless chain, or it ends at a point, and that point is a cause with no cause in itself, or it ends at a point, and that point has a cause among its effects, or it ends at the necessary existent. The reason for limiting these categories is that it cannot be anything other than either an endless chain or a finite one. If it is finite, then that point is either the necessary existent or something else. If it is something else, then that point either has a cause or does not have a cause. As for the first part, which is the sequence to infinity, we have refuted it. As for the second, it is that it ends at a point that is not a necessary being, which we have assumed, and that point has no cause. This leads to the conclusion that there are 2 necessary beings, as we mean by a necessary being only that which has no cause at all, and we have refuted that. As for the third, it is that the cause of that side is something from its effects, for example, in a circular manner. That A is the cause of B, and B is the cause of C, for C to be the cause of A. This is impossible, because it leads to the conclusion that the effect is a cause, as the effect of the effect is an effect. How can it return to being a cause? And the cause of the cause is a cause, so how can it return to being an effect? This has already been refuted, so we specify the 4th, which is to ascend to a point that is necessary existence. If it is said that you have divided existence into what relates to others and what has no relation, and you have called what has no relation necessary, and you have claimed that the necessary must be such and such in order to be disconnected, but you have not shown that in the existing existence there is something with this attribute. What is the proof for establishing the necessary existence, which is the existence described by what you have mentioned? It is said that its proof is that the tangible world is evidently existent, consisting of bodies and qualities, and collectively their essence is different from their nature. What is thus has been proven to be possible, and how could it not be, as the bodies are possible, and the essence of bodies with their parts and with form and matter, and the essence of form depends on matter, and the essence of matter depends on form, as one cannot do without the other. What is thus has been previously established as not being necessary, for we have shown that there is no necessary existence that is form, matter, body, or quality, and the universal negation reflects like itself. So none of this can be necessary existence, thus it is possible. We have mentioned that the possible does not exist by itself, but by another, and this is the meaning of it being created. Therefore, if the world is possible existence, it is created, and the meaning of it being created is that its existence is from another, and it has no essence that is independent of another by essence, and non-existence is by essence, and existence is by another. Its non-existence precedes its existence, so it is created eternally and perpetually, because it exists from another eternally and perpetually. It has been previously established that the permanence of a thing does not contradict its being an action, and what exists from it continuously is better than what is inactive for an endless duration and then arises for action. if it is established that everything is possible, and it has been previously established that every possible thing depends on a cause, and that causes necessarily must ascend to necessary existence, and there must be one. It follows that the world has a necessary being in itself, one in every aspect, and that its existence is in itself. Rather, it is the essence of pure existence in itself, and it is the source of existence for others. So its existence is complete and above completeness, until all essences exist through it in their order. And the relationship of the existence of other things to its existence is like the relationship of the light of all bodies to the light of the sun. For the sun is luminous by itself from its essence, not from another light, and others are illuminated by it. And it is the source of light for every illuminated thing, meaning that light flows from itself to others, without anything separating from itself. But the light of its essence is the cause of the occurrence of light in others. This example would be valid if the sun were light by itself without a subject, but its light is in a body that is a subject, and the existence of the first, which is the source of the existence of all, is not in a subject, and it differs in another aspect, which is that light necessarily follows from the essence of the sun purely, without the sun having knowledge or awareness of its occurrence from it. So its knowledge of the existence of light from it is not the beginning of the existence of light from it. We will show that the knowledge of the first, in terms of the rational order in the whole, is the beginning of the order, and that the existing order follows the rational order represented in the essence of the first. The third article on the attributes of the first, which includes claims and an introduction. As for the introduction, it is that it has previously been established that the necessary being cannot, in itself, be multiple in any way, and it is essential to describe the necessary being with attributes. Therefore, it is necessary to distinguish between the attributes that lead to multiplicity in essence and those that do not, so that only what does not lead to multiplicity is affirmed for it. The attributes are of 5 types, which are encompassed by our statement. For the specific human, he is a white body, knowledgeable, generous, and poor. These are 5 attributes. As for the first, it is a body, it is essential, and falls within the categories, and it is a genus, and something like this cannot be affirmed in the essence of the necessary being, due to the previous assertion that it has no genus or specific difference. The second, white, which is a descriptive attribute of a person, and it is also not permissible to be affirmed due to the must of its existence. The third, the world, for knowledge is an accidental attribute of man, and it is related to others, which is the known, while whiteness is an accidental attribute not related to others. This is the difference, and it is not permissible to affirm an attribute in the essence of the necessary being, whether it is related or not, for the reasons mentioned. The fourth is the generous one, and this relates to the addition of the essence to an action that has emanated from it. This can be affirmed for the first, and it is permissible to have many additions to it in various ways, to the actions that have emanated from it. This does not necessitate an increase in the essence, as it does not revert to a description of the essence. For the change in the addition does not necessitate a change in the essence. This is like being on the right side of a person. It is an additional description of you to him. However, if that person were to move to your left, the change in position is due to movement, while you do not change your essence because of it. Therefore, there is no harm in the abundance of these types of attributes. The fifth, the poor, which is a name for a negative attribute, as its meaning is the lack of money. It may be mistakenly perceived as a positive description due to the wording. This also may not be far from being justified in the case of the first, as many things have been negated from him. From the attributes of addition and negation, many names are generated that do not imply multiplicity in essence. For when it is said one, it means the negation of a partner and counterpart, and the negation of division. When it is said ancient, it means the negation of a beginning from its existence. When it is said to be generous, noble, and merciful, it means its addition to actions that have emanated from it. When it is said he is the origin of all, it also means addition. This is the introduction. As for the arguments, the first is that the first principle is alive, for what knows its own essence is alive, and the first knows its essence, so it is therefore knowledgeable and alive. The proof that it is knowledgeable of itself is that we understand the meaning of saying that a thing knows what it is, and the meaning of saying that it is knowledge and known is what it is. It will come in the Book of the Soul, from the natural sciences, that the soul in us feels itself and others, and knows them. The meaning of being knowledgeable is that it exists free from matter, and the meaning of a thing being intelligible and known is that it is free from matter. From both, the assumption of a pure existence in a free being would mean that the state is knowledge and the subject is knowledgeable, for there is no meaning to knowledge except the imprint of a pure form from materials in an essence that is free from materials. So the imprinted is knowledge, and the imprinted in is knowledgeable, and there is no meaning to knowledge except this. Therefore, whenever this exists, the name of knowledge and the knower is true, and whenever it is absent, it is not true, and the intended meaning of free and pure is one. However, we have specified the pure for the known and the free for the knowledgeable, so as not to confuse in the repetitions of speech. Then, a person knows himself, because his soul is pure, and he is not absent from himself to the extent that he needs to have an example and image of it in him to know it. Rather, his soul is present to itself, and its essence is not absent from its essence, so it is knowledgeable of itself. It has been previously established that the necessary existence is free from materials more so than the freedom of the human soul, because the soul is attached to matter in the action within it, and the essence of the first, as we will explain, is disconnected from the relations of materials, so its essence is present in its essence, and it is necessarily knowledgeable of its essence, because its pure essence is not absent from its free essence, and knowledge is merely a state like this. The second argument is that his knowledge of himself is not additional to his essence so as to necessitate multiplicity. Rather, it is his essence. The explanation is that we present a premise. Everything that a person knows is either known to him through direct observation of himself by external senses or by internal senses, or it is unknown, and there is no way to inform him of it except by comparison to something that has been established in his own observation. What he has not observed in himself has no counterpart, and thus cannot be defined. If this is established, we say, a person does not know this in relation to God except by comparison to himself, for he knows himself. So what he knows is either another or is himself. If it is another, then he does not know himself, but knows another. And if what he knows is himself, then the knower is himself, and the known is himself. Thus the knower and the known have become one. Therefore, we provide evidence that knowledge is also the known, so that if we make the known a principle, and clarify that knowledge is the essence of the known, and that the knower is also the essence of the known as previously mentioned, it necessarily follows that there is one origin for all, with no multiplicity in it. And the evidence that knowledge is the known, just as perception is the perceived, is that a person perceives based on what is imprinted in their eye from the image of the perceived object and its example. Thus, they are aware of that effect imprinted in them and perceive it only. As for the external thing, it corresponds to that effect, and the reason for the effect's occurrence is its realization, which is the second perception rather than the first, but rather the one that meets what has occurred within you. Sensation is that perceived effect, and the first perceived is also that effect, so sensation and the perceived are one. Likewise, knowledge is the same as the known, and its corresponding example is the perceived known, meaning the example that is imprinted in the soul. As for the existing entity outside, it corresponds to it, and is the cause of its occurrence in the mind. The truly known is that image. If it is established that the known, whatever it may be, is the essence of the knower, then knowledge, the knower, and the known become one. The first is the knower of himself, his knowledge, and his known. Only the expressions differ based on different considerations. From the perspective that his essence is free from matter, and that his essence is immaterial and not absent from it, he is known. From the perspective that his essence is immaterial for the sake of his material essence, he is known. From the perspective that his essence is for itself, in itself, and not absent from itself, he is knowledge of himself. All of this is because knowledge necessitates a known. As for whether that known is different from the knower, or the same as it does not necessitate knowledge in it. Rather, It can be said that the known is divided into what is the essence of the knower and what is different from it. So its implication for a known that is absolute is broader than its implication for a known that is different from it or the same as it. The third argument is that the first is aware of all types and kinds of existence, so nothing escapes his knowledge. This is now more precise and subtle than the first, and its explanation is that it has been established that he knows his essence, so he should know it as it is, because his essence is abstracted for itself and is revealed to him as it is in its reality. Its reality is that it is pure existence, the source of the existence of all substances, accidents, and essences in their order. If his knowledge of himself is the principle for them, then the knowledge of them is encompassed in his knowledge of his essence. If he does not know himself as the principle, then he does not know himself as he is, which is impossible, because he only knows his essence, because his essence is not absent from itself. They are both abstracted, meaning his essence in two respects, and it is as it is revealed to itself. Thus, one of us, when he knows his essence, inevitably knows himself as alive and capable, because that is how he is. If he does not know himself as such, then his knowledge is not as it is. The first also knows his essence as the principle of all, so the knowledge of all is necessarily encompassed in his knowledge of his essence in a way of inclusion. The fourth argument is that this also does not lead to a multitude in itself and its knowledge, and this is more subtle than the first. For the multitude of information necessitates many sciences. Thus, a single science with detailed information is impossible to exist, as the meaning of one is that there is nothing in it other than itself, and if some part of it were to cease to exist, it would necessitate its non-existence, since it has no parts. If knowledge is assumed to be one with respect to substances and accidents, then if its relation to the accidents were to cease, something other than what was assumed to have ceased would remain, which is its relation to the substances, and likewise for every two known things. This contradicts the meaning of unity. However, its explanation can be understood through the analogy of the soul, for the soul is a condensed version of the entire world, where there is a counterpart for everything within it, and through it, one can know the whole. Thus, we say that a human being has three states in knowledge. One of them is to separate the images of information within oneself, just as one reflects on a jurisprudential image. For example, arranged one after another, and this is the detailed knowledge. The second is that he must have practiced jurisprudence and acquired it independently, and attained a level of understanding such that he knows every scenario presented to him without limitation. It is said of him, in moments of forgetfulness about the details, that he is a jurist, even if he does not have immediate knowledge in his mind. Rather, he has acquired a state and a faculty. This faculty is a source of abundance for the infinite scenarios of jurisprudence, relating that state to every possible individual scenario. This is a simple, naive state, and it is singular without detail, yet it relates to an infinite number of scenarios. The third is a state between the two states where a person hears, for example, someone else's words in a debate on a matter while being independent in his knowledge. He knows that his answer is present with him, that what is being said is false, and that he can certainly refute it. For instance, if he hears someone say that the world is eternal due to such and such a fallacy, he knows that it is contingent and has a way to respond to that fallacy, even though mentioning and presenting it would require elaboration and length. In that moment, he is certain within himself that he comprehensively knows the answer, even if he has not yet arranged the response in his mind. He then engages in the answer, drawing from the simple, general matter that he perceives within himself. He continues to generate from that general matter in his mind detailed images, expressing them phrase by phrase and presenting them step by step, until he fully clarifies what was in his mind as a simple answer, with premises and details that were not present at that time in his mind in detail. But he had a simple state, as if it were a principle for the elaboration, which is more noble than the elaboration itself. Therefore, one should consider the knowledge of the first as a whole in the context of the third state. As for it being of the first case, it is impossible, because detailed knowledge is the knowledge that does not coexist in the soul at one time. Rather, it occurs one by one. Knowledge is an imprint in the soul, And just as it is inconceivable for a candle to have two imprints and two shapes at one time, it is inconceivable for the soul to have two detailed pieces of knowledge present at one time. Rather, they alternate in proximity, such that their alternation is not perceived due to the subtlety of time, as the many pieces of information become loaded like a single entity, resulting in the soul having one state from them, and its relation to all forms being one, akin to a single imprint. This detailing and transition can only occur for humans. If one were to assume their existence together in detail concerning God Almighty, it would imply multiple endless pieces of knowledge, necessitating abundance, which would be contradictory because the soul's engagement with one detailed piece of knowledge prevents it from engaging with another. Thus, the meaning of the first being knowledgeable is that it is in a simple state, with its relation to all other pieces of information being one. The meaning of its universality is its origin from which details flow into others. Its knowledge is the creative origin of the details of knowledge in the essences of angels and humans. Thus, it is knowledgeable in this regard, and this is nobler than detailing because the detailed does not exceed one, as it must come to an end, and its relation to the infinite is one, while its relation to the finite is also one. An example of this is to assume a king with the keys to the treasuries of the earth's wealth, who is independent of them and does not benefit from gold or silver, nor does he take them, but rather bestows them upon creation. So, everyone who has gold receives it from him, and through his keys, they reach him. Similarly, the first has the keys to the unseen, and from him flows the origin of knowledge of the unseen and the witnessed for all. Just as it is impossible not to call the king who has the keys wealthy, it is impossible not to call the one who has the keys of knowledge knowledgeable. The poor person who takes from him counted dinars is called wealthy, in consideration of the fact that the dinars are in his hand. The king, in consideration of the dinars being from his hand, and through his bestowal, bestows wealth upon all. How can he not be called wealthy? Likewise, the state of knowledge is such that the relation of that state of the first to detailed knowledge is like the relation of alchemy to hidden dinars, as alchemy itself produces what is infinite from dinars, by the decree of estimation and the example given. Therefore, one should understand the knowledge of the first as simple, and this is in comparison to the third state. The relation of the knowledge of the first to all information is like the relation of the state of the observer to the obtained detailed answer. If it is said that this state returns to being devoid of knowledge, but is prepared to accept knowledge in a near potential, it is said that due to the proximity of the potential, it is called knowledgeable. Otherwise, it is detached from knowledge. Thus, the first is indeed detached from knowledge in actuality, and it cannot be conceived that it is potentially receptive, so it is not knowledgeable either in actuality or in potential. It is said that what you mentioned in the question is the reality of the second state, not the reality of the third state. The second state differs from the third in that the possessor of the second state is oblivious to knowledge and the known in general and in detail, while the possessor of the third state is aware of the invalidity of his claim of being knowledgeable, and he has a way to answer his doubt, confident in himself regarding that, and is certain that he has a present state in actuality concerning that state in relation to detailed sciences, the detailing of which is not present in his mind, but he is capable of bringing it forth. Thus, in this state, one should represent the state of the first, so that one can understand what is required from this claim. The fifth argument is that God, the exalted, as he knows the species and types, knows the possible occurrences, even if we do not know them, because as long as the possible is known to be possible, it is impossible to know whether it will occur or not, because he only knows the description of possibility, which means it can be or it cannot be. If we know that it must be tomorrow, for example, the arrival of Zaid, it has become necessary for it to be, and our statement that it was possible for it not to be is invalid. Therefore, as long as the possible is known only in terms of possibility, it cannot be conceived that it is known whether it is occurring or not. However, we have mentioned that every possible in itself is necessary due to a cause. If the existence of its cause is known, then its existence is necessary, not possible. And if the absence of its cause is known, then its absence is necessary, not possible. Thus, the possibles, in terms of their causes, are necessary. If we were to know all the causes of a single thing, and knew of their existence, we would conclude the existence of that thing, just as the finding of Zaid tomorrow is possible to be, and possible not to be. If we know the existence of the causes for finding the treasure, doubt is removed, just as knowing that there must be a cause in his house that disturbs him and necessitates his leaving the house in such a way, and that he will walk along such a line, and knows that on that line there is a treasure covered lightly, which does not resist Zaid's movement. He knows that he must find it, because that has become necessary, given the assumption of the existence of its causes. The first, exalted, knows the occurrences by their causes, because the causes and reasons ascend to the necessary existence. Therefore, every occurrence and possible is necessary, because if it were not necessary due to its cause, it would not exist, and its cause is also necessary until it reaches the essence of the necessary existence. Since he is knowledgeable about the arrangement of causes, he is necessarily knowledgeable about the effects. The astrologer, when he examines some causes of existence, and does not know all of them, inevitably judges the existence of the thing as a conjecture, because it is possible that what he has discovered may be opposed by a hindrance. So what he mentioned is not the entire cause, but that is in the absence of oppositions. If he discovers most of the causes, his conjecture is strengthened, and if he discovers all of them, he gains knowledge, just as he knows in winter that the air will warm up after 6 months, because the cause of the warmth is the sun being in the middle of the sky in the sign of Leo, and he knows this by the rule of habit, and the evidence is that the sun's path does not change, and it will return to Leo after this period. This is the way of knowing the possibles. The sixth argument is that the first, glory be to him, cannot know particulars in a way that falls under the past, the future, and the present, such that he knows that the sun has not eclipsed today, and that it will eclipse tomorrow, and then when tomorrow comes, he knows that it is now eclipsed, and when the day after tomorrow comes, he knows that it was eclipsed yesterday. This would necessitate a change in his essence due to the difference in this knowledge, and it has been established that change is impossible for him. The reason for the necessity of change is that the known is followed by knowledge. Thus, whenever the known changes, knowledge changes, and whenever knowledge changes, the knower changes, since knowledge is not one of those attributes that, if they differ, do not change the knower, like being right or left. Rather, the cause is an attribute in the essence that necessitates a difference in the essence itself. Moreover, the relationship of knowledge to the known is not such that it does not necessitate a difference in the known itself, so that one might assume a single knowledge, which is the knowledge that the eclipse will occur. If it occurs, it becomes knowledge that it is happening, and if it clears, it becomes knowledge that it has happened. Knowledge in itself is one, while the known changes, because knowledge is the example of the known, and the different things have different examples. If it is assumed that the first knows that the eclipse will occur, then he has a state because of this. If the eclipse occurs, and that state remains, it becomes an ignorance because the eclipse is happening, and if he becomes aware that it is happening, then this state contradicts what came before it. It is indeed a change. Rather, the first knows particulars through a universal type that he is characterized by eternally and unchangingly, such as knowing that the sun, if you surpass the knot of the tail, it will return to it after a certain period, and the moon will have reached it, becoming aligned with it in a way that is not complete. For example, let it be 1/3 of it, which necessitates that 1/3 of the sun be seen as eclipsed in such a region. This is also known to him eternally and forever, and it is true whether the eclipse is present or absent. As for saying that the sun is not eclipsed now, and then saying tomorrow that it is eclipsed now, he would have contradicted the second statement with the first, which is not fitting for one who should not change. Thus, there is no part, even if it is the weight of an atom, that does not have a cause, and its cause is known by a general type. So there is no indication of time and place, and he remains aware of it eternally and forever, and not even an atom's weight escapes his knowledge. Nevertheless, all his states are similar, and he does not change regardless of how the matter is assumed. The seventh argument is that the first is willing and has will and care, and that this does not increase his essence. The explanation is that the first is an agent. It has become clear that all things come from him. They are his actions. An agent can either act purely by nature or by will. Pure nature is action that is independent of knowledge of the effect and of the action itself. Every action that is not devoid of knowledge cannot be devoid of will, and all is an overflow from the essence of God, the exalted, with his knowledge that it overflows from him. His overflowing from himself does not contradict his essence to the point of being unwilling. Thus, there is no unwillingness in him, so he is pleased with his overflowing from himself. This state may be expressed as will. The principle of the overflow of all from him is his knowledge of the order in all, so his knowledge is the cause of the existence of the known. Therefore, his will is his knowledge, and every voluntary action must either be based on a firm belief, knowledge, assumption, or imagination. As for knowledge, it is like the action of the engineer based on true knowledge, and as for assumption, it is like the action of the patient in avoiding what he imagines to be harmful. As for imagination, it is the soul's desire for something that resembles the beloved, while knowing that it is not the same, and its refusal of something that resembles what it dislikes. The action of the first cannot be based on assumption or imagination, as these are transient and do not last. It should be based on true rational knowledge. Now it remains to clarify how knowledge can be the cause of the existence of something, and how it is known that things have come from him through his knowledge. As for the first, it can only be known through the example of self-observation. When we have a conception of something beloved, a force of desire is aroused from that conception. If it becomes strong and the longing is complete, and we add to it the conception that it ought to be, the force that spreads in the muscles is activated, moving the tendons, resulting in the movement of the mechanical limbs, and the desired action occurs. Just as we imagine the shape of the line we want to write and assume that it ought to be, the force of desire is aroused towards it, moving the hand and the pen, resulting in the shape of the line as we imagined it. The meaning of our saying that it ought to be is that we know or assume that it is beneficial or pleasurable for us, or good in our regard. Thus, the movement of the hand results from the force of desire, and the movement of the force of desire arises from the conception and the knowledge that something ought to be. We have found that knowledge within us is a cause for the occurrence of something. More evident than this is that one who walks on a beam stretched between two high walls imagines falling and thus falls. That is, the fall occurs due to his imagination. If he were walking on the ground, he would not fall, because he does not imagine falling, nor feels it. Therefore, the conception of falling and the presence of its image in the imagination is the cause of the occurrence of the imagined. We have encountered the example from self-observation, so we return to the first and say, the first action can either arise from it, as movement arises from the appetitive power, which is impossible because desire and appetite cannot be attributed to it, as it is a demand for something that is lost, the first of which is its existence. There is nothing in necessary existence that exists potentially, seeking to come into being, as the previous proofs have shown. Therefore, it can only be said that the conception of the whole system is the cause of the overflow of the system from it. As for us, our conception of the form of the line and the design is not sufficient for the existence of the form of the line, in that matters for us are divided into what agrees with us and what contradicts us. Thus, we are in need of an appetitive power that creates for us in some instruments, through which we know agreement and contradiction in relation to it. When it arises, we are in need of instruments and members that we move in order to achieve our goal. As for the first, the mere conception of it is sufficient for the existence of the conceived, and it differs from us in another way, which is that we must know, suppose, or imagine that this action is good for us. This is impossible in the case of the first because it necessitates an aim, and we have clarified that an aim only moves the imperfect. Thus, our will, considering our imagination that it is good for us, and his will for the overall system, considering his knowledge that it is good in itself, and that existence is better than non-existence in its essence, and that existence can be of various kinds, and that the most complete and perfect among those kinds is one, while everything else is imperfect in relation to it, and the more complete is better than the less complete. The essence of the first is one from which all existence inevitably flows in the most complete and perfect manner, by elevating the possible within it to the ultimate system. The meaning of his care for creation is that he knew, for example, that man requires a grasping tool. If he did not have it, he would be incomplete, and it would be bad for him. The grasping tool should be like the hand and the palm, and its ends must be divided into fingers, for if they were not, grasping would be impossible. The fingers can have many positions, and they can be 5 in a single row, just as 4 can be in a single row, and 4 can be in a row with the thumb opposite them, as it rotates around all of them. They can also be in 2 rows, and in different positions, and what is desired from the hand in the diversity of its movements is to be grasping at one time, striking at another, and pushing at yet another, which can only be completed in this observable form. Thus, his knowledge of it is the cause of its existence. Yes, the relation of his knowledge to all other positions is the same, but this position is specified and distinguished from other positions because goodness and perfection are in it, and his essence is one in which the outpouring of goodness outweighs the outpouring of evil. I do not mean goodness and evil in relation to him, but in himself and in relation to creation. Therefore, all existence, from the number of stars and their measure, the shape of the earth, animals, and every existent, exist in the manner they do, because it is the most complete form of existence, and everything else from possibilities is imperfect in relation to it. Indeed, if he had created the mechanical organs for animals and had not guided them to their use, they would also be rendered inactive. He created the beak for the chick that hatches from the egg, so if he did not guide it to its use, and it busied itself immediately with pecking, it would be rendered inactive. Thus, care was completed with the fullness of goodness, and goodness was completed with guidance after creation, as God the Exalted has informed us when he said, "He who gave everything its creation, then guided it." And he said, "He is the one who created me, so he guides me." And he said, "And he who decreed, then guided." This is the meaning of will and care, which relates to knowledge and does not exceed it, and knowledge does not exceed the essence as previously mentioned. So, either his action is for a purpose or without knowledge, it cannot be. If it is said, what difference is there in him having an intention, as we have intentions with knowledge? So his intention would be to bestow goodness upon others, not for himself, just as we may intend to save a drowning person not for a purpose, but we want to bestow goodness. It is said, the purpose of its necessity is that the intended goal should be more significant to the seeker than its opposite, which indicates the objective, and the objective points to a deficiency. As for us, we can only intend something for a purpose, whether it is seeking reward or praise, or to acquire the virtue of good character within ourselves through good deeds. If action and inaction were equivalent in our regard, it would be impossible for us to have an intention and motivation towards it, as there is no meaning to intention except the inclination towards what is deemed favorable. If intention does not mean this, then it is a term without any concept. The 8th claim. That he is capable, and his proof is that the capable is one who, if he wills, acts. The good in it was that it existed, and it was not known that it was better for it not to have existed. If it is said, how can this be true when they cannot annihilate the heavens and the earth? It is said that if he wanted to, he could annihilate them, but he does not want to, and his eternal will preceded existence in perpetuity, and because the good is in eternal existence, not in annihilation and destruction. The capable is capable in the sense that he acts if he wills, not in the sense that he cannot will. It is said that so-and-so is capable of killing himself, even if he knows he will not kill himself, and this is true. And God, the Exalted, is capable of establishing the day of resurrection now, even though we know he will not do it. In general, the opposite of the known is possible. Thus, he is capable of every possible thing in the sense that if he wanted to, he would do it. Our statement, if he wanted to, he would do it, is a connected conditional, and it is not a condition for the truth of the conditional that both parts of it are true. Rather, both can be false, or one of them can be false, and the statement can still be true. For example, the statement, "If a person were to fly, he would move in the air," is true, even if both parts are false. And if it is said, "If a person were to fly, he would be an animal," it is true, with the premise being false and the conclusion true. If your statement, "If he wanted to, he would do it," implies that it is conceivable for him to renew the will for something, this indicates change. It is said that the correct expression is that he is capable in the sense that everything he wills exists, and what he does not will does not exist. What he wills, if it were possible for him not to will it, would not exist, and what he does not will could be willed to exist. This is the meaning of his power and will, and both return to his knowledge, and his knowledge returns to his essence, so nothing from it necessitates multiplicity in him. The ninth claim, that the first is wise because wisdom is attributed to two things. One of them, knowledge, which is the perception of things through the realization of essence and definition, and the belief in them with absolute certainty. The second is the action of being arranged, precise, and encompassing all that is needed for perfection and adornment. The first is the knowledge of things as they are, which is the noblest type of knowledge. Our knowledge is divided into that which does not result in the existence of the known, such as our knowledge of the form of the sky, planets, animals, and plants, and that which results in the existence of the known, such as the knowledge of an artist regarding the design he invents from his own inspiration without a prior example to imitate. The design exists from him, making his knowledge the cause of the existence of the known. When others observe it and recognize it, the known becomes the cause of the existence of knowledge for them. The knowledge that leads to existence is nobler than the knowledge derived from existence. The knowledge of the first regarding the order of existence is the foundation of the order of the whole, as previously mentioned. Thus, it is the noblest of sciences. As for the order of his actions, it is extremely precise, as he has given each thing its creation and then guided it, bestowing upon it what is necessary for it, along with everything it needs, even if it is not of utmost necessity, and with everything that is ornamental and complementary, even if it is not in a state of need, such as the arching of eyebrows, the curvature of the soles of the feet, and the growth of the beard that tightens the skin in old age, among other subtleties that are beyond enumeration in animals, plants, and all parts of the world. The 10th argument is that he is generous because the provision of good and bestowing it is divided into what is for the benefit and purpose that returns to the benefactor and what is not so. The benefit is divided into what is offered, such as exchanging money for money, and what is not like it, such as someone who offers money hoping for reward or praise, or acquiring the quality of virtue and seeking perfection through it. This is also a transaction and dealing, and it is not generosity, just as the first is a transaction even if the common people call this generosity. Rather, generosity is the provision of what is appropriate without compensation. For instance, the one who gives a sword to someone who does not need it is not bestowing. The former has poured existence upon all existing things as it should be, and upon what is appropriate without any possible withholding due to necessity, need, or adornment, all of this without compensation or benefit. Rather, his essence is one that bestows upon all creation everything that is suitable for them, and he is the true generous, while the name of generosity applied to others is metaphorical. The 11th claim is that the first is joyful in himself, and that he possesses a meaning that expresses its counterpart in our right with pleasure, delight, joy, and happiness in the beauty of his essence and perfection, which cannot be described by any describer. The closest angels, whose existence will be proven by their joy and delight in contemplating the beauty of the divine presence, experience a joy that surpasses their joy in their own beauty, and this is known through the introduction of principles. The first principle is to understand the meaning of pleasure and pain. If it refers to something beyond a specific perception that cannot be conceived in its regard, and if it refers to a perception described by a characteristic, then it is established that the claim is necessarily valid, and pleasure and pain are necessarily linked to perception. Where there is no perception, there is no pleasure or pain. Perception, in our case, is of two types: sensory, which is the apparent that is related to the pleasure of the five senses, and internal, which is intellectual and imaginative. Each of these perceptions is divided, based on the relationship of its subject to the perceiving power, into three categories. One of them is the perception of what is suitable for the perceiving power and in accordance with its nature. The second, understanding the opposites. And the third is the perception of what is neither contrary nor indicative. Pleasure is merely the perception of what is suitable, and pain is the perception of what is contrary. As for the perception of what is neither suitable nor contrary, it is neither called pain nor pleasure. One should not think that pain is a quality that follows the perception of the contrary. Rather, it is the same. It cannot be imagined that the encounter of the contrary with the perceiving power occurs without the name of pain being applicable and its meaning being realized, even if everything else is absent, and the same applies to pleasure. Perception is a general term and is divided into pleasure, pain, and what is neither pain nor pleasure, which are not additional to it. The second principle is to know that the appropriate action of every power is what is required by its nature without any defect. For every power is created to produce an action, and that action is a requirement of its nature. The requirement of the angry power is dominance and the desire for revenge, and its pleasure is in achieving dominance. The requirement of the appetitive power is taste, and the requirement of imagination and illusion is hope, which brings pleasure. This is the case for every power. The third principle is that the complete rational person has the inner powers stronger than the outer powers, and he looks down upon the pleasures of the sensory powers compared to the pleasures of the intellectual and imaginative powers. The deficient person has the sensory powers stronger than the intellectual and imaginative powers. Therefore, when a person is given a choice between rich sweets and seizing enemies to gain leadership and greatness, if the chooser is of low ambition, with a dead heart and dormant inner powers, he will choose the porridge and sweets over them. But if the chooser has high ambition and a sound mind, he will disdain the pleasure of food in comparison to the pleasure of leadership and victory over enemies. By the one of low ambition, we mean the deficient person, whose inner powers have either died or have not yet fully developed, like a child whose inner powers have not yet moved from potentiality to actuality. The fourth principle is that every power has the pleasure of perceiving what it is capable of if it is in accordance with it, but the pleasures vary according to the differences in perceptions, the perceiving powers, and the perceived meanings. These are three sources of the variation in the evoked pleasures. The first, the disparity of perceived powers. The stronger the powers in themselves, and the nobler in their kind, the more complete their pleasure. The pleasure of food is according to the strength of the appetite for food, and the pleasure of sexual intercourse is likewise. The pleasure of intellectual pursuits is nobler in its kind than the pleasure of sensory experiences. Therefore it prevails, leading the rational person to choose intellectual pleasures over food and sensory experiences. The second, the difference in perceptions. As the stronger the perception, the more complete the pleasure. Hence, the pleasure of looking at a beautiful face up close, in a harmful position, is more complete in pleasure than the perception from a distance, because his perception from close range is stronger. The third, the difference in perception also varies in terms of suitability and opposition. The more complete something is in its aspect, the more complete the pleasure or pain will be. Just as pleasure varies with the differences in beauty and ugliness, pleasure is inevitably greater from the more beautiful, and pain is greater than ugly. The fifth principle is the result of the previous principles that the intellectual pleasure we have must be stronger than sensory pleasures. For if we look at strength, we find that intellectual strength is stronger and nobler than sensory strength, as we will demonstrate in the book on the soul that sensory powers can only exist in bodily instruments, and they deteriorate when their objects are perceived if they become strong. The pleasure of the eye is in light, and its pain is in darkness, and strong light spoils it, just as strong sound spoils hearing and prevents it from perceiving subtle sounds. Clear intellectual perceptions strengthen the mind and increase its light. How could it not be so, when intellectual strength exists by itself, not subject to change or transformation, while sensory strength is in a body that will transform. The closest earthly existence to the first and most suitable is intellectual strength, as will be shown. As for the perception of the mind, it differs from sensory perception in several ways. The mind perceives things as they are, without associating them with what is strange to them, while the senses do not perceive color, unless they also perceive width, length, proximity, distance, and other matters that are foreign to the essence of color. The mind perceives things in their essence as they are, and strips them of their foreign associations. Furthermore, sensory perception varies. It sees the small as large and the large as small, while the perception of the mind corresponds to the perceived and does not vary. It either perceives it as it is or does not perceive it at all. As for the perceived, sensory perceptions are bodies and base-changing qualities, while the perceptions of the mind are the eternal universal essences that cannot change. Among them is the essence of the true first cause from which all beauty and splendor in the world emanates, so there is no comparison between sensory pleasure and intellectual pleasure. The sixth principle. It is not unlikely that the perceiver of pleasure may be present, yet the person does not feel the pleasure due to being oblivious or preoccupied with an affliction that has altered their temperament from its nature, like a thinker who is oblivious to beautiful melodies, or because they are afflicted by something that has changed their temperament, like someone who finds pleasure in eating clay, or something sour due to long habituation. Prolonged practice may create a compatibility between their nature and that which is distasteful in relation to their original temperament, similar to someone suffering from a disease, like a patient with a condition, where all parts of their body require nourishment, yet an affliction in their stomach prevents them from feeling the desire for food and causes aversion to it. This does not indicate that food is not delicious in itself in relation to the original temperament. The lack of perception of pleasure may also be due to the weakness of the perceiving faculty. A weak sight may be harmed by light, even if it is agreeable and pleasant to a healthy temperament. Thus, the question posed by those who say that if intellectual pleasures were more delightful, our pleasure in knowledge would exceed our sensory pleasures, and our pain from their absence would be greater than our pleasures from the senses, can be answered by stating that the cause of this is the soul's departure from the demands of nature due to bad habits, external afflictions, and the engagement of the soul with the demands of desires. This is akin to a disease or numbness in a limb, where a limb may be numb from a fire that burns it without the person feeling it. When the numbness subsides, they feel it. A sleeping person may embrace their beloved, and similarly, a patient who is unconscious may feel upon awakening. Bodily afflictions can cause such numbness, and when the soul departs the body through death, it perceives what the soul experiences in terms of the pain of ignorance, if it is of poor character, or the pleasure of knowledge, if it is wise and of good nature. We return to the intended point and say that the first is perceivable in its essence, as it is in its beauty and splendor, which is the source of all beauty and goodness and order. If we consider the perceiver, it is the most exalted and highest of things, and if we consider the perception, it is the noblest and most complete. Thus, if we look at the perceiver, it is likewise the strongest perceiver due to its complete perception of what it is in terms of greatness and majesty. Let a person reflect on their joy in themselves when they feel their perfection in superiority, through knowledge over all, and in dominance and kingship over all the earth, when it is accompanied by bodily health, beauty of form, and the submission of all creation. If such a combination were to be imagined in a person, it would be the utmost pleasure, even though all of that is borrowed from others and subject to loss, and it ultimately returns only to the knowledge of some information and the dominion over a part of existence, which is the earth that has no comparison to the existence of the bodies of the world, let alone the intellectual and spiritual essences. Thus, the comparison of the pleasure of the first to our pleasures is like the comparison of its perfection to our perfection. If we were to assume such a state for ourselves, Aristotle said that if the first had no pleasure from perceiving the beauty of its essence, except what we have from perceiving it whenever we turn our attention to its beauty, and we turn our gaze away from anything lesser and feel its greatness, beauty, and majesty, and the attainment of all in the best order from it, and their submission to it in a manner of servitude, and the permanence of that eternally without the possibility of change, then that pleasure would not be comparable to any pleasure whatsoever, and its perception of its essence does not correspond to our perception of it, for we do not perceive of its essence and attributes, except for a few general and simple matters. As for the angels, they also know themselves through the first, and they are constantly contemplating that beauty, as will be explained later. Their pleasure is also eternal, but it is less than the pleasure of the first. Rather, their pleasure in perceiving the first surpasses their pleasure in perceiving themselves. Their pleasure in themselves arises from seeing themselves as servants to it, submissive. An example is someone who loves a king and approaches him, kissing him in service. Their pride, joy, and boasting in witnessing the beauty of the king and being an accepted servant to him is greater than their pride in their own body, strength, lineage, and ancestry. Just as our joy is more complete than the joy of animals due to the disparity in perfection between us and them in ability, intellect, and balanced creation, the joy of angels is also greater than our joy, even though they do not have the desires of the belly and the loins. This is due to their closeness to the Lord of the worlds and their security from the loss of what they are in for eternity. A human has a way to acquire eternal happiness by bringing the intellectual power from potentiality to actuality, by imprinting the entire existence in its order, thus perceiving the first, the angels, and what follows from existence. They may even feel the slightest pleasure from observing them in this life, while being engaged with the body. When they depart the body through death, and the barrier is lifted, the pleasure is completed, the veil is lifted, and happiness lasts for eternity, joining the higher assembly and being a companion to the angels in closeness to the true first, in closeness of essence, not of place. This is the true meaning of happiness. The essence of speech in attributes. It has become clear to you from this sentence that you do not know the absent except through the witness, and its meaning is that whatever you ask about its nature, there is no way to explain it to you except by giving you an example from your observable experiences, whether external or internal in your mind. So if you ask how the first is aware of itself, the satisfactory answer is to say, as you know yourself, so you understand the answer. And if you ask how the first knows others, it is said that just as you learn about others, you understand. If you ask how he knows all information with one simple knowledge, it is said that just as you know the answer to a question all at once without detail, then you engage in the details. If you ask how his knowledge of a thing is the beginning of the existence of that thing, it is said that just as your imagination of falling off a branch while walking on it is the beginning of the fall. If you ask how he knows all possible things, it is said he knows them through the knowledge of their causes, just as you know the heat of the air in the summer, which is subject to your understanding, based on the causes of heat. If you ask how his joy in his perfection and splendor is, it is said that just as you rejoice in your own perfection, that distinguishes you from creation, and you feel that perfection. The point is that you cannot understand anything about God except by comparing it to something within yourself. Indeed, you perceive things within yourself that vary in perfection and deficiency, so you understand that what you comprehend regarding the first is more noble and higher than what you comprehend regarding yourself. Thus it becomes a general faith in the unseen. Otherwise, that increase you imagined does not have a true essence, because such an increase does not exist in your case. Therefore, if there is in the first something that has no counterpart in you, you cannot understand it at all, and that is his essence, for it is existence without a nature added to existence, and it is the source of all existence. If you ask how there can be existence without a nature, we cannot provide you with an example from yourself, nor can you understand the reality of existence without a nature. And the reality of the first and its characteristic is that it is existence without a nature added to existence, and its essence and nature are one. And this has no counterpart in anything else, for everything else is either substance or accident, and it is neither substance nor accident. This is also not realized by the angels, for they are also substances whose existence is different from their nature. Indeed, existence without a nature is only God Almighty. Therefore, God is known only by God. If you say we know that he exists without an added nature, and that his reality is pure existence, what is the knowledge of this, if it is not knowledge of him. We say it is knowledge that he exists, and this is a general matter. Your statement that he is not other than the nature indicates that he is not like you. It is knowledge of the negation of similarity, not by the reality that is free from similarity, just as your knowledge that Zayd is neither a goldsmith nor a carpenter is not knowledge of his craft, but rather knowledge of negation of something about him. Your knowledge of his will, power, and wisdom all return to his knowledge of himself and of others. Your knowledge that he is knowledgeable of himself is as if it is knowledge of a necessary attribute derived from the necessities of his essence, not by the reality of his essence, for the reality of his essence is pure existence without an added nature. If you ask how to know God Almighty, it is said that you should know by proof that knowing him is impossible, and that no one knows him except himself, and that whoever imagines they can know his actions, attributes, and existence, and the negation of similarity from him, and understands existence without a nature, for one who does not have existence without a nature in themselves to compare it to is impossible, and existence without an added nature is only for him, so no one knows him except him. This is what the master of mankind and jinn said. You are as you have praised yourself. I cannot enumerate your praises. Therefore, the greatest truthful one said, the inability to grasp the grasp is itself a grasp. Yes, all people are incapable of grasping him, but the one who knows by conclusive proof the impossibility of grasping him is aware and comprehending to the extent that it can be conceived by humans. And whoever is unable and does not realize that incapacity is necessary by the proof we mentioned is ignorant of him, and this includes all creation except for the saints, prophets, and scholars firmly rooted in knowledge. The fourth article. When we have finished mentioning the attributes of the first, we must mention his actions, meaning the categories of all existence, for everything other than him is his action. Once we understand the categories of existence, we will discuss in the fifth article how they emanate from him, and how the chain of causes and effects is arranged from him, despite their multitude, and then ultimately returning to a single cause, which is the cause of causes. We will confine the discussion in this article to an introduction and 3 pillars. The first, the statement regarding the bodies that are in the concave of the moon's sphere and how they indicate, on the existence of the heavens and their movements. The second, in the heavens and the reason for their movements. And the third is the statement regarding the souls and minds that are referred to as the spiritual heavenly angels and the cherubim. As for the introduction, it contains 3 divisions. The first is that the existing substances, in terms of influence and being influenced, are divided in the intellect according to possibility into 3 categories. An influencer that is not influenced, referred to as abstract intellects, which are substances that are neither divided nor composite. An influence that does not influence, which are the divided tangible bodies. And an influencer that is influenced, which is affected by the intellects and influences the bodies, called souls, which are also not tangible and are not bodies. The noblest of these categories are the intellects that do not change and do not need to borrow effect and perfection from others, as their perfection is present with them, and there is nothing in them in potentiality. The lowest are the impossible, changing bodies, and the intermediate are the souls, which are a medium between the intellects and the bodies. The souls receive an effect from the intellect and impart an effect on the bodies, and these are categories that the intellect confirms their possibility. As for their abstraction, it requires proof. Indeed, bodies are known to exist through sense perception, while souls are indicated by the movements of bodies, and intellects are indicated by the souls, as will be explained. Second division. The existents, considering deficiency and perfection, are divided into those that do not need to be supplemented by something else to acquire a quality, but every possible thing is present for it, and it is called perfect, and into those that do not have every possible thing present with them, but it is necessary for them to obtain what is not currently present, and this is called deficient before achieving perfection. Then, the deficient is divided into what does not need an external factor from itself to achieve what it should achieve, and this is called self-sufficient, and into what needs it, and this is called absolutely deficient. As for the perfect, if it has obtained what it should, and is such that it can also provide for others, it is called above perfection, because in itself it is superior, and it is as if it is a surplus from it to others. A third division of bodies specifically. It has been previously stated that bodies are the lowest category of existence, and they are divided into simple and composite, meaning a division in the intellect by possibility, even though in existence it is also so. By simple, we mean that which has a single nature, like air and water, and by compound, we refer to that which combines two natures, such as clay, which is composed of water and soil. A compound may yield benefits not found in simples, like the benefit of ink, which does not exist in tannin and alum. However, the simple is the origin of the compound, and it necessarily precedes it in existence both in rank and in time. The simple, through intellectual division, is also divided into what can undergo composition and what cannot. By what is capable of composition, we mean that which, when composed, yields a benefit not found in its simples, while that which cannot be composed is one that has achieved its completeness in its simplicity, and thus no increase can be conceived in its composition. Once these premises are established, let us return to the first principle, which is the statement regarding what the lower bodies indicate. We say, the existence of bodies beneath the concave sphere of the moon is known through observation, and they are capable of composition. For instance, clay is composed of water and soil. We say this observable composition indicates the existence of straight motion, and motion, in terms of its distance, indicates the presence of two limited directions that differ in nature. The difference in directions indicates the existence of a surrounding body, which is the sky. Motion, in terms of its occurrence, indicates that it has a cause, and for its cause there is another cause, and so on to infinity. This can only be achieved through the sky's periodic motion. Motion also indicates a natural inclination within the body, a nature that drives it, and a time in which the motion occurs. Let us mention the reasons for these indications and implications. The first necessary condition of the composition of straight motion is that water has a space and soil has a space, and each is natural, as every body must have a natural place, as will be discussed in natural philosophy. Therefore, composition can only occur through the movement of one towards the space of the other. If each were to remain in its own space, they would remain separate and unattached. This is evident. Thus, reason dictates, before considering existence, that if there is a composition of two simples in existence, it can only occur through straight motion. If there is motion, it can only be in a direction, and towards a direction, which requires two directions. This is evident. They must be limited and different in nature. As for their difference in nature and type, it arises from the fact that motion can either be natural or forced, as will be explained. Natural motion is like the movement of a stone downwards, which necessitates that the space it leaves is different from the space it seeks. If they were similar, it would be impossible for it to flee from one and seek the other. For this reason, a stone does not naturally move on the surface of the earth, as the earth's simplicity is similar in relation to it. Therefore, it is necessary that the direction from which it escapes is different from the desired direction. If the motion is forced, like the movement of a stone upwards, the meaning of forced motion is that it is contrary to nature, and there should be a natural inclination towards one direction over another, so that the concept of force can be imagined. All force is based on nature, and it has been shown that a natural inclination towards one direction over another necessarily leads to a difference between the two directions. As for them being limited, it means that the downward direction, for example, should have a limit. When it reaches that limit, it ceases, and its endpoint is its boundary and end, and the same applies to the upward direction, and this is supported by three pieces of evidence. One of them is that the direction must necessarily be in a distance that is indicated by a physical gesture of the hand, as the intellectual matter that has no indication cannot be imagined to involve the movement of the body. We have mentioned that an infinite distance is impossible, whether assumed in emptiness or in fullness. The second, the concept of direction implies that it must be to a certain extent. If I say it should refer to the direction of a tree, a mountain, the east, or the west, then the tree that the direction refers to must be indicated. Anything that does not have a path leading to it cannot be pointed to, and what cannot be pointed to has no direction. Yes, the tree can be a reference point, and one direction can be that of the tree. If the distance between you and the tree is infinite, it cannot be pointed to. Similarly, if I say the direction of down, it implies that there must be a single specific reference point for down, which leads to the lowest of the low, and the same applies to up. Otherwise, if it extends indefinitely, it cannot be pointed to at all. The third is that you understand that the things located in the downward direction are some lower than others. If there is no specific and defined downward direction, so that what is closer to it is lower, and what is farther from it is higher, then there is no meaning to some being lower. Rather, that direction should be uniform, so there would be no lower and higher in it. If there is no downward, there cannot be lower. Therefore, there must be two different limited directions for every straight movement, and direction is only relevant in a body, as will be discussed in the impossibility of vacuum. Thus, there must be a limited body that defines the directions so that movement can be conceived. The second necessary claim from the first is that the defined body of directions must encompass the body in straight motion, just as the sky encompasses what is within it. It is inconceivable for the two directions to differ in type and nature, except by an encompassing body, so that the center is the limit of distance and the perimeter is the limit of proximity, and between proximity and distance lies the limit of difference in type and nature. Its proof is that the difference in direction cannot be in emptiness or fullness. It is invalid to be in emptiness due to the impossibility of emptiness, and because if emptiness is assumed, it is homogeneous, so that some of it cannot be contrary to others, thus determining a direction for a body without another. If it is in fullness, meaning in a body, it cannot be that the difference in direction is either inside the body or outside it. If it is inside the body, there is no difference inside the body except by the center and the perimeter. If the body is hollow, the perimeter is the limit of proximity to it, and the center is the limit of distance. If a difference in direction is assumed from perimeter to perimeter, such that it does not pass through the center, which is the line that divides the circle into two unequal parts, to say that one of the points is contrary to the other is impossible, as there is only a difference in number between them. Otherwise, they are homogeneous by nature, as each has proximity to the similar perimeter. If a diameter passes through the center, it is impossible to estimate the difference in directions at the points of the diameter, as each is close to the similar perimeter, so there is no difference except at the center and the perimeter. If it exceeds the center, it would fall from distance into proximity, making the center the limit of distance and the perimeter the limit of proximity. If a difference in direction is assumed outside the body, it is impossible because it cannot be assumed that there is one body, like the center, with directions around it, or two bodies. If it is one, proximity to it is determined, and the direction of distance is not specified, as the regions around it are homogeneous, differing only in number, and the distance from it has no limited boundary. We have shown that a direction must have a limit, and distance is not specified because the center can be imagined to have varying circles of distance to infinity. The center does not specify the perimeter, and the perimeter necessarily specifies one center. If two bodies are assumed, and it is said that the proximity of one is contrary to the other, it is impossible, because the question of the specificity of each body to the position it is assigned remains, as without the existence of a direction, such a body cannot exist. Moreover, the proximity to one does not differ in nature from the proximity to the other if the two bodies are similar. If they differ, their difference does not necessitate the specification of the two directions and their determination by them. Rather, the question remains about the specificity of each body in the region it is assigned, why it is specified and not distinguished from another region by proximity to something else, and the distance from it and emptiness are homogeneous. If that is assumed, and then the regions of the two bodies are exchanged, so that each is moved to the place of the other, this does not imply the removal of the difference between the two bodies, even if the directions have changed. If one of them is assumed not to exist, what was imagined about the difference in directions remains, as long as the distance is maintained with one of the directions, and the body is nullified. If the two bodies are assumed to be combined, the difference between the two bodies would be nullified, and the difference in directions would remain. Thus, it is evident that the difference between the two bodies cannot be the cause of the difference in directions, and that this can only be imagined by an encompassing body that defines the directions by the perimeter and the center. That perimeter cannot accept straight motion, as it does not require the difference of two directions and another body to encompass it to define the directions. What defines the direction is independent of the direction, so there cannot be straight motion in it, and it follows that it cannot accept perforation, as the meaning of perforation is the departure of parts in length and width in a straight manner. Thus, straight motion is a necessity, and from the necessity of straight motion arises the difference in directions, and from its necessity arises another perimeter that defines the two directions as previously mentioned. The third argument is that movement necessarily requires time, for every movement occurs in time, and time is the measure of movement. If there were no movement, there would be no time in existence, and if the soul does not perceive movement, it does not perceive time, as was the case with the companions of the cave. Anyone who stands in the morning and awakens in the morning of the second day does not sense the passage of time unless they feel a change in their knowledge that, by habit, can only occur in time. The one who awakens, if they sense darkness or light or a change in their state, knows the duration of sleep as long as they are aware of these matters as measures of time. There must be a reference to the realization of time, even if that is more appropriate to natural sciences. However, we say that undoubtedly between the beginning of every movement and its cessation, there is the possibility of estimating another movement that covers a certain distance at a certain speed or with a certain slowness, to the extent that it can cover that distance with such a movement, and it cannot exceed or be less than that. It is possible to cover a distance with a faster movement, starting with a greater distance, and if it is slower, it covers a lesser distance. If it starts with the same speed, it does not lag behind during the distance. There is a possibility between the beginning of this movement to the midpoint and its cessation, which is half the possibility that exists between the endpoints of complete movement. Similarly, this possibility can be assumed to be a quarter or a sixth, and these specifications only apply to a measure. Here, a measure has been established, and the limit of the measure is different from the limit of movement. Thus, the measure is not the movement itself, but rather it is a characteristic of the movement. Therefore, every movement has a measure from two aspects. One of them, in terms of distance, as it is said, walked a league. The second, in terms of the possibility we mentioned, is called time, as it is said he walked for an hour. This measured possibility is time, which is the extent of movement, in terms of its division, in its extension into what is prior and what is subsequent, as it is impossible for the extent of the moving body to be equal in time for the movement of an elephant and a flea. It is also impossible for the extent of the distance to be the same, as it may be equal in time for what covers a league and what covers 2 leagues. It is impossible to relate this to speed and slowness, as two movements that are equal in speed may differ in this possibility. The movement from sunrise to sunset equals the movement from dawn to noon, meaning it equals half of itself in speed, but does not equal it in time. Therefore, it is only the extent of movement in its extension, as one movement may extend more than another. The greater the extension, the greater the time, and the lesser the extension, the lesser the time. The essence of extension is the essence of duration and time, as time is a measure of the duration of movement, that is, the extension of movement. Time can only be the duration of spatial movement, as it is a matter that divides into what is prior and what is subsequent, and the prior does not remain with the subsequent at all. Thus, it is necessarily linked to what is about to end and pass away, so that no two parts of it can coexist, and only movement can pass away by itself. What is concurrent with the prior is said to be prior, and what is concurrent with the subsequent is said to be subsequent. If it becomes clear that it is the measure of movement, and there is a need for movements to have a standard by which they are measured, this standard should be known and recognized so that others can be measured by it, like the cubit used to measure cloth. Similarly, the circular movement of the heavens is the fastest and most apparent of movements to creation, as the sun is the most evident of the tangible things, and through it, all other tangible things are perceived. Thus, this was taken as a standard by which movements are measured, and the movement of the heavens has a measure in itself, and it measures others, just as the cubit has a measure in itself and measures others. Time is the measure of the movement of the heavens in terms of its division into what is subsequent and what is prior, and the prior does not remain with the subsequent. The fourth argument. It is necessary that the movement of these composite bodies has an inclination towards a direction inevitably, and that there is a nature that compels this inclination. Thus, movement, inclination, and nature are three distinct matters. If you fill a flask with air and leave it under water, it rises to the airspace. In the act of rising, there is movement, inclination, and nature. If you forcibly hold it under water, there is no movement, and you feel its inclination and its reliance on your hand, seeking its direction. This is what is meant by inclination. If it is above the water, there is neither movement nor inclination, but there is a nature that necessitates an inclination towards its space, no matter how far it is from its space. The point is to clarify that every composite body is capable of movement, and everything capable of movement must inevitably have an inclination. The proof of this in these composites is evident, as they cannot be composed except through movement. If the direction towards which the moving body inclines is naturally inclined towards it, then if it were left to its nature, it would move. If it does not move towards it when left to its nature, then it has no inclination towards it. However, if it has no inclination towards it, it is inclined towards the space it is in. If we assume a body in a space with no inclination towards that space or any other, it is impossible, as it would necessitate that its movement occurs in a non-time, which is impossible. Thus, the consequence is impossible. If it is said, we do not accept that movement in a non-time is necessary, we say there is no doubt that if a body has an inclination downwards, for example, and we move it upwards, that inclination resists the forced movement, causing a delay in the movement. The more the inclination, the greater the resistance, and the slower the movement, the less the inclination, the faster the movement. Thus, the variation in movement speed is proportional to the variation in inclination. If we assume a body with no inclination and move it 10 arms, for example, there is no doubt that it takes a time, let's call it an hour. If we assume a body with an inclination and we move it, its movement will inevitably be slower. Let's assume it takes 10 hours, for example. We can assume a body with 1/10 of that inclination, which would mean it moves in 1 hour, because the ratio of the time of movement to the time of movement is the ratio of the inclination to the inclination. Thus, the movement of the body with 1/10 of that inclination is equal to the movement of the body with no inclination, which is impossible. Just as it is impossible for them to differ in the amount of inclination and be equal in the time of movement, it is also impossible for them to differ in the existence of inclination and be equal in the amount of movement. This is a decisive proof that every body must have a natural inclination, either towards the direction it moves or towards the opposite, however it may be. If it is said, how can one deny the second premise, which is the impossibility of movement without time? It is said that if movement were assumed to occur in a non-time, it would either be in a distance or not in a distance. If it is not in a distance, it is not movement. If there is distance and space, we have mentioned that all distances are divisible, and it is inconceivable for an individual substance or an indivisible distance or space to exist. Therefore, it is inconceivable for a time not to be divisible, because time is the measure of movement, and the necessity of every movement is that it must be divided by the division of the distance of the movement, so the part that is at the beginning of the distance comes before the part that is later. This is the meaning of movement being in time. In general, how can the movement of an object be in 10 arms without its movement in the first half advancing over its movement in the second half? And if there is advancement and delay, then time has occurred. As for assuming movement in a dimension that does not divide, it is impossible, because it has been established that every dimension is divisible. Therefore, dimension, body, movement, and time, these four are necessarily divisible. A singular part cannot be conceived in them, as previously mentioned. The fifth argument is that these bodies can only move in a straight line, because every object must have a natural place, as its designated space, if left in it, will settle there naturally. Therefore, it has a natural inclination towards it, and if it moves away to another location, the desired position for it is natural, and its natural inclination is towards its natural position. When it departs, it experiences movement towards it, and remains still upon reaching it. If it has an inclination towards it, it will only move towards it by the shortest paths. If it deviates from the shortest path, it is inclined away from it, not towards it. The shortest path between 2 points is the straight line, so the movement must necessarily be along it. If it is established that there is no direction except the center and the periphery, then the natural movement of these bodies contained within the periphery divides into 2 straight movements, one from the periphery to the center, and the other from the center to the periphery. The sixth argument is that motion, in terms of its occurrence, meaning the motion of these bodies, indicates that it has a cause, and its cause leads to infinity, and this is only possible through the periodic celestial motion. Every occurring motion indicates a perpetual motion that has no end. If this were not assumed, the occurrence of an event could not be conceived. Since events exist, there must be a perpetual motion that has no end. The proof of this is that the occurrence of an event without a cause is impossible, and if its cause existed beforehand and did not occur, it would not occur due to the cause's need for an additional state and condition to prepare it for existence. Therefore, the cause does not occur unless that state occurs for a reason, and the question about that state is necessary. Why did it occur now and not before? It requires a cause, and thus it necessarily leads to an infinite series of events requiring causes. These causes and reasons cannot either exist simultaneously, without end, or in succession. The existence of causes without end together is impossible, and we have refuted that, so only succession remains. This can only be through a perpetual motion, each part of which is as if it were an occurrence, and its entirety is continuous without occurrence, so that its parts are the cause of what follows them, and likewise for every part. If this motion were to cease at any point, it would be impossible for an event to occur afterward. If it does not occur at a point, it does not occur afterward, thus requiring an event, and that event also requires a similar one, making occurrence inconceivable. Whenever a perpetual motion is assumed, the question ceases. An example is to ask why this piece of wood accepted the vegetative soul now, while it did not accept it before when it was buried in the ground. It is said due to extreme cold in winter and lack of moderation before. Then it is asked, why did moderation occur now? It is said due to the occurrence of warmth in the air. Then it is asked, why did warmth in the air occur now? It is said due to the sun's elevation and its proximity to the zenith by entering the sign of Aries. Then it is asked, why did it enter the sign of Aries now? It is said, because its nature is motion, and it has just separated from the last of Pisces now, and entering Aries was only possible by separating from Pisces. After reaching it, the separation from Pisces is the cause of entering Aries, and its being naturally in motion upon reaching Pisces is the cause of its separation from it, and the cause of reaching Pisces is the separation from what preceded it, and so on indefinitely. Thus, events ultimately return, after the succession of their earthly causes, inevitably to celestial motion. It can only be so, and the motion of the heavens is the cause of the occurrence of things for 2 reasons. One of them is that the reason is with it like the light that is with the sun. It revolves with it, and then something happens gradually in every part of the earth. So day occurs gradually in every region, and because of it, sight occurs and darkness is dispelled. And because of sight, people spread in their pursuits with various movements, and from those movements, events occur in the world that are not hidden. And the other is that the periodic movement is a reason for the readiness to reach the causes, but the effects are delayed in terms of the conditions not being fulfilled. Just as the sun causes heat in the earth, which prepares it to affect the seeds sown in it. But this is delayed due to the lack of sowing, and the sowing is delayed due to the lack of the mover's intention to sow, and this intention is based on another cause. When the sowing is facilitated, the heat acts now, and before this, it would not have an effect due to the absence of the place, and the delay of the event is similar. Thus, the occurrence of things is conceived. It has been shown that the combination of water and clay, for example, indicates movement, and movement necessarily indicates the difference of the two directions, and the difference of the two directions can only exist in a surrounding body, which is the sky, and it must be in constant motion for the occurrence of events to be conceivable. If these proofs align with the tangible, it becomes such that if a blind person who does not see the sky and its movement and its encompassing looks with his mind at the slightest movement, he knows that there must be a sky that rotates constantly for movement to be conceivable. Otherwise, creating movement without that is impossible, and the impossible cannot be acted upon, thus it cannot exist at all. Now, since we have demonstrated the movement of the sky with proof, which is indicated by the result, let us mention the reason for its movement, and that it has not moved, and let us mention its rulings. The statement about celestial bodies. The claims regarding them are that they move by their own will, that they have a renewed perception of particulars, that they have a purpose in their movement, and that their purpose is not to be concerned with the lower realms, but rather their purpose is longing and resembling a noble essence that is superior to them, with no relation to the bodies. This is called in intellect a pure intellect, and in the language of Sharia a close angel, and that there are many intellects, and that the bodies of the heavens have different natures, and that some of them are not the cause of some to exist. The first argument is that it is in motion by will. As for its being in motion, it is observable, and we have also demonstrated this. We add that this surrounding body, if assumed to be stationary, would have a specific position, so that a certain half of it, for example, above us now, if this were below us, it would not be impossible, because all parts of the surrounding body, in relation to all its parts, are one. It is impossible for a part of the surrounding body to be designated for a part of its parts, for if a direction of above were designated for some of it, that part would be contrary to that which was designated below, and it would be composite. A composite is only formed from the motion of simples in a straight line, and it has been shown that it is impossible for it to accept straight motion. And the simple, no part of the surrounding body is distinguished from another, so it is capable of motion. Everything capable of motion, we have mentioned, must have an inclination in its nature, and it is not permissible for that inclination to be towards straight motion, for it does not accept straight motion, as it requires another body to define its directions. Therefore, its inclination must be towards the change of parts of the surrounding body upon it, which is by revolving around the center. It is thus necessary for it to have an inclination towards motion around the center, as no part of the surrounding body is more entitled to some parts than others. It is impossible for such motion to be purely natural, devoid of will, because natural motion is an escape from one position in search of another. Once it reaches that natural position, it settles in it, and it is impossible for it to return by nature to what it has left, for if it were suitable for it, why did it leave? And if it were contrary, why did it return to it? There is no position of the heavens that it leaves by motion, except that it returns to it, and it is constantly vanishing and returning. Thus, it cannot be by nature, but by will and choice, and will cannot exist without conception. Everything that has conception and will we call a soul, for a body does not have will and conception merely by being a body, but by a specific nature and a specific form, which we express as the soul. Therefore, the motion of the heavens by will is a soulful motion. The second argument is that it is not permissible for the mover of the heavens to be something purely intellectual that does not accept change, just as it is not permissible for it to be purely natural. The intellectual refers to the stable essence that does not accept change, while the psychological refers to that which accepts change. We say that what is stable in one state can only produce what is stable in one state. Thus, it is permissible for the stillness of the earth, for example, to be due to a stable cause, because it remains in one state. As for the conditions of the heavens, they are always in flux, so it is impossible for what is stable to be unchanging. The cause of movement from A to B does not necessitate movement from B to C if it remains in that state, because this movement is different from the first. If the cause remains as it is, it cannot produce anything other than what it initially produced. Therefore, it must necessarily be that its requirement for movement from one limit to another arises due to a change that occurs to it, like something whose movement varies according to its quality. For if it cools, it moves in a way that differs from its movement in a state of heat. Thus, there must be a change in the cause when the cause changes. If the cause is will, then the wills must change and renew. Therefore, there must be a renewal of partial wills, because the total will does not necessitate partial movement. Your will for pilgrimage does not necessitate your foot moving in a specific direction, unless a partial will to step towards the place you are stepping to is renewed. Then, with that step, a conception of what lies beyond that step occurs, which gives rise to a partial will for the second step. Only partial wills arise from the total will, which necessitate the continuity of movement towards reaching the Kaaba. Thus, the event is movement, conception, and will. Movement occurred through will, and will occurred through partial conception, along with the total will, and partial conception with the total will occurred through movement. An example of this is someone walking with a lamp in the dark, where the lamp only reveals to him a step ahead. He conceives of one step with the lamp, and from the conception and the total will for movement, a partial will for that specific step arises, leading to the occurrence of that step, which is the cause of the will that is the cause of the conception. Then that step becomes the cause for conceiving the next step, leading to the conception of the step occurring, which generates a will for another step, and from the will for the other step, and so on continuously. A partial movement can only occur in this way. Thus, this is how the movement of the heavens can be, and everything that changes with the change of wills and conceptions is called a soul, not an intellect. The third argument is that it does not move out of concern for the lower world, and that the affairs of the lower world do not matter to it, but its purpose is something greater and more noble than that. The proof of this is that every voluntary movement must be either physical, sensory, or intellectual. The sensory movement is that which arises from desire and anger, and it is impossible for the movement of the heavens to be driven by desire, for desire is merely the pursuit of what is necessary for the continuation of existence, and what does not fear loss or destruction cannot have desire. It is also impossible for it to have anger, as anger is a force that repels opposing factors that lead to destruction or loss. Desire seeks what is suitable, and anger repels what is contrary. The celestial sphere cannot experience destruction or loss, so it cannot have a purpose of this kind. Therefore, it must be intellectual, and the proof of the impossibility of destruction and loss for it is that if it were to occur, it would either be due to the loss of an attribute, which is connected to breaking and perforation, or the loss of its form and nature, or its non-existence from its essence in terms of form and matter. It is false to claim that it can experience perforation and breaking, as this would mean the loss of parts in length and width in straight directions, which is a form of dispersion, meaning that this is a necessity for it. It has been shown that it does not accept straight movement, and it is false for its form to be nullified by its matter, because matter must either remain devoid of form, which is impossible, or take on another form, which would mean creation and destruction. And this is impossible, as creation and destruction necessarily require the acceptance of straight movement. It can only accept a form that contradicts the first form by nature, thus requiring a place different from its own, moving to that place in a straight movement, like the air's prime matter. When it sheds its airy form and takes on a watery form, it cannot be conceived without moving to the space of water in a straight movement. As for its non-existence from its essence, that is, the non-existence of its matter, it is impossible, for anything that lacks matter cannot cease to exist after having existed, just as it cannot come into existence after non-existence. It has been established that every event has matter, as its possibility of occurrence before it happens is a fixed attribute, so it must have a place. Therefore, a thing cannot cease to exist except from its matter, so that the possibility of its existence after its non-existence remains in its matter, and it does not cease to exist in a way that is impossible after having existed. It is impossible for the existent to turn into the impossible. If it remains possible, it necessitates the possibility, which is an additional attribute to the essence that it depends on. If it is established that change is impossible for it, then its movement is neither for desire nor for anger, leaving only an intellectual purpose, and it is impossible for its purpose to be concerned with these corrupt beings, as what is intended for a thing is necessarily lesser than that thing. This leads to the conclusion that the higher beings are lesser than the lower beings, even though the higher beings are eternal and not subject to destruction. While these lower beings are deficient and changeable, they have potential. The entirety of the Earth, including it, is a small part of the mass of the Sun, as it is like the Earth 160 times, so there is no comparison of the mass of the Sun to its sphere, let alone the outer sphere. How can the purpose of such a body be these base matters? How can the purpose of that eternal, perpetual movement be these base matters? How can these be the base in relation to it, while the noblest of the lower beings is the animal, and the noblest of them is man? Most of them are deficient, and the complete among them can never attain perfect completeness, as it is always subject to changes in conditions, thus always remaining deficient, meaning it lacks what is possible for it, and if it were to attain it, it would be more complete. The celestial bodies are complete, and in actuality, they contain nothing in potentiality except what pertains to their basest purposes, which is their position, as will be discussed. They do not aim for the nobility of the base for the sake of the base itself at all. If it is said that if what is intended is for something else, then it is lesser than that other thing. Let the shepherd be lesser than the sheep, the teacher lesser than the student, and the prophet lesser than the nation. For the shepherd is only intended for the sheep, the teacher only for the student, and the prophet only for guiding the nation. It is said, as for the shepherd, he is lesser than the sheep, in that he is a shepherd, but he is nobler in that he is a human being, and his humanity is not sought merely for the sake of shepherding. If only his role as a shepherd is considered, he is, by that consideration, lesser than the sheep, like the dog that guards the sheep, for he is necessarily lesser than the sheep, unless he has a quality other than being a shepherd. If he can hunt, then in that regard he may be considered nobler. However, as a guardian of the sheep alone, he is necessarily lesser than them, for what is intended for another is subordinate to that other. How can he not be lesser than them? This is the answer regarding the teacher and the prophet, for the nobility of the prophet is in that he is complete in himself with attributes that make him noble, even if he does not engage in the reform of creation. If only his role in reform is considered, it would follow that the one whose reform is sought is nobler than the one engaged in reform. If it is said, what is the difference in that his purpose is to provide goodness to be a decisive good, and that what emanates from him is good? It is said that the statement that doing good is good is a well-known saying, and the interest is that the common people believe it to refrain from vile acts. However, when it is returned to the truth, there is a discussion and detail in its subject and predicate. As for the subject, which is doing good, it is divided into what is good by itself and what is good by intention. The one that is good by itself does not indicate deficiency, meaning that its essence must entail something that is good, and does not intend another matter at all. This action cannot be done with intention and purpose, and we have mentioned that circular movement is voluntary. The other is that it is done with intention, which indicates the deficiency of the one intending it, as his action must be more appropriate for him than not acting, to achieve for him what he did not have. If he were complete, he would not need to acquire another matter. If this were not the case, there would be no intention or will at all. As for the mobile, which is that it is good, it is divided into what is good in itself, and into what is good in relation to the recipient, and to what is good in relation to the doer. As for the goodness in itself, just as we say that the existence of everything, when compared to its non-existence, is better than non-existence, the essence of the first necessitates what is good, and it is not good for the first, since it does not benefit from anything, nor is it good for the recipient, since there is nothing other than the whole, so it can be said that the whole is good for it. As for the beauty of the recipient, it is beautiful, and it is evidence of the recipient's deficiency and need for something. Its existence is more complete than his absence. The goodness for the doer indicates a deficiency in the doer. If he were complete, he would not need to benefit from goodness and perfection through action. It is well known that good actions in the case of a human being are a virtue and perfection, not a deficiency, because evil is expected from him. Thus, in relation to the demands of his nature, he is good. Otherwise, in truth, and in relation to absolute perfection, he is deficient. If this is established, we say, if the benefit of goodness is not good for the doer, it would not be an objective, and it cannot be imagined that a will could be directed towards it. Therefore, we must clarify how it is good for him so that it can be conceived as an objective. The fourth argument. The proof of abstract intellects, which is that motion indicates the existence of a noble, unchanging essence, which is neither a body nor imprinted in one. Such a thing is called an abstract intellect, and it is indicated by the concept of infinity. It has been established that this motion is eternal and has no end, both in the past and in the future, so it must have a source from a moving force, as it is impossible for a body to possess a force that extends to infinity, because every body is divisible, and its division implies a division of force. If we were to imagine division, some force would not be devoid of either moving to infinity, making the part like the whole without difference, which is impossible, or moving to a limit, while another part also moves to a limit, making the total finite. Thus, it has been established that it is inconceivable for there to be a force acting on something infinite, and that force to be in a body. Therefore, this motion must have a mover that is abstract from materials. The mover is of two types. One of them moves as the beloved moves the lover, and the intended is the seeker, and the beloved is the lover. The second, as the soul moves the body and the weight of the body downwards, and the first is that for which the movement occurs, and the second is that from which the movement comes. Circular motion lacks a direct active agent from which the movement arises, and that can only be a changing soul, because the unchanging essence does not produce variable movement, as previously mentioned. Thus, the soul that acts for the movement is finite in power. For the movement, in terms of being beloved and intended, not in terms of being the direct cause of movement, and it is inconceivable for a mover to not move in itself, except through the means of love, like the beloved moving the lover. If it is said, how can it be conceived that this intellect is a mover through the means of love? It is said, the engine in this way can either be such that it seeks its own essence like knowledge, as it moves the seeker of knowledge through his love for it, and the goal is to attain its essence, or it can be such that it seeks to resemble and emulate it, like a teacher who is beloved by the student, moving him in the sense that he loves to resemble him. Likewise, everything desirable that possesses a great attribute is sought to be emulated. This movement cannot be from the first category, as the rational meaning cannot conceive that a body can attain its own essence, since it has been established that it does not reside in a body. Therefore, it remains that one loves to resemble and emulate it by acquiring a quality that resembles its quality, to come closer to it in description, like a child resembling his father, and a student resembling his teacher. It cannot be through command and obedience, as the one who commands should have a purpose in the command, which indicates a deficiency and acceptance of change. The one who obeys should also have a purpose in the obedience, and that purpose is the intended goal. As for obeying the command simply because it is a command without benefit, that is not possible. If it is established that it can only be through resembling the beloved, then it has three conditions. The first is that the aspiring self for imitation has a conception of the desired description for the pleasures of the beloved. Otherwise, he would be seeking what he does not know, which is impossible. The second is that this description must be great and magnificent to him. Otherwise, the desire for it cannot be imagined. And the third is that it must be possible to occur in his right, for if it is impossible, it cannot be conceived to be requested with a sincere rational will, except through conjecture and imagination, which is a fleeting occurrence and does not last at all. If they must be clothed with the same sphere to perceive the beauty of that beloved, then the love that necessitates their gaze arises from their conception of beauty, prompting them to turn their attention upwards to generate the movement that leads to the desired resemblance. Thus, the conception of beauty is the cause of love, and love is the cause of desire, and desire is the cause of movement. That beloved may be the true first, or something close to it, such as the angels who are near, meaning the abstract eternal intellects that are free from change and lack nothing of the possible perfections. If it is said that this love and beloved must be detailed, and the description sought through movement, it is said that every desire is directed towards what is the characteristic of the necessary existent, which is that it is complete in actuality and has nothing potential. For being something in potential is a deficiency, as it means the absence of a perfection that is possible for it. Thus, every existent that is potential in some aspect is deficient in that aspect, and its desire is to transition from potentiality to actuality, so the ultimate desire of all is perfection. Attaining it, and everything that is more potential, is necessarily inferior, while everything that is actual in every aspect is complete. A human being, in essence, is sometimes potential and sometimes actual, and when it becomes actual in its essence, it remains in its potentiality in its accidents, and does not attain the ultimate perfection as long as it is in the body and does not separate from potentiality. As for the celestial body, it is not potential in its essence at all. It is neither created, nor is it potential in its inherent attributes or in its form. Rather, it is actual, meaning that everything possible for it is already realized. It has the best of shapes, which is the sphere, and the best of states, which is illumination and transparency, as well as other qualities. However, there remains one aspect that cannot be actualized, which is the positions, as every position assigned to it can be hypothetically assigned to another position, since it cannot occupy two positions at the same time. If this degree of potentiality were not possible, it would be closely resembling the pure intellects. Moreover, no position is more deserving than another, so that one must be chosen and the rest abandoned. Since it is not possible to combine all positions numerically, it is possible to combine them by type in a sequential manner, intending for each position to be actualized and for all to be realized in succession, so that the type of positions is always actual, just as when a human does not have the continuity of his individual existence in actuality, he arranges for the preservation of his species through succession. The circular motion also has a characteristic of being actual, remaining free from change and disparity, for if the straight motion is natural, it changes to rest at its end, and if it is forced, it changes to slackness at its end, while the circular motion continues at a constant pace. Therefore, the celestial body, however much it strives to maintain the type of positions for itself in actuality at all times, resembles the noble essences to the utmost extent possible for it in itself, and its desire for resemblance is an act of worship to the Lord of the worlds, because the essence of worship is drawing near, and the meaning of drawing near is seeking closeness, and the meaning of seeking closeness is to draw near in attributes, not in place, for that is impossible. This is the motivating purpose of the heavens. The fifth argument. The heavens have shown through observation their multitude, so it is necessary to be different in its temperaments, and that they are not of one type for two reasons. One of them is that if they were of one type, the ratio of some parts of one to some parts of the other would be like the ratio of some of its parts to another part of it. If that were the case, the whole would be continuous, not separate. The separation has no cause except for the difference in natures. This is like how water does not mix with oil when poured on it, but rather it remains adjacent and distinct. Water mixes with water and connects with it, and oil with oil. Just as it is known from the differing ratios of parts of water to each other, to the ratio of some of its parts to the parts of oil by separation, so it is here, as there is no obstacle to connection with the similarity of the whole. The second is that some are lower and some are higher, and some are containing while others are contained, which indicates the variation of natures and the difference of types, because if the lower were of the same type as the higher, it would be permissible for it to move to the place of the higher, just as it is permissible for some parts of water and air to move both downwards and upwards within the realm of water and air. If it were permissible, it would be capable of straight motion, by which the lower moves to the realm of the higher, as in the elements, and it has been shown that it is impossible for them to accept straight motion. The sixth argument is that these celestial bodies cannot be a cause for one another. Rather, it is not permissible for one body to be the cause of the existence of another body, and to be an effect within it. A body only affects something if it reaches it through contact, interaction, or proximity, in general, if it has a suitable relation to it, just as the sun affects the illumination of a body if it is aligned with it, and there is no barrier between them, and just as fire affects the burning of what it encounters and touches. Therefore, there must be an existing entity that the active body encounters in order to affect it, resulting in something else through its influence. If there is no existing entity, it becomes impossible for the body to create another existing entity. If it is said, "Isn't fire a cause for the occurrence of air, no matter how it is ignited under water, so that the body of air is produced because of fire?" It is said that air is not a primary body. Rather, it is a being formed from another body that fire has encountered and affected. Our discussion is about celestial bodies, which are primary bodies not formed from another body, as we have shown that if they were formed, it would be invalid for them to be capable of straight motion, which is impossible for them. If it is established that primary bodies cannot be causes for the existence of one another, then if it is said, "Why do you say that a body does not produce an action except after reaching what has the action through contact or otherwise?" It is said that its proof is that if a body were to act, it would either act through mere matter or mere form, or through form with the mediation of matter. It is invalid for it to act through mere matter, because the essence of matter is its capacity for form. If it were active, it would not be active in the sense of being receptive, but from another perspective. Thus there would be two things in it: one by which it receives, and by its consideration, it is matter, and the other by which it acts, and by its consideration, it is form, as we do not mean by form anything other than that. Thus, matter in it is form and cannot be abstract. It is also invalid for it to act through mere form, because mere form has no existence by itself. Rather, its existence is in matter, even if through the mediation of matter. Therefore, either the matter is a true intermediary, so that the form is the cause of the matter, and the matter is the cause of the thing, making the form the cause of the cause, which returns to the fact that matter, inasmuch as it is matter, has acted, and we have refuted that. Or it is through the mediation of matter, in the sense that through its mediation, the body reaches the thing, so that it affects it, just as the form of fire, through the mediation of matter, can be here and affect what it encounters, and at another time there, which necessarily requires something to be here and there in order for the body to affect it. The seventh claim. The enlightened minds should not be fewer than the number of celestial bodies, as it has been established that they are of different natures, and their existence is requiring a cause, and one can only produce one. Therefore there must be a number, so that each one can produce one, and they should differ in type, so that different types can emerge from them. How? The abundance in numbers does not represent, but only by the difference in type, which is the specification of each by a distinction that sets it apart from the other, and it cannot be by an accident, as it is impossible for something to be necessitated by an accident that does not arise from its type. If there is no substance, then there is no increase except by type. These intellects should be the beloved of the souls of the heavens, with each one turning to its cause and seeking to resemble it, as it is impossible for the beloved of all to be one. Otherwise, all would be one in their movement, which is not the case. It has been shown in mathematics that their movements are different, and if the goal were one, the pursuit would be one. Thus, each one has a soul that is specific to it, moving it through direct action and deed, and a pure intellect that is specific to it, moving it through love. The souls are the heavenly angels due to their connection to their bodies, and those intellects are the heavenly angels for their purity from the ties of substances and their closeness in attributes to the Lord of Lords. The fifth article, on how things exist from the first principle, and how causes and effects are arranged, and how they ascend to one who is the cause of causes, as if this article is the essence of the divine matters and their totality, and it is the final goal of all of them, after knowing the attributes of the first truth. The first problem in it is that it has been previously established that the first is one in every aspect, and that the one can only produce one, while the existents are many, and it cannot be said that they are arranged one after the other, as this does not apply to all things. Yes, it can be said that celestial bodies precede elements by nature, and simple elements precede compounds, but this does not apply to everything. The four natures cannot be arranged, nor can there be an arrangement between the horse and the human, between the date palm and the vine, between black and white, and between heat and cold. Rather, they are equal in existence. So how did they emanate from one? And if they emanated from a composite that contains multiplicity, how did that happen? Ultimately, multiplicity must converge to one, which is impossible. The solution is to say that the first produced one thing that necessitates that one, not from the first ruling the other, thus resulting in multiplicity within it, and that becomes the origin of obtaining a multiplicity that is simultaneous, then arranged, and then the equal and the arranged converge in one, which causes that one, with its multiplicity, to be many. Thus, things multiply, and it cannot be otherwise. As for the nature of that multiplicity, it is that the first is the true one, as its existence is pure existence, and its essence is the same as its nature, while everything else is possible. Every possible thing has an existence that is not its essence, as previously mentioned, because every existence that is not necessary is accidental to the essence, and there must be an essence for existence to be accidental to it, thus being, by the nature of the essence, possible existence, and by the measure of the cause, necessary existence. It is clear that every possible thing by itself is necessary by another, thus it has two rulings: necessity from one aspect, and possibility from another, as it is possible in potentiality and necessary in actuality. Its possibility is from itself, and its necessity is from another. Thus, it is composed of something resembling matter and another resembling form. What resembles matter is possibility, and what resembles form is necessity, which it has from another. When a pure intellect emanates from the first, it has from the first individual only the individual existence, which is necessary for it. As for possibility, it has from itself, not from the first, but it knows itself, and knows its origin, even if it knows itself from its origin, because its existence is from it. However, its ruling differs in that it results in multiplicity due to this multiplicity, and it continues to multiply little by little until it reaches the last of the existence. If multiplicity is inevitable, and can only be in this way, it is a small multiplicity. The first existents were not in extreme multiplicity, but rather gradually they lead to multiplicity until minds, souls, bodies, and accidents exist, which are all categories of existence. If it is said, how can the details of their arrangement and composition be possible? It is said that a pure intellect emanates from the first in a duality as previously mentioned, one of which has from the first and the other has from itself, resulting in a kingdom and a celestial sphere. By kingdom, I mean the pure intellect, and it should result in the noblest of the noblest descriptions, and the intellect is the noblest, and the description that it has from the first, which is existence, is the noblest. Thus, a second intellect results from it, considering it necessary, and the farthest celestial sphere considering the possibility that is to it like matter. From the second intellect, a third intellect, and the sphere of the zodiac result. From the third, a fourth, and the sphere of Saturn. From the fourth, a fifth, and the sphere of Jupiter. From the fifth, a sixth, and the sphere of Mars. From the sixth, a seventh, and the sphere of the Sun. From the seventh, an eighth, and the sphere of Venus. From the eighth, a ninth, and the sphere of Mercury. From the ninth, a tenth, and the sphere of the Moon. At that point, the celestial beings completed their existence, and the noble existence aside from the first amounted to 19 intellects and 9 spheres. This is correct, unless the number of spheres exceeds this. If it does, the intellects should be increased to complete all celestial beings. However, only this division has been confirmed by observation. Then, after that, the existence of the lower beings begins, which are the 4 elements first. There is no doubt that they are different, as their places are naturally different. Some seek the center, and some the periphery. How can their natures unite when they are capable of being and perishing, as will come in natural philosophy? Therefore, there must be a common matter for them, and it is inconceivable for a body to exist without another body. It is not permissible for the cause of their existence to be solely the celestial bodies. Because the matter of the four is common, it is not permissible for the cause of their matter to be multiplicity. Because their forms are different, it is not permissible for the cause of their forms to be anything other than different multiplicities, confined to four things or four types, because they are four forms. It is not permissible for the form alone to be the cause of the existence of matter, for if that were the case, it would necessitate the absence of matter with the absence of the form, which is not the case. Rather, matter remains clothed in another form, and it is not permissible for the form to have no share or entrance in the existence of Heil, for if it had no entrance, Heil would remain alone with the persistence of its cause without the form, which is impossible. Therefore, the existence of matter must be by the participation of things. One of them is a separate essence by which its existence originates, but it does not exist solely by it, rather in conjunction with form, just as the moving force is the cause of motion, but on the condition of a potential force in the subject, and as the sun is the cause of the ripening of fruits, but on the condition of a natural potential in the fruit that is receptive to the effect. Similarly, the existence of matter is through the separate intellect, but its being through the intellect is in conjunction with form, and the specification of one form over another does not come from that separate essence, but rather there must be another cause that makes some matter more suitable for accepting one form over another. Otherwise, matter is common to the elements, in that it is made ready to accept a specific form over another. This can only initially come from celestial bodies, as materials benefit from their proximity and distance from them, gaining different readiness. When they are prepared, they accept the form from the separate essence. And because these celestial bodies agree in a universal nature, which necessitates cyclical motion in all, they provide matter with absolute readiness to accept every form. In terms of each having a specific nature, it necessitates a specific readiness for some forms, and then the form for each matter comes from the separate essence. Thus, the origin of corporeal matter is from the separate intellectual essence, and its being limited in directions comes from celestial bodies, and its readiness also comes from them. It is permissible that some of them also have readiness for particulars, just as fire, when it encounters air, imparts readiness to accept the fiery form, thus pouring upon it from the separate essence. There is a distinction between being ready and being potential, as the meaning of potential is that it can accept the form and its opposite, while the meaning of readiness is that its suitability for accepting one of the two forms is favored specifically. Thus, potentiality for the existence of a thing and its non-existence is equal, while readiness for existence alone means that one of the potentials becomes more favorable than the other. Just as the matter of air is equally capable of the fiery and watery forms, but the predominance of cold makes it more suitable for accepting the watery form, it transforms into water by accepting the watery form from the separate essence when it gains readiness from the cooling cause. For this reason, the matter that is always in motion is more suitable for the form of fire, due to the correspondence of motion to heat, while the matter that is more suitable for stillness is that which is distant from it. Thus, the existence of these bodies that are capable of being formed and corrupted, namely the elements, has revealed the cause of the initial readiness of the prime matter in relation to all forms, then the cause of its readiness for the specific in relation to the four natures. Then, by the mixing of these elements, other bodies occur, the first of which are atmospheric phenomena, such as steam, smoke, meteors, and others. The second are minerals, the third are plants, the fourth are animals, and the last of their ranks is humans, and all this occurs through the mixing of elements. From the mixing of the watery and airy forms, steam occurs, and from the mixing of the fiery and earthy forms, smoke occurs. Thus, through the initial mixing, atmospheric phenomena arise, and the cause of their mixing is the movements that occur within them, from the heat and cold emanating from celestial bodies, which provide readiness from them. Then, forms are poured from the giver of forms. If a stronger and more complete mixing occurs, and conditions are added to it, readiness for the forms of mineral essences occurs, and those forms also pour from their giver. If the mixing is more complete than that, plants arise. If it is even more complete, animals arise. And the most complete of mixtures is the mixture of the human sperm, which has readiness to accept the form of humanity. The cause of these readinesses is the celestial and terrestrial movements and their entanglement, and the cause of the forms is the separate essence. Thus, the celestial bodies continue to provide readiness, and the separate essence provides forms, until the permanence of existence is achieved through both. These mixtures do not occur by mere chance, but their causes are consistent in a system, which are the celestial movements. Therefore, some things are seen to remain in their essence, such as the stars, while others cannot remain in their essence, like plants and animals. Their permanence is managed by the permanence of their species, sometimes through generation. From the earth, when readiness occurs due to a specific celestial cause, and sometimes through birth, which is more common, as each type is created with a force that extracts from it a part resembling it in potential, thus becoming a cause for the existence of a similar one from it. This is the cause of these occurrences, and no occurrence happens except in the deep orbit of the moon. As for celestial bodies, they remain in a single state in their essences and attributes, except in their lesser attributes, which are position and relation. As through their opposing movements, a triad among the stars is established, and a hexad, comparison, opposition, quadrature, and variations in the angles of rays, and types of mixtures are mentioned in the science of stars, and it is not within human capacity to encompass all of them. Thus, this is a cause for the differences in these mixtures and readinesses for benefiting from forms from the giver of forms, who does not withhold in pouring and benefiting. Rather, forms do not occur from him in what does not receive due to a deficiency in the recipient, not due to a prohibition from him. If those celestial correspondences differ in type, different readinesses occur in type, and different forms pour forth, such as the forms of horses, humans, and plants. For the matter capable of the form of a horse cannot accept the form of a human at all, and for this reason, a horse has never given birth to a human. If they differ in potential while being of the same type, it necessitates a difference in the quality of readiness, so the form of the same type varies in perfection and deficiency. There is no animal that is deficient in a limb or attribute, except that its deficiency is due to a cause in its mother's womb, or in the time of nurturing, or in a matter related to it, and that cause is due to another cause, and so on without end, ultimately ascending to the celestial movements. From this, it has been established that goodness overflows upon all from the first principle through the angels, until everything that could possibly exist is found in the best and most complete forms. Everything that exists has its existence as it should be, and it cannot be more complete than that. The matter from which flies are made, if it accepted a form more complete than the form of flies, it would overflow from its giver, for there is no withholding or prohibition. Rather, it is naturally overflowing, just as light overflows from the sun onto the air, earth, mirror, and water, differing in effect until it does not appear in the air and appears on the earth, and the ray does not reflect and appears in the air and on the earth, and it does not reflect the brightness, not due to a difference from the sun, but due to the difference in the readiness of the materials. It should be noted that flies are better than the matter of flies if left as such, and if it were not so, they would not exist. If it is said, "We see the world overflowing with evils, calamities, and abominations, such as lightning, earthquakes, floods, and wild beasts, and likewise in the souls of humans, from lust, anger, and others. How did evil emerge from the first? Was it by measure or without measure? If it was not by measure, then it has gone beyond the power and will of the first. What is it then? And if it was by measure, how was evil measured, when it is pure good that does not overflow, except with good? It is said, the secret of measure is not revealed, except by mentioning the meaning of good and evil. As for good, it is used in two ways. One of them is that it is good in itself, meaning that a thing exists or exists with its perfection. If this goodness is the case, then evil in contrast is the absence of the thing or the absence of its perfection. Evil has no essence, but existence is pure good, and non-existence is pure evil. The cause of evil is that which destroys a thing or destroys a perfection of its perfections. Thus it is evil in relation to what it has destroyed. The other is that good may refer to the one from whom the existence and perfection of things emanate, and the first. Pure good in this sense, except that things in this regard are divided into four categories. The first, what is purely good, from which evil cannot be conceived to arise. The second is pure evil, from which no good can come. And the third, what exists of good and evil, but good is not predominant. The fourth is that good should prevail. As for the first, it has overflowed from the first, which is the angels, for they are causes of good things, not, it is evil. As for the second, it does not exist, which is something that cannot be imagined to have any good in it, but is pure evil. As for the third, it is the one in which evil prevails, so it is right that it should not exist either, as a result of little good which is evil and not good. As for the fourth, it should exist, such as fire, for example, for it has a great role in the world. If it were not created, the order of the world would be disrupted, and the evil in that disruption would be immense. If it were created, it would inevitably burn the poor man's garment if it came into contact with the causes. Likewise, if rain were not created, agriculture would fail, and the world would be ruined. And if it were created, it would inevitably destroy the roof of the old woman's house if it fell upon it. It is not possible to create rain that distinguishes between one place and another, so it does not fall on the roofs and falls on the crops nearby. This is an act of a chooser, and the form of water is devoid of it. Without mixing, it does not accept the form of life. If it were mixed with something else and made into a living being, it would not yield the full benefit of water, just as it has not been obtained from these animals. The beneficial for good is that rain should be created for the good of the world, without caring for the rare evil that arises from it, and it necessarily leads to the conclusion that rain should not be created, making evil general. When this is compared to that, it is known with certainty that the good is in its creation. From this, Saturn, Mars, fire, water, desire, and anger were created. For these matters, if they did not exist, much good would be lost due to their absence, and they cannot be created without necessitating some minor evil. It is known that this is something that is accepted, so good is necessarily established, while evil is established by accident, and is accepted by accident, and all in proportion. If it is said that it should be created in such a way as to be pure good, it is said that the meaning of this question is that this section should not be created, because the section that is pure good has already been found, and what remains in possibility cannot be purely good, but its good can increase and its evil can decrease. The good is in its existence, not in its non-existence. If it were not so, this section would not exist. The meaning of the question is that fire should be created in such a way that it is not fire, and Saturn in such a way that it is not Saturn, which is impossible. If it is said, then why do you say that evil is minor? We say that evil is the essence of destruction and deficiency, and its meaning is the absence of an essence, or the absence of a quality of an essence that is perfection by essence. This is impossible in the case of the king and the celestial bodies as previously mentioned, and this does not occur except where opposing forms exist, which are the elements, as some forms necessarily negate others due to their opposition. This can only occur on earth, and if evil were general throughout the earth, it would be minor, as the whole earth is minor in relation to existence. How then is safety predominant? These evils only exist in relation to animals, which are the least in the earth, and they only exist in the least of animals, as most of them are safe. Those that are not safe are, in most of their conditions, safe, so it is clear that it is rare in relation to good. In summary, all of this only returns to the corruption of the states of essences and the fear of the absence of essences, where the fear of absence is imagined to be greater than the fear of the absence of qualities. Evil is non-existence, and the perception of non-existence is pain, while good is perfection, and its perception is pleasure. It has become clear how these existences emerge from the first, how they are arranged, how evil enters them, and how it falls under fate and destiny. The mention of the secret of destiny is avoided because it may imply incapacity among the common people. The correct approach is to convey to them that the first is capable of everything, which would instill a sense of reverence in their hearts. if it were detailed and stated that he is capable only of all possible things, and matters were divided into possible and impossible, and it was said that creating fire in such a way that it cooks food and melts substances, but does not burn the wood of the poor if it falls in his house is impossible, they would think that this is incapacity. Indeed, if it were said to some of them that he cannot create something like himself, nor combine black and white, they would perceive that as incapacity. This is the secret of destiny, as it has been said, and God knows best what is correct. The second section has been completed, followed by the third section, which is in the natural sciences. The third section, natural sciences. We have mentioned that what exists is divided into substance and accident, and the accident is divided into what is understood without addition to another, such as quantity and quality, and into what is understood only with addition, which is derived from substance, quality, and quantity. Knowledge of substance and accident and the rulings of existence is part of theology, and the division extends to quantity, which is the subject of mathematics, and to what relates to materials in a way that does not allow abstraction from them in thought and existence, which is the subject of natural philosophy, as it pertains to the examination of the body of the world in terms of its occurrence in change, movement, and rest. Thus its purpose is confined to 4 articles. The first, in what pertains to all bodies, which is more general in its matters like form and matter, movement and place. The second, in what is more specific, which is a consideration of the law of simple bodies. The third, consideration of compounds and mixtures. The fourth is to consider the plant, animal, and human soul, and through it, the purpose is achieved. The first article. As for all bodies, there are 4, form and matter, as no body can be without them, and we have mentioned them. Now we must mention motion and place, the discussion of motion, and it is necessary to clarify its reality and its categories. As for the reality, it is commonly known that motion refers to the transition from one place to another only, but it has become, according to the terminology of the people, a broader meaning, which is the transition from one attribute to another attribute gradually. This means that everything that is potential and can become actual is divided into what becomes actual all at once, like something white turning black at once, or something dark becoming illuminated at once with a stable and fixed illumination that does not increase, and into what becomes actual gradually, having a path between pure potentiality and pure actuality, and it gradually moves from potentiality to actuality. It is not merely potentiality because it has begun to move away from it, nor is it merely actuality because it has not yet reached the intended limit to which it is directed, like something dark, for example, at dawn becoming gradually illuminated. It is not purely illuminated in potentiality when it begins to exist, nor is it purely actual because the limit that is intended has not been achieved. Similarly, if a body begins to turn black, departing from whiteness, as long as it is transitioning between whiteness and blackness, it is called moving, meaning changing gradually, and the transition from one state to another must occur within the 10 categories. First division of movement. Movement occurs only in 4 aspects: spatial movement, transition in quantity, position, and quality. As for space, it cannot be imagined to transition all at once, as space is divisible, and so is the body. It only leaves its place part by part, with some parts advancing over others. This is the only conceivable way. In the universe, there is movement in space, as well as in position, which is the transition from sitting to lying down, and also the transition in quantity, where something increases or decreases. Each of the movements of position and quantity also involves spatial movement. As for quality, it is permissible to transition all at once, as when something turns black suddenly, and it is also permissible for it to change gradually. For essence transition, movement cannot be imagined. Water cannot suddenly become air, nor can a sperm suddenly become a human. The proof of this is that if it begins to change, it must either remain the type it was or not. If it remains, it is still not different from what it was, as it is still a human, for example, and there can be no variation in essence. One human cannot be more human than another, unlike blackness. If the type completely disappears, it is entirely gone. Thus, the essence changes due to the type, and transformation from one type to another removes the original type. If the type is present, the transformation occurs in the accident, not in the species and genus, meaning it is not in the definition and reality. Circular movement is a movement in position, not in space, because it does not leave its place, but rather revolves in its own space. The outermost sky has no place, as will be explained, and it is in motion. As for quantity, two movements can be imagined, one through nourishment, which is growth and withering, and the other without nourishment, which is loosening and condensing. Growth through nourishment is when the nourished body derives from another nearby body by force, resembling it in action and growing into complete development. Withering is when the body decreases, not due to the loosening of its parts, but due to the lack of nourishment that compensates for what is decomposed. Only a body that continuously decomposes needs nourishment due to the surrounding air's moisture and the dissolution caused by its innate heat, making nourishment a remedy for what is constantly decomposed. Loosening is when the body increases without external support, growing within itself without accepting anything from outside, such as water heating and expanding. If the top of the container is closed, it cannot expand and will break. Similarly, food in the stomach swells and vaporizes, increasing its volume, causing the stomach to swell. If it is clear that matter has no volume in itself, and that volume is an accident to it, then no one of the quantities is more suitable for it than another, until it is determined to accept a specific volume. It is not impossible for it to accept less or more, even if that is not arbitrary or to a known limit. As for condensation, it is a movement towards reduction to accept a smaller volume without losing any part of it, like water when it freezes, becomes smaller. Second division of movement considering its causes. Motion is divided into lateral, forced, and natural. The lateral motion occurs when an object is within another object, causing the surrounding object to move, resulting in movement of the enclosed object. This means it moves from its general location without changing its specific location, like a cup containing water. When the cup is moved, the water remains in its specific location, which is the cup, not the house. However, when the cup is moved from one house to another, the water also moves from one house to another, and the specific location of the water is the cup, not the house. The true movement of the water is that it exits the cup. As for forced motion, it is when an object leaves its specific location due to an external cause, such as an arrow being shot from a bow, or an object being pulled or pushed, like a stone being thrown upwards. Natural motion is when an object has an inherent tendency, such as a stone falling downwards, fire rising upwards, or water cooling naturally when heated forcibly. This is because when an object moves, it must have a cause. If the cause is external to itself, it is called forced motion, and if it is not external, it is called natural. There is no doubt that an object does not move by itself because it is a body. If it did, it would always be in motion, and each body would have a single motion, but rather, it has an additional meaning called nature. Then it is divided into what occurs without will, like the downward motion of a stone, which is specifically called natural if its type is unified. If it moves in different directions, it is called a vegetative soul, like the movement of plants. If it moves with will and in different directions, it is called an animal soul. And if the direction is unified, like the motion of the heavens, it is called a celestial or royal soul. If it is said, "Why do you claim that the motion of the stone and fire is natural?" Perhaps the stone is pushed down by the air or pulled by the earth towards itself, and a balloon filled with air rises in water because the air pulls it or the water pushes it. The proof of the invalidity of this is that if it were so, the smaller would move faster than the larger, as it is easier to pull or push the smaller. The opposite is true, which indicates that it is due to its own nature. Otherwise, the larger would not be stronger than the smaller. Third division of movement. Motion is divided into circular, like the motion of celestial bodies, and linear, like the motion of elements. The linear motion is further divided into that which is towards the periphery from the center, called lightness, and that which is towards the center, called heaviness. Each of these is divided into that which is towards the goal, like the motion of fire towards the periphery, and the earth towards the center, and into that which is below it, like the motion of air from water to above it, and the motion of water from air to above the earth. Thus, motion, in terms of the medium, has three types: motion on the medium, which is circular, motion away from the medium, and motion towards the medium, the discussion about the place. The discussion about the place is long, and its brief version is that it has, by consensus, four properties. One of them is that the body moves from one place to another, and the stationary one settles in one of them. The second is that one cannot have two together, so vinegar does not enter the jug unless water exits, which does not enter unless air exits. And the third is that above and below are only applicable in terms of location, nothing else. The fourth is that the body is said to be in it, and thus it is a mistake for those who think that place is the matter, because matter is capable of something after something, just as place is, which is incorrect, because matter is capable of form, and place is what accepts the body, not the form. Some believe that it is the form, because the body exists in a form that does not separate from it, which is incorrect, because the form does not separate during motion, and likewise matter and space separate during motion. A group said, the place of the body is the measure of the distance between the ends of the body. Thus, the place of water is that which is between the ends of the concave jug, which is occupied by the water. Then these differed. One group said, it is impossible to measure this distance as empty, but it can only be filled. The proponents of emptiness said, it is permissible for this distance to be vacated by a body that fills it, so they affirmed the existence of emptiness beyond the surface of the world, which has no end, and they also affirmed emptiness within the world, and it is necessary to refute the estimation of the possibility of emptiness. As for the first doctrine, which is that space is dimension, it only holds true if one understands that there is a distance between the ends of the jug that equals the distance of the water within it, or the air. Thus, it would then be a place for the water or air, and this is not known, for observation only indicates the distance of the body within the jug. As for another distance that it could enter, that is not the case. If it is said, if we assume the water exits without the air entering, the distance between the ends would remain, this is not a valid argument, even if it is true, because it is based on an impossibility, as it is impossible for water to exit without air entering. A true statement based on an impossibility is not true without that impossibility. For if you said 5, if divided by equals, would be an even number, it is true, but it cannot be used to conclude that it is even. Similarly, if the jug were empty, there would be an empty dimension within it, but the premise is impossible, so the conclusion does not follow. This is in terms of conformity, to understand what they said. As for the proof of its impossibility, it is that the distance of the body between the ends of the jug is known. If another distance is assumed, it has entered into the dimension of the body, and dimensions cannot overlap, as evidenced by the fact that bodies do not overlap. This is not because they are substances, for according to these people, dimension exists by itself. Thus, it is a substance, and yet it has entered into the body, nor is it because it is cold or hot or any other qualities. And the dimensions do not overlap, which means that what is between the ends of the box, for example, is an arm of air, and this is also an arm for a body. If it were to enter without the air escaping, the two arms would have become one arm, with the two bodies being measured, and it is impossible for two arms to become one arm. Just as it is impossible in an arm that is air, it is impossible in others. Therefore, dimensions do not overlap. If it is meant by overlap that one ceases to exist while the other remains, this is annihilation. If it is meant that both remain, it returns to the idea that two arms are one arm, which is impossible. Because if both dimensions are assumed to exist, how is the duality known? The evidence that refuted the claim of two black things in one place also refutes this, for duality is only understood after one departs from the other by an attribute, as previously proven. If all dimensions overlap and one does not depart from the other, what difference is there between the statement that there are two dimensions here and the statement that there are 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions? This is impossible, and the distinction cannot be made by a description that existed and a state of overlap, because the non-existent does not create a distinction between two things. As for the refutation of the second, which is the refutation of the void, what we have mentioned is sufficient because it contains a claim of overlapping dimensions, but we will add further evidence. The first. Indeed, emptiness occurs in the illusions of air because the senses do not perceive it. A person may think that a jug without water is empty, leading to the conception of emptiness in the imagination. What the proponents of emptiness conceive is something like air, because it has a specific measure, exists by itself, and is divisible. We only consider a body to be what possesses these attributes, and in this regard, air is a body. Therefore, emptiness is not pure non-existence. It can be described as small, large, cubical, square, and round. This emptiness can accommodate 2 arms of fullness, no more than that. If it were less, it would not correspond to it. Pure negation cannot be described with such attributes. It exists, stands by itself, is not an accident, has a measure, and can be divided. We mean by body only this, as evidenced by air. Second, if the void existed, then the body within it would be neither at rest nor in motion, and the latter is impossible. Thus the premise is void. We say that rest in the void is impossible because rest can either be natural or forced. If we assume the body is at rest in a part of the void naturally, it is impossible because the parts of the void are similar, with no difference among them. If we assume it is forced, it can only be forced if there is another suitable position, contrary to what it is in. If there is no difference, then separation in terms of nature and forced movement after nature ceases to exist. As for motion in the void, it is also impossible for 2 reasons. One of them. What we mentioned is that if it is by nature, it is as if it seeks a place contrary to what it was in before, with no difference in it, and so is the coercion. Secondly, if there were movement in a void, it would occur outside of time, which is impossible. The premise is impossible, and the reason for its impossibility is what has been previously stated. Every movement occurs within time, as it must necessarily be in the first part before it is in the second. This impossibility arises because a stone moves downward in air faster than it moves in water, as air is less dense and its resistance and push are less. If water were thickened with fine particles or otherwise, the movement of the stone in it would also be slower due to the resistance and push it encounters. The ratio of movement in terms of speed and slowness is like the ratio of thinness to thickness in terms of resistance and push. If we assume a movement in a vacuum of 100 cubits, for example, in 1 hour, and then assume the movement of that body with the presence of air or water in that distance, it must be slower. Let's say it takes 10 hours. If we assume the medium to be something thinner than water, to the extent that its resistance is 1/10 of that of water, then the movement in 1 hour would lead to an equivalence of movement with the presence of the original resistance to movement in a vacuum with the absence of resistance. If the difference in the degree of resistance necessitates a difference in movement, then how could the difference in the existence of resistance and its absence not necessitate it? This is a conclusive proof that establishes what we have mentioned about the necessity of every body containing an inclination within it. The third is one of the natural signs of the nullification of void, that a metal basin, when thrown on water, does not sink into it, and the only reason for this is that air clings to its concave surface. If the basin were to sink, the air would not assist it until it reaches the water's space, because it seeks to rise from its own space. If it were to separate from it and remain in its space, and the basin sank, a void would occur between the surface of the basin and the surface of the separated air, which is impossible. This is the basis on which ships are built. Therefore, if air exits from the basin or the ship and it is filled with water, it would sink. Similarly, the cup of the cupping therapist expels air through suction, drawing the skin of the cupped person with it, because if it did not draw, a void would occur, which is impossible. Likewise, the water in the siphon holds together with inversion. Therefore, if the water were to exit, it would find nothing at the bottom of the siphon to replace it, leading to a void, and the existence of a void is impossible. the separation of the surfaces of bodies from one another without replacement, and likewise, a bottle can be placed on a mortar in a structured manner. Then the mortar is lifted by raising it, among other tricks that are based on the impossibility of a vacuum. If it is said, what is the essence of space? It is said, what Aristotle's opinion has settled on, which is agreed upon by all, is that it is the surface of the containing body, namely the inner surface, that is in contact with the contained, because the forementioned signs exist in it. Everything that has those signs is a space. Thus, it exists in the inner surface of the containing body. So it is a space, and it does not exist in form, matter, or anything else, so it cannot be a space. Therefore, the entirety of the world is not in a space at all, and thus it is not permissible to say, why is this specific to this void? There is neither higher nor lower than it, because a void is impossible. There is no higher peak or lower. As for fire, its space is the inner sphere of the moon, and the space of air is the inner surface of fire, and the space of water is the inner surface of air, and in this order we should rely. The second article. On simple bodies and space, it is especially clear the division of the body to the simple and the complex. The simple is divided into what does not accept existence and corruption, like the celestial bodies, and into what does accept, like the four elements. It has been previously established that celestial bodies do not accept decay, corruption, or straight motion, and they are not devoid of circular motion. They are numerous, their natures are different, and they have souls that perceive and move by will. All of this has been previously discussed in the divine matters, and we add here that their materials, meaning their prime matter, are different by nature and not shared, just as their forms are different, unlike the elements, for their materials are shared. If their material were shared, the material of one of them would be suitable in itself to be perceived in another form. If that were conceivable, it would mean that its specification by its form is by agreement and due to a cause that coincided with it. It is not impossible to suppose the encounter with another cause would allow it to accept another form, thus corrupting the first and forming the second. This would necessitate that it moves in a straight motion to the realm of another nature, which is impossible, and the possible does not lead to the impossible. This indicates that its material cannot be shared or similar to the material of the elements. This is the judgment regarding the simplicities of the heavens. As for the elements, we claim that they must be divided into hot and dry like fire, hot and moist like air, cold and moist like water, and cold and dry like earth. Then we claim that heat, moisture, dryness, and coldness are accidents within them, not forms. We further claim that it is conceivable for them to transform and change in those accidents, as when water is heated, and that some of these elements can transform into others. Each one can accept a greater or lesser amount than it currently has, and they accept influences from celestial bodies, and they must be in the midst of celestial bodies. These are 7 claims. First, these bodies that are subject to change, existence, decay, and composition are not devoid of heat, cold, moisture, and dryness, because they are either easily shaped and easily disassembled, which is what is meant by moisture, or they are difficult to shape or connect, so that parts may touch and remain unconnected. If they connect quickly, they are referred to as moist, like water and air. If they do not connect upon contact, they are called dry, like dust and fire. Furthermore, they are not devoid of heat and cold, because they are susceptible to mixture, as will be discussed later, so they must interact and affect one another. Otherwise, they would merely be adjacent and not mixed. Their action can either be through separation, which is called heat, or through complexity, which is called cold. Therefore, they are subject to breaking when the moisture is intensely mixed with dryness. Softness arises from moisture, while hardness comes from dryness. Natural smoothness comes from moisture, and natural roughness from dryness. Thus, the foundations of these natures are these 4, and the rest follow them, and these bodies are not devoid of these 4. As for smell, taste, and colour, they may be devoid of them. For instance, air has no colour, water has no taste, and air has no smell, nor does stone. Therefore, The tangible qualities exist in bodies first and precede the visible, smelled, tasted, and heard. Thus, the initial mixture of these four natures occurs. As for lightness, it is associated with heat, and heaviness with cold. The more dryness increases with either heat or cold, the more lightness and heaviness increase. Thus, hot and dry is the lightest, and cold and dry is the heaviest. If it is necessary for every body to have a combination of two qualities, the composition is four, hot and dry, and nothing surpasses them in intensity except fire, which is the simple hot and dry, hot and moist, which is air, cold and moist, which is water, and cold and dry, which is earth. Therefore, the compounds that follow are less than these in these meanings, and those compounds that dominate these natures are similar. The evidence that air is hot by nature is that it seeks upward when trapped in water, and when fire is lit under water and heated, it evaporates and becomes rising air. Yes, the air that is adjacent to our bodies feels cold because it mixes with vapors that have mingled with it from the surrounding water. Were it not for the earth being heated by the sun, and the air adjacent to it being warmed because of it, the air would be colder than this. However, it warms the air adjacent to the earth to some extent, reducing the coldness, and what is above it is somewhat colder. Then it rises to what is hot, even if it is not as hot as fire. As for the earth, it is dry and cold, and its coldness is because if left to itself, it would be cold. Were it not for the coldness, it would not be heavy and dense, seeking a direction contrary to that of fire in dimension. Thus, these four simple bodies are the mothers of bodies, and all other bodies arise from their mixture. The second argument is that these four qualities are accidents and not substances, as some have thought, because substance is an essence that does not accept increase or decrease, nor more or less. These bodies vary in heat and cold. For instance, some water is colder than other water. If the essence of water were coldness, it would lose its essence with heat and would have to leave its place for the hot. However, the essence of water remains intact, and it would spoil with the spoilage of coldness. If the essence of air were lightness and upward movement, then if it were trapped in the middle of water in a vessel, it would not be air due to the loss of its essence. Thus, these are accidents, while the essence of the element is another nature, meaning it is a true state in the prime matter that cannot be perceived by the senses. What is perceived by the senses, such as colour, coldness, and moisture, are accidents that arise from that nature, and they are known by their effects. They cause stillness in their natural place and return to it upon separation, and they induce the inclination expressed by lightness and heaviness, and they impose a specific quality and quantity on each body. The nature of water manifests coldness, and if coldness is forcibly removed from it, it returns to it when the force is removed, just as it causes downward movement whenever thrown upward against its will, and this occurs when the coercive force is removed. Likewise, the amount of water may change under coercion to be smaller or larger. If the coercion is removed, it returns to its natural amount. Therefore, each of these four has an essence that is its reality and existence, and these perceived qualities are accidents. The third claim is that these elements are subject to transformation and change. So water can become hot, meaning that the quality of heat can occur in the water itself, as can other elements, and heat occurs due to three causes. One of them is to be adjacent to a hot body like fire, as it heats the water. And the second, movement, just as milk is heated in the churn by movement, and flowing water is hotter than stagnant water, and if a stone is rubbed, it heats up, and fire emerges from it. Third, light, for when it becomes a luminous body, it heats up just as a reflecting mirror burns with its light. Some people disagreed with this, saying that water does not heat up, nor does the earth, and that air does not cool down. They made an effort to explain these categories by saying that when water is near fire, parts of the fire mix with parts of the water, making the heat parts of the fire, while the coldness of the water becomes concealed due to the predominance of the fire's parts. Otherwise, it is cold in itself as it was. Whenever the supply of fire is cut off, parts of the fire separate, and coldness becomes apparent after having been concealed, not that it has ceased to exist. As for something, it only heats up through movement, because its interior is not devoid of parts of fire. Movement brings the parts to the surface. As for light, it does not make anything else hot. It is not an accident, but rather a hot essence in itself, and it is subtle, moving from one place to another. They made this effort because they thought these accidents were forms, and they found no explanation for the coldness of water remaining while its form persists, so they made this statement for that reason. We have refuted this principle, and will discuss the invalidity of their inference in these three. As for the first part, which states that motion brings out parts of fire from within, it is indicated to be false, because if it were true, its surface should heat up, and its interior should cool down, due to the transfer of heat from within, which is not the case. For instance, if an arrow's tip is made of lead and it is thrown, it melts completely. If heat were to escape to its surface, its interior would become more solidified and remain as it was. How could it be otherwise if it were broken and the state of its heat was felt through motion? One would find its interior hotter than it was before, as well as its exterior. Similarly, if water is stirred in a bag for a long time, it is found to be hot in all its parts, with a uniform temperature in both the surface and the interior, indicating that heat has occurred in all parts and has not transferred. If it is said, motion made the parts of fire that were in it hot after they were not, it is said, this is an acknowledgement of impossibility, as it implies that they existed without heat or with weak heat, and then became renewed. If it is said, the tip melts due to the heat of the fire in the air, not from the heat within the tip, and thus its parts melt, it is said, this is false, because air does not increase in heat beyond pure fire, and something that remains in fire is more intensely burning than something that moves quickly within it, because the cause requires time to have an effect, so it is as if the affected in the air is more likely to burn than a light motion within it. If it is said, if it moves, it attracts the fires of the air to itself at the speed of its movement, and they enter into its interior, gathering many fires within it. It is said that the exit of parts of the fire into the air is easier than entering it, so it should become colder and more solid due to the fire exiting from it. Indeed, the fire inevitably enters its pores, and those pores can accommodate the exit of the fire as well as the entrance into them. In fact, the escape of the fire in a strange place is easier than its entry into a strange place. If movement prevents exit, it should also prevent entry. As for the second part, which is the entry of parts of fire into water and wood when they are adjacent, this cannot be denied, as mixing may be one of the causes. However, if it has been established, as previously mentioned, that transformation is possible, it is also not far-fetched that it could transform by itself without the entry of parts of fire into it. As for the third section, which is the claim that the ray is a hot body, it is false for several reasons. It should have been that if it were hot like fire, it would cover everything it falls upon just as fire covers, and it is known that it reveals things and does not cover them, unlike fire. And the second, it should have moved in one direction, while the light spread in all directions. And the third, that his arrival from a distant place should have been slower than his arrival from a nearby place, and if a lamp were lit at the time of the eclipse of the sun, their light would reach the earth at the same time without any difference. The fourth is that if the house is illuminated from a window and then suddenly and completely blocked, the house should remain lit by those bodies that were in it, as they were prevented from escaping by blocking the window. If they claim that its light disappeared when the window was blocked, then it is indeed a body that accepts light at one time and darkness at another, making light an attribute of a body, which is unnecessary. Rather, the truth should be acknowledged, which is that the earth accepts light at one time and darkness at another in relation to the sun and its absence. Fifth, if those bodies are scattered, how does light travel through all the air and the earth? And if they are continuous and not scattered, how do the bodies of air overlap? And if they do not overlap and are scattered, how does light travel on the surface of the earth? The sixth, if luminous bodies were to move from the sun or a lamp, the parts of the sun would disintegrate, and its light would diminish immediately due to the separation of those luminous parts. If it is assumed that those bodies do not emerge from it, but are fixed within it, moving with it, and only appear on the earth in opposition to it, then the answer to this has already been addressed from two perspectives, where we said they would obscure what is behind them, and they would be involved with the bodies of nonsense. Therefore, there should be nothing in the air, because a single body cannot be distant from the earth and close to it at the same time, so the air should not be devoid of it. If a body were to be placed in the air, it would be necessary that light does not fall upon it, as it is impossible to say that the light on the earth knew it would be obstructed by a body, so it moved to it. Seventh, if it were a body, its reflection from solid objects like stone would be different from that of soft ones like water. Thus, it is evident from these signs that the ray is an accident, meaning that the sun is the cause of the occurrence of an accident in what is opposite it if there is a transparent body between them. The illuminated body is also a cause of the occurrence of light in what is opposite it again, either directly or by bending. Whenever an object receives light and is capable of heat, heat occurs in it, which is another accident. The fourth claim is that it accepts a smaller and larger amount without an increase from outside, just as water can expand at one time and contract at another. Whenever it becomes hot, it becomes larger, and whenever it cools, it freezes and becomes smaller, and its measure is lukewarm between the two. It has been previously established that the measure is an attribute in the matter, so it is not necessary for it to be confined to a single measure. However, we can now infer from observation that this is true, for wine in a barrel expands until it bursts, and the flask known as the siyaha, when filled with water and heated from below, breaks, and the only reason for this is that the water has become larger than it was. If it is said that it may have expanded due to the entry of parts of the fire into it, it can be replied that how can parts of the fire enter it without any water escaping? If some water had escaped and something else had entered in its place, it would have remained as it was, and the flask would not have broken. If it is said, the fire sought the upward direction by its nature, and that is why it broke, it can be replied, then it should have lifted the vessel and made it fly rather than break it, because lifting might be easier than breaking if the vessel is strong and its weight is light. Then it should have broken at the point where it met, but the reason is that the water expands in all directions, pushing the surface of the vessel from every side, causing the point that was weaker than the vessel to rupture from whichever side it was. Therefore, the measure is an attribute that increases and decreases, and the nature that necessitates the measure does not vanish, but it accepts an attribute specifically as long as it is not constrained. If a constraint is found, it may perhaps limit its action beyond its ultimate necessity. The raw claim. These four elements transform into one another, so air can turn into water or fire, and water can become air or earth, and the same applies to the others, and some people have denied this. And its proof is observation, which is that if a blacksmith's bellows is blown into for a long time with strong force, the air inside it heats up and burns, becoming fire, and the essence of fire is nothing but burning air. If, for example, a glass jug is placed in the middle of snow in a well-designed manner, the air inside it cools down and turns into water, and droplets gather on its surface. When they accumulate, they gather at the bottom, and this is not due to water entering through the pores, as the water that comes out does not decrease. If the cold water were replaced with hot water, it would be more likely to enter through the pores, but this does not happen with hot water. It only occurs with excessive cold or snow. Also, if this were due to water entering, the droplets would only be found in the area where the water is, yet they can be found at the edge of the jug, which is higher than the snow. It has also been observed in regions with extreme cold that the cold takes hold of the clear air close to the ground at dawn, transforming it into snow and causing it to fall to the ground, accumulating significantly without any clouds. As for the impossibility of water becoming air, it is evident when lighting a fire underneath it, and the steam rises as air. As for the transformation of water into earth, this has been observed in the pure drops of rainwater when they fall on places with a complex mineral strength, where they immediately solidify into stones. As for the transformation of stone into water through melting, this can be understood through the experiments of chemistry and the analysis of stones. This is all because the primordial matter is common and does not have a specific form of these forms by itself, but it accepts forms according to the cause that encounters it. When the cause changes, the form changes. Its readiness for another form occurs with the emergence of qualities that correspond to that form, such as heat. When heat predominates over water, it prepares it for the aerial form. The heat continues to strengthen while the watery form remains until its strength is complete, at which point the aerial force becomes more dominant, thus shedding the watery form and adopting the aerial form from the giver of forms. The sixth claim. These lower realms are susceptible to the influences of the higher realms, as the planets exhibit the effects of the sun and the moon. Through them, the ripening of fruits and the tides of the seas occur. With the increase of the moon, there is an increase in the tide and in the fruits, along with other matters detailed in specific books. The most evident effects in the lower realms are light and then heat through light. It is not necessary for the sun to be hot, even if the heat comes from it through light, just as the sun, when it heats water, causes it to move to vapor through evaporation, which does not indicate that the sun is moving upward. Likewise, its heat does not indicate its own warmth, but the celestial bodies have a fifth nature that is distinct from these natures, as previously mentioned. However, these phenomena are interrelated, intertwined, and associated. Heat is accompanied by movement, and light is accompanied by heat, meaning that one gives the subject the readiness to accept the other until the other emanates from the giver of forms. Therefore, it is not necessarily required that the action of a thing comes from its kind, but it is generally the case that what is produced in a body comes from another body that corresponds to the agent. Heat comes from fire, cold from water, light from the sun, and the action of a body on another body can sometimes occur through proximity, just as fire heats another body through contact, and wind moves another body through contact, and sometimes through opposition, as when green meets a wall in the direction of the sunrise, it causes greenness in the wall, similar to the reverse. Just as an image, when opposed to a mirror, causes an impression of itself in it, if it were in contact, it would not cause it. Similarly, the opposition of a colored object to the eye causes the appearance of its image in the eye at a distance, but not with contact. This is not a true extension of a part of the luminous object or the exit of an image to the eye or mirror, as that is impossible. However, the presence of the luminous object in front of the dense body causes the appearance of its image in it through renewal, as long as a transparent body is between them. If light occurs in it due to readiness for heat, it becomes hot, and then it may become ready for movement due to heat, rising as vapor if it is in water. The burning mirror only burns because it is concave and curved, accepting the point that is its center of light from all parts of the mirror through reflection and refraction, thus intensifying its light and readiness for heat, causing its heat to increase until it burns. Therefore, heat prevails in summer because the light of the luminous body strengthens with complete opposition, as it acts only through opposition. If the opposition is stronger, the light is greater, and complete opposition occurs at noon, when the sun in summer is to the northern side, close to the center of our heads. Thus, summer days are brighter than winter days, and inevitably hotter. In winter, the noon position shifts due to the sun's tilt from the center of our heads to the south, weakening the light and consequently the heat. By noon, I mean the line that extends from the center of the sun to the center of the earth at 2 right angles from both sides. If it tilts away, due to the difference in angles, it is no longer noon. The seventh argument. These elements should be in the midst of the heavens, and it is inconceivable for them to be outside of it, nor can they have 2 natural positions within the heavens. Rather, the place of each element should be singular. It is not permissible for them to be outside of these heavens, as these bodies require 2 different directions, as previously mentioned, to accept straight motion. Therefore, it can only be where it is surrounded by a body that defines its direction. If it is assumed to be outside the upper surface of the world and is not surrounded by a body, that is impossible. If another heaven is assumed, thus proposing 2 adjacent or distant worlds, that is also impossible, because there would be a distance between them, which is a void, and a void is impossible. Furthermore, that distance would have 2 directions, which would imply a straight motion between them, necessitating a reason for the difference in direction. We have shown that the body does not necessitate a direction from outside, so it requires a third body surrounding both and containing them, which is also impossible. This is because they would be in two locations contained by one surrounding body, as in this case, like the body of the moon and the body of the elements, for they are all in the moon's orbit, and such a situation is impossible. Therefore, we say that the place of the simple element must be one, because if we assume it has a natural place between the two locations, and let the element that has two places be water, it must either naturally incline to one of the two places, making it its natural place over the other, or part of it aims for one and part for the other, which is impossible. This is because water is simple and has similar parts, so its movement should be similar, as there is no specification for some parts that would necessitate their separation from others. Thus, the natural place of a body is the place where, if the parts of that body are considered in separate locations and are freed, they all move towards that place, and the whole body gathers there with all its parts. The place of the whole is where the parts of the whole come together, so it does not lead to the impossibility we mentioned. It has become clear from this that the universe is one and cannot be otherwise, and its bodies are divided into those that necessitate direction and those that convey direction. What necessitates direction must be in the middle of what conveys it, so that its two directions can be distinguished by proximity and distance, and the entity must have some parts within others and cannot be outside of it. All of this is based on principles that are these bodies are simple, and every simple body has a natural shape, which is the sphere, and one natural place. It has been shown that the void is false, and thus the conclusion we mentioned is built on this set of principles. We said that every body has a natural place, because if it is free from constraints, it either resides in a place, and we say that is its natural place, or it moves and inevitably heads towards the direction where its natural place is. We said it should be one because of what we mentioned, so that the impossible does not occur, which is the separation of the parts of the simple body if it is free from the two limits, leading it to two places, some parts towards one and some towards the other. If it heads towards one and leaves the other, then the natural place is what it is headed towards. The third article, on temperament and compounds, and it is necessary to consider 5 matters in it. The first consideration, regarding the essence of temperament, means that these elements mix in such a way that they affect one another, leading to a change in their qualities until a similar quality is established for the whole, and this stability is called a mixture. This occurs when the heat of the hot breaks the coldness of the cold, and the coldness of the hot breaks the heat of the hot, as well as the moist and the dry, until the perceived qualities, which we have indicated are symptoms of the form, become similar to balance through interaction. As for the forms, which are the powers that produce these qualities, they remain as long as the interaction persists, because if all forms were to cease, it would result in corruption, not a mixture. For instance, if the fiery forms ceased while the airy forms remained, it would be a transformation of fire into air, not a mixture. If the qualities did not change due to conflicting influences, it would be mere proximity, not a mixture. When Aristotle stated that the powers of the elements remain in mixtures, he meant only the active powers, as the negation of the powers of interaction indicates corruption. He inferred from this that the mixture is not corruption. Furthermore, how could corruption occur if they were balanced? One part would not corrupt the other. If one prevails, the dominant remains, while the dominated ceases and transforms into the dominant. In summary, there is no intermediary between substances and forms. Substances do not accept increase or decrease, which necessitates believing in the essence of temperament as we have mentioned. Temperament is divided in perception into moderate and issues. The moderate is impossible to exist, for if it existed, the body would be neither at rest nor in motion. If it were to settle on the ground would dominate it. Similarly, if it settled in the air would dominate it. If it moved from the air to the fire would dominate it. And if it moved to the ground would dominate it. Its true nature is that it does not settle in one place nor move to another, which is impossible. The second view, on the initial mixing of the elements that present the statement about their characteristics, and in its simplicity, know that the earth should be 3 layers. The lower layer, which is around the center, tends towards simplicity, becoming pure soil, and above it is a layer mixed with moisture from the attracted waters, forming the layer of clay. Above it is the surface layer of the earth, which is divided into what is level with the vapor and what is exposed. What is beneath the sea is dominated by water, while what is exposed is dominated by dryness due to the heat of the sun. The reason that water does not surround the earth is that the earth turns into water, creating a depression in that place, and water turns into land, resulting in a rise. The earth is solid and not similar to water and air, so that some of its parts do not flow into each other, removing the disparity and taking on a rounded shape, as is the case with water and air, where the elevated part tilts towards the lower part, exposing some areas to the air. This is what divine care has necessitated, for wild animals must feed on air to sustain their spirit, and the earth must prevail over them to be firm and stable. Therefore, it was necessary for the earth to be exposed to the air in some places for the existence of wild animals to be fulfilled. As for the air, it consists of 4 layers. The layer closest to the earth is watery from the vapors that rise from nearby waters, and it has heat because the earth absorbs light from the sun and warms up, causing the heat to transfer to what is adjacent to it. Above it is a layer that is not devoid of vaporous humidity, but is less hot because the heat from the earth does not reach it due to its distance. Above that is a layer of clear air, because the vapor and heat reflected from the earth do not rise to it. Above that is a layer that contains smoke, because the smoke from the earth rises into the air and aims for the etheric world, meaning fire, spreading across the upper surface of the air until it ascends and burns. As for fire, it is a single burning layer that has no light. Rather, it is like air and finer than it. If it had a color, it would prevent the visibility of stars at night, and if it had light like burning fires, the color of the lamp's light is only obtained from the mixture of pure fire with dark smoke, resulting in a combination of that color and light. Otherwise, pure fire has no color. Where the fire is strong in the lamp, it has no color, leading one to think it is like an empty hole containing only emptiness or air. In truth, fire is that, and if it acquires a color, it is due to being mixed with smoke. In reality, that is the color of burning oil, not the color of fire or the color of burning wood. Fire is like air. It has no color and no light, because it is transparent, as it is burning air. The third view. Regarding what is formed in the atmosphere from vapor, it is clear that when the sun heats the earth through light, vapor rises from the moist and smoke from the dry, and minerals are formed from what is trapped of both in the earth's interior and from what escapes and rises into the air. Many things must be mentioned. As for what is formed from vapor, it is clouds, rain, snow, hail, rainbows, halos, and others. Whenever something rises from the hot layer of air to the cold, it condenses due to the cold and becomes a cloud, because the cold has a quicker effect in turning hot vapor into water in the air, due to the lightness of the vapor caused by heat. Do you not see that when winter comes, the heat of the bath intensifies, darkening the air of the bath and causing the vapor to condense like clouds? Therefore, water is left in the sun during the afternoon to allow the sun to lighten its vapor whenever it is desired to cool it with the northern wind at night. Similarly, when cold and hot water is poured on the ground in winter, the hot water freezes faster than the cold, and this is evident in those who perform ablution with hot water in cold regions, as it freezes immediately on their beard hair, while the cold does not do the same. These vapors rise from the earth's interior due to the heat of the sun that has penetrated it, but they can escape and gain strength to exit from the earth's pores, except where there are solid mountains that prevent them from penetrating, as the mountains act like a still that holds the vapor. Then, if it is trapped there, it becomes a source for minerals, and if it becomes strong and finds an outlet in the mountain ranges, a suitable amount rises from it, which varies. If it is weak, the sun's heat in the mountains dissipates it and turns it into air, which is why there is little cloud formation during the summer days, while it gathers more at night and in winter when the sun's heat is weaker. If that vapor is strong, or the sun's heat is weak, or if the conditions combine without the sun affecting it, it gathers, and sometimes the wind also aids in gathering it, by pushing some towards others until they converge. Whenever it reaches the cold layer, it condenses and turns back into water and drips, which is called rain, like the vapor that rises from a pot and reaches its lid, and when it encounters the slightest cold, it falls and forms droplets. If it is exposed to severe cold before it gathers and becomes droplets, it freezes, and its parts separate, falling like fluffed cotton, which is called snow. If it does not encounter cold until it has formed droplets, and then it is met with heat from the sides, its coldness retreats into its depths, and the cold air that it was spread gathers around it and solidifies, which is called hail. Therefore, hail only occurs in autumn and spring, when the cold gathers in its depths, surrounded by the heat of what is on its surfaces. Whenever the air becomes humid with rain, the humidity, with the slightest clarity, becomes like a mirror, and the metaphor for it is that if the sun is behind it, one sees the sun in the air as one sees it in a mirror when facing it. This light intertwines with the moist vapor, producing a rainbow, which has 3 colors, and sometimes the middle color may not appear, forming a circle until it is one part away from the mirror of the sun. The mirror only reflects the image if it is at a specific ratio to the observer and the observed, and this is explored in the science of optics. The circle does not complete. If it did, half of it would fall underground, as the sun would be behind the observer like the pole of that circle, and it would be elevated from the ground at a close height. If it is before noon, the rainbow is seen in the west, and if it is after, it is seen in the east. If the sun is in the middle of the sky, only a small rainbow can be seen in winter if it happens. The halo is the circle surrounding the moon. The air between the moon and the eye is clear and moist, so one sees the moon in part of it, which is the part that if there were a mirror in it, one would see the moon in it. Then, the thing that is seen in a mirror from a position, if there were many mirrors surrounding the observer and placed at that ratio, one would see the thing in each of the mirrors. If the mirrors are continuous, one sees in all, thus seeing a circle inevitably. As for its center, it is seen as dark because the vapor in the middle is light. If it approaches the bright source, it becomes invisible, and if it moves away, it becomes visible. It is not like a particle seen in the sun, but not in the shadow. Rather, it is like the stars that disappear during the day and appear at night. This is why the center of the circle appears as if it is free of clouds. This circle may occur from mere coldness of the air even without rain, as it occurs in the air with the slightest humidity, provided there is no dust or smoke to obstruct the clarity of that humidity. The fourth consideration, regarding what is formed from smoke material, which is wind, lightning, meteors, and stars with tails, as well as thunder and lightning. When the smoke rises, it ascends from the middle of the vapor because it is inclined upward and has a stronger movement than the vapor. If cold strikes it as it rises, it becomes heavy and falls back, pushing against the air suddenly and moving the air violently, like a large fan moving air, thus creating wind, which is moving air. If it is not struck by cold, it rises into the ether and ignites, resulting in visible fire. It may extend, depending on the length of the smoke, and it is called a falling star. If it is light, it may either escape completely or extinguish and become invisible, as the smoke ceases to be visible when it turns into pure fire, which is pure flame, or it may extinguish due to cold as it rises, turning into air and becoming transparent. If the cold that meets it affects its extinguishing, it transforms into air. If the fire is strong, it affects the purification from the mixture of smoke, transforming it all into fire as it does not cool down. If the smoke is thick and ignites, but does not transform due to proximity, it remains for a time, appearing as a star with a tail, and may rotate with the celestial sphere, since the fire clings to the concave parts of the sphere, rotating in its support. Thus this smoke remains in its space even if it does not ignite, but is like coal that has extinguished its fire, appearing red and showing red signs in the atmosphere, some of which lose their redness, resembling a dark hole in the air. If some smoke remains in the folds of the clouds and cools, it becomes wind within the clouds, moving violently, producing a sound called thunder. If its movement and agitation intensify, The air and smoke ignite together, becoming a luminous fire called lightning. If the ignited material is thick, heavy, and burning, it drives the cloud masses toward the ground, called a lightning strike. However, it is a gentle fire that penetrates clothing and soft materials, and when it strikes hard objects like iron and gold, it melts them, even melting gold in a bag without burning the bag, and it melts gilded gold without burning the object. Lightning is never without thunder, because both result from movement, but sight is sharper in perception, as one may see the lightning without hearing the thunder, because sight perceives without time, while hearing cannot perceive unless the air between the ear and the sound moves until its effect reaches the ear. Similarly, if a viewer looks at a distant object, they see its movement before hearing its sound after some time. The fifth consideration in minerals is that they are formed from the steam and smoke that hide in the earth, which mix together and prepare, due to their different compositions, to accept various forms that are bestowed upon them by the giver of forms. If smoke predominates, the result is substances like ammonium and sulfur, and sometimes steam may dominate in some cases, resulting in something akin to clear water. The solidified and petrified forms yield rubies, crystals, and others, and it is difficult to melt this type with fire, nor can it be shaped under hammers, as shaping and melting occur with a sticky moisture called oily. The moisture within it has evaporated, solidified, and congealed. As for those that melt and can be shaped, like gold, silver, copper, and lead, they are those in which the mixture of smoke with steam has become strong, and the hidden heat within their essence is minimal, while moisture and oiliness remain in them. This is due to the significant effect of their heat on their moisture, to the extent that their coldness is broken, and they mix with air, retaining some earthy elements along with the airy ones. This type melts in fire, because the sulfur within it aids the fire in melting, causing the moisture to flow and aim for ascension, while the earthy elements cling to it, resulting in a cyclical movement where its parts do not separate due to the strength of their mixture. If the mixture is weak, the steam rises and separates from the heavy attracting elements below. If the fire intensifies, it diminishes due to the separation. The steam turned into lime like lead, and the further the fat was from coagulation, the more it will become to the melting under the hammers, and for what did not solidify, nor did it accept melting when sulfur was thrown on it and arsenic mixed with it, and it quickly dissolved in it like the melting of iron and the bullet, and the wax, and everything that the cold contracts, the heat would soften it, is like wax, and everything that the heat contracts. The cold melts it like salt, for it solidifies with heat along with the dryness of the earth, as heat assists humidity, and dryness both increase in it, and the more the moisture prevails, the more it solidifies in the cold. The purposes of philosophers. And everything that is dominated by the earthiness is bound by heat. If there is earthiness and moisture in something, and the earthiness is more suitable for heat, it binds in the cold and becomes difficult to melt, like iron. The details of this will require elaboration, and from it, the craft of chemistry and many other crafts branch out. The fourth article on the plant, animal, and human soul. The saying about the plant soul. Just as the mixture of smoke and vapor creates a readiness to accept the form of metals, so too can the elements undergo a more complete and better mixture that is closer to moderation and further from the persistence of opposition in the mixed qualities, thus preparing to accept a form that is more noble than the form of inanimate objects, leading to growth that does not occur in inanimate objects. This form is called the plant soul, which exists in the star and in the tree. This soul has three actions. One of them, nutrition with a nourishing force. The second, development with a growing force. And the third, generation by a generative force, and the food is a substance that resembles the substance being nourished by force, not by action. When it reaches the nourishing force affects it. It is a force that transforms the food, stripping it of its form and cloaking it with the form of the nourished, spreading throughout its parts, adhering to it, and filling the void left by the decomposition of its parts. As for growth, it is an increase of the body through food in its three dimensions in a manner appropriate to the growing entity, until it reaches the ultimate stage of development with the variations that suit it, meaning in the parts of the growing entity that decrease increase, round, and elongate. The force suitable for this action is called the nurturing force, for these forces cannot be perceived by the senses, but are inferred from the action, as every action must have an agent, and thus the name is derived from the action. The generating force is the one that separates a part of a body similar to it by force, preparing it to accept a form like it, such as the sperm from the animal and the seed from the grains. Then the nourishing force continues to work until the end of life, but it weakens in the latter part due to its inability to compensate for what has decomposed, as it is too weak to transform the body of the food. As for the growing power, it acts until the time of maturity and the completion of growth, then it stops. When the growing power ceases in terms of increase in quantity, not in terms of time, the generative power rises and strengthens. The statement about the animal soul. If the temperament is closer to moderation and better than before, it becomes ready to accept the animal soul, which is more complete than the plant soul, as it contains the powers of the plant soul and an increase of two powers, one of which is the perceptive and the other, the motive. The animal is what perceives and moves by will, and these two powers are one. Thus they return to a single origin, and therefore the action of one is connected to the other. Whenever perception occurs, desire is aroused, leading to movement either towards seeking or fleeing. The motive power must have will, and will can only arise from desire. The inclination can either be towards desire, which is needed for seeking what is suitable for the individual's survival, such as food, or for the survival of the species, such as mating. This type of inclination is called the sensual power. Alternatively, it can be towards fleeing and repelling, which is needed to ward off what contradicts and opposes the continuity of existence, and this is called the irascible power. Fear is a manifestation of weakness in the irascible power, while aversion is a manifestation of weakness in the sensual power. Both are motivators for the driving force that spreads through the muscles and nerves, prompting and stimulating movement. The strength that is in the muscles is commanded, and the impulsive strength is a driving force. As for the perceiving power, it is divided into external, like the five senses, and internal, like the imaginative, the fanciful, the memory, and the reflective, as will be elaborated later. If it were not for the fact that animals have an internal power aside from the senses, they would find it repulsive to imagine eating something all at once. They would not refrain from it a second time, unless they tasted it again by eating. They ate it the first time because they did not know it was harmful, so if that image did not remain in their memory, they would not recognize it as harmful when they saw it a second time. And that memory is something beyond mere sight, smell, and the other senses. If it were not for these five senses conveying what they perceive from images to another single entity that encompasses all, called the common sense, we would not recognize that something yellow is sweet unless we first perceive that sweetness, I mean honey, for the eye does not perceive sweetness, and the taste does not perceive yellowness. Therefore, there must be a judge where both matters come together to determine that yellow is sweet, and this judgment is not made by taste or sight, but rather by another inner power that is not one of the apparent senses. If there were no inner power, the sheep would not recognize the enmity of the wolf and flee from it, for enmity cannot be seen. These are the gatherings of powers, and they must be detailed. The statement on the verification of apparent perceptions. The sense of touch is evident. It is a force spread throughout all the skin and flesh that perceives heat and cold, moisture and dryness, hardness and softness, roughness and smoothness, lightness and heaviness. This force reaches the parts of the flesh and skin through a clean body, like the carrier for it called a spirit, and it flows in the nerve fibers and reaches through the nerve. That subtle body benefits from that power from the brain and heart, as will be explained. As long as the quality of the skin does not transform into something similar to the perceived from coldness and heat or others, it will not be perceived. Therefore, it only perceives what is colder and hotter than it. As for that which is equal to it in quality, it does not affect it, so it cannot perceive it. As for smell, it is a power in the two extensions of the brain resembling the nipples, and it is perceived through a body that is affected by odors and mixes or mingles with the parts of the fragrant body, such as air and water. It is not necessary for the parts of the fragrant body to be mixed with the air. Rather, it is not far-fetched that the air transforms to accept the scent and prepares to receive it from the giver of forms due to its proximity, not because the scent transfers to it, for that is impossible in the surface. We have clarified the impossibility of the transfer of qualities. If the parts of the scent were not mixed with the parts of the air, the scent would not spread for miles. The Greeks have narrated that mercy transferred through the scent of corpses that resulted from a war that occurred between them from a distance of 200 miles to the battlefield in a town that had no mercy around it. Rather, mercy was from 200 miles away due to the power of the bird's senses and the reaction of the senses and their acceptance of the scent of corpses. As for the vapor rising from the corpses, its parts cannot spread to this extent. As for hearing, it is a power embedded in a membrane stretched at the end of the ear canal, similar to the skin on a drum, which perceives sound. Sound is a result of the vibration of air caused by a strong movement, whether from a violent strike or a sharp pull. If it is from a strike, the two bodies collide, and the air is forcefully displaced. If it is from a pull, the air is thrust between the two separated bodies with intensity, and sound occurs during the vibration in the air, reaching wherever the vibration moves. When that movement reaches the still air in the ear canal, it affects that still air adjacent to the membrane, which is stretched at the end of the canal, causing a sensation similar to the ringing in a drum skin. The power embedded in that membrane feels this ringing, and the movement creates a wave in the air, similar to the circular wave in water when a stone is thrown into it, creating small circles that continue to expand and weaken until they disappear. The same happens in the air. Just as a basin with water creates a circle at the edges when a stone is thrown into it, which then rebounds back to the center where it started, so too does the wave of air, when it collides with a solid object, may rebound, creating an echo, and this rebound is enhanced by the persistence of sound in the basin, the bath, and the echoing under the mountain. As for taste, it is a power embedded in the nerve spread over the surface of the tongue through the saliva that has no taste, which is dispersed on the surface of the tongue. It takes the flavor of the tasted item and transforms into it, connecting with that nerve so that the power embedded in the nerve perceives it. As for sight, it is a discerning power of colors and shapes embedded at the junction of the eye sockets from the front of the brain. Vision is the process of capturing the image of the perceived object, meaning the impression of its image in the icy moisture of the eye, which resembles coldness and ice. It is like a mirror. When a colored object faces it, its image is imprinted in it, just as the image of a person facing a mirror is imprinted in it, with a transparent body between them. This does not occur by something separating from the colored object and extending to the eye, nor by a ray separating from the eye and extending to the image, as both are impossible in vision and in the mirror. However, an example of its image occurs in the mirror and in the observer's eye, and its readiness to occur is through the specific encounter with the transparency in between. As for its acquisition, it is from the giver of images, and all perception in the five senses, and even others, is merely a matter of taking the image of the perceived. When the clear image is obtained, it leads to the power of vision, which is part deposited at the junction of the two hollow tribes, sprouting from the front of the brain, then perceived by the soul through the mediation of common sense, as will be explained later. If the mirror had a soul, it would perceive what is opposite to it and obtain an example of its image. As for the reason why distance affects the perception of a small object as large, it is because the icy moisture is spherical, and the opposite of the sphere is only at the center. If we assume a circular surface like a gear opposite the eye's sphere, the eye perceives the circular surface through the influence of the air between the surface and the eye, and the influence of the layer of the eye from the air until it reaches the seeing spirit. The influenced element, which is the air, takes the shape of a cone, with its base being the surface of the perceived object and its apex reaching the seeing spirit. Its apex forms a solid angle that is the true perceiver. If the surface of the visible object, which is the base of the cone, moves further away from the eye, the cone elongates, and its angle, meaning its apex, becomes smaller. The one that ends at the pupil, and the further the surface of the visible object, I mean the base of the cone, the longer the cone becomes, and as it lengthens, its tip narrows, meaning the perceived angle in reality diminishes until it reaches a point so small that the seeing power cannot perceive it, and the visible object disappears from perception, and this is its form. If the visible object were not round, the air affected between it and the pupil would also take the shape of a cone surrounding it with sides and angles, according to the shape of the visible object, and its tip would end at the pupil, at an angle or angles. The science of this is detailed in the books dedicated to the science of optics in mathematics, and this much is sufficient for our purpose. This is what was established by Aristotle regarding the process of perception. As for those before him, they said, there must be a connection between the sense and the sensed for sensation to occur. They said, and if it is impossible for an image to separate from the visible object and extend to the eye, then it is necessary for a subtle body to separate from the eye, which is the ray, and connect with the visible object, and through it, vision occurs. This is impossible, as how can the eye accommodate bodies that spread over half the world and half the sphere of the sky? This was abhorred by a group of doctors, so they devised a solution for it, saying that the air connected to the eye causes an effect due to a small ray exiting from the eye and intertwining with the ray of air until they become like one thing in less than the blink of an eye, and together they become a tool for vision. This is also impossible for several reasons. First, if the air becomes a medium through which one can see, so that it is the perceiving entity, like the pupil, then when a group of sighted individuals gathers, the perception of the weak-sighted person among them should be enhanced. If their rays are too weak to affect the air, then these many rays have intertwined with the air, and the weak-sighted person should rely on the abundance of sight rays, just as they would rely on the strength of a lamp's light. And if the perceived image does not appear in the air but in the eye, yet it reaches the eye through the air, what is the need for the ray to exit when the air is connected to the eye's body and the perceiving entity is connected to the air? Therefore, the air should convey the image without the need for a ray. The second phase, which negates the essence of the ray, and the ray cannot be without being either a surface, in which case it cannot transition, or a body, which leads to an impossibility. For if it does not remain connected to the eye, extending like lines, it will not affect the eye when it is separated from it. And if it remains connected to it, it should disperse, and the object should be perceived as dispersed. It should be like a stretched thread. If the wind blows, it tilts it to another place and takes it out of its straightness. So one must see what is not in front of it, due to the wind tilting it, or it cuts its connection, preventing vision. And the third is that if it were to separate from the eye inclined towards the visible, it would perceive the visible both near and far in the same manner, without any difference in quantity, because the contact is identical in both cases, as long as there is no possibility of confrontation in something like a cone, as previously mentioned. It cannot be said that the ray falls on itself if it is distant, because it perceives all that is visible whether far or near, and in some cases it may see more. These are the perceptions, and their specific objects are colours, scents, tastes, sounds, and what is mentioned in touch. Through these things, 5 other matters are perceived: smallness and largeness, distance and proximity, the number of things, and their shapes such as roundness, squareness, movement, and stillness, and the possibility of error in these derivatives is greater than in those fundamentals. The discourse on the inner senses. Know that the inner senses are also 5: the common sense, the imaginative power, the imaginary force, fictitious force, and memory force. The common sense is a sense from which those senses spread and to which their effects return, and in it they gather, as if it is a collector for them. For if we did not have something in which the whiteness and the sound could gather, we would not know that the white one is that singer whose voice we heard, for the gathering of colour and sound is not for the eye or the ear. As for the imaginative power, it is the faculty that preserves what is imprinted in the common sense, for preservation is different from imprinting and acceptance. Thus, water accepts the image and shape, and is imprinted in them, but does not preserve them, while wax accepts the shape with the power of softness, and preserves it with the power of hardness. Whenever an affliction occurs in the front part of the brain, the preservation of the imagined forms ceases, and forgetfulness of the image occurs. As for the imaginary, it perceives from the tangible what is not tangible, just as a sheep perceives the enmity of a wolf, and this is not through sight, but through another power, which is for animals what reason is for humans. As for memory, it is a term for what preserves these meanings that the imaginary has perceived. It is the storehouse of meanings, just as the imaginative faculty that retains the images imprinted in the common sense is a storehouse for images. These two, namely the imaginary and memory, are located in the back of the brain, while the common and imaginative faculties are in the front. As for the fictitious, it is a power in the middle of the brain, akin to movement rather than perception. I mean that it searches for what is in the storehouse of images and what is in the storehouse of meanings. It is situated between the two and works within them through composition and detail only. It can envision a person flying or a single being that is half human and half horse, and similar examples. It does not invent an image without a prior example, but rather assembles what is established in the imagination, whether scattered or gathered. This is called the fictitious in humans, and the fiction in reality is the intellect. However, this is its tool in thought, not that it is the imagination itself. Just as the essences of causes are what enable the eye to move in the stone from all sides until vision and the search for mysteries become possible, so too are the essences of causes which allow for the search for meanings stored in the two storehouses. The nature of this power is movement. It does not tire even in sleep. Its nature is to swiftly transition from one thing to what is suitable, either by similarity or opposition, or by being associated with it in an accidental occurrence when it arises in the imagination. Its nature also includes imitation and representation, so that if your mind divides something into parts, it imitates it with a tree with branches, and if it arranges something in degrees, it imitates it with steps and ladders. Through it, one remembers what has been forgotten, as it continually searches for the images in the imagination and transitions from one image to another that is close to it until it stumbles upon the image from which the forgotten meaning is understood, thus recalling it through it. The relationship of that image to the presence of what accompanies it and is related to it is akin to the relationship of the middle term to the conclusion, for with its presence, it prepares to accept the conclusion. These are the apparent and hidden powers, and we summarize them as tools, for the mover is only for the sake of bringing benefits or repelling harms, and the perceiver is only like spies that capture news. The imaginer and the memory are for preservation, and the imaginative is for bringing forth after absence. There must be a source that serves all these as tools for it, and its cause expresses that source through the soul, which is not the body, for every member of the body is also a tool, but it is prepared for a purpose that returns to the soul. Therefore, there must be a soul that these powers and members serve as tools for it. The statement on the human soul. If the temperament of the elements is better and more perfectly balanced, it reaches a state that cannot be more complete, gentle, or better than it, like the human sperm that has matured in the human body, from nutrients that are finer than the nutrients of animals and plants, and with powers and minerals that are better than their powers and minerals, it prepares to accept the form of a human, which is the best of forms, and that form is the human soul. The human soul has two powers. One of them is the knowing one. The other is the working power, and the knowing power is divided into theoretical power, such as the knowledge that God, the exalted, is one, and that the world is created, and into practical power, which provides knowledge related to our actions, such as the knowledge that injustice is ugly and should not be done. This knowledge can be general, as we mentioned, or specific, like saying, Zaid should not be unjust. The working power is that which arises from the signal of the knowing power, which is theoretical and related to action, and is called practical reason, but we call it reason by analogy, as it has no perception, but only movement. However, according to the demands of reason, and just as the animal moving power is only for seeking or fleeing, so too is the working power in humans, except that its demand is rational, which is the good, and the reward is connected to what follows, and the benefit in the end, even if it is painful in the present, such that the animal desire recoils from it. The human soul has two aspects, one directed towards the higher realm, which is the supreme assembly, from which it benefits knowledge, and the theoretical power of the human soul is in consideration of this aspect, and it is right for it to be in a state of constant acceptance. The other aspect is directed towards the lower realm, which is the management of the body, and it is in consideration of this aspect that it has practical power for the sake of the body. The human rational power cannot be explained except by mentioning the reality of perceptions and their categories, so it becomes clear that this power is separate from them and additional to them. We say, we have mentioned that the meaning of perception is to take the form of the perceived, but this taking occurs in degrees. The first, the perception of sight, for it perceives a human, for example, as a composite with its necessary attributes and consequences, and it does not perceive it in isolation, but rather it perceives it with a specific color, a specific position, and a specific quantity. These are attributes. If they did not exist in their essence, he would still be a human in their absence, for he is not a human because of them. But they are strange attributes that have attached themselves to humans, and sight does not have the power to abstract humanity from these strange attachments. Then a representation is formed in the imagination that corresponds to its image in sight. I mean that its image also exists in the imagination with its position, quantity, color, and all its strange attachments, just as it was in sight, not abstracted from the attachments at all, and it differs only in one matter, that if the visible body were to cease to exist or disappear, sight would cease, but its remaining image in the imagination would not cease, I mean in the power we call imagined. It is as if it has become slightly further from matter, since its existence does not require matter, and its presence as sight does. And since the image, with its quantity, position, edges, center, and all its parts, is formed in the imagination, it can only occur in a bodily instrument, because the parts of the measured with quantity and edges can only be distinguished in a body, just as the image can only be distinguished in a body, which is a mirror or water. So these two powers, namely sight and imagination, are bodily. As for the imaginary, it is a power that perceives from the tangible things meanings that are not tangible, such as the enmity of the cat towards the mouse, and the sheep towards the wolf, and the affection of the sheep for its lamb. It is also related to matter, because if the image of the wolf were not perceived by the senses, the perception of this would not be imagined. Thus, this power is also corporeal, and attached to matters that are strange to the essence of the perceived, additional to a non-abstract essence. It is known that we perceive humanity by its limit and reality, or in an abstract way, such that nothing strange is associated with it. If we did not perceive it abstractly, we would not judge that quantity, color, and position are all strange to it, and are accidents that do not enter into its essence. Therefore, it has in us a power that perceives the essence unaccompanied by any of these strange matters, but abstracted from everything except humanity, and we perceive absolute blackness, abstracted from everything except blackness, and likewise for other meanings. This power is called intellect, and these abstractions cannot be perceived by the imagination, for we cannot imagine a human except at a distance from us, or close, or in terms of smallness, or largeness, or sitting or standing, or naked or clothed. These matters are strange to the essence of man. Thus, the imagination does not have this perception, nor do the eyes, and it is present in us, so it is then through another power, and that power is what is sought, called intellect. With this power, a person captures knowledge of the unknown through the middle term in affirmations, and through definition and description in concepts, and the perceptions obtained therein are universal, because they are abstracted, so their relation to the individual particulars of the meaning is a single relation. This is not the case for other animals besides humans, and for this reason, they are all in one state of ignorance regarding the means to escape what is difficult for them, despite their different types. They have only what they need, as they are naturally limited in a manner of inspiration and servitude. Therefore, the characteristic of humans that animals do not share is the conception and affirmation of universals, and the ability to deduce the unknown from the known in crafts and others. These two powers, along with all other powers, are for one soul, as previously mentioned. Then we say, the intellectual power has ranks, and according to them, it has names. The first rank is that nothing of the intelligible confines it in actuality, but it does not have the readiness and acceptance, as in the case of a child, and it is then called a potential intellect and an intellect in potency. After that, two types of intelligible forms appear in it. One of them is a type of true primaries that requires its nature to be imprinted in it without acquisition to accept it by hearing without looking, as we have explained. The second type of the famous ones is in industries and works, which is clearer. If this appears in it, it is called intellect by virtue of possession, meaning it has acquired the understanding of theoretical concepts by analogy. If thereafter it gains something from theoretical concepts through its acquisition, it is called intellect in action, like a scholar who is oblivious to the sciences he is capable of. If the form of knowledge is present in his mind, that form is called an acquired intellect, meaning knowledge obtained from a divine cause, which is referred to as a faculty or an active intellect. These perceptions should not be through a physical instrument. Rather, the perceiver of these universal concepts is a substance that exists by itself, not a body, nor is it dependent on a body, and it does not perish with the body's demise. Instead, it remains alive for eternity, either in pleasure or in pain, and that substance is the soul. There are 10 indications that demonstrate the intellect's perception without a body. 7 are strong signs convincing in their absence, and 3 are conclusive proofs. The first sign. The perceiving senses, through bodily parts, if the part suffers an affliction, then either to be realized, or to be weakened, or to be mistaken. It is the second. It does not perceive its mechanism, as sight does not perceive itself, nor its mechanism. The third. If it had a way, it would not be perceived except by something other than itself, to the extent that if a bad temperament becomes firmly established in the body, it is a substance with its own essence, like a pulse, that the sense of touch cannot perceive. The fourth. It does not realize itself, for if illusion wanted to imagine itself, being illusion, it would not be able to. The fifth. If it perceives something strong, it cannot perceive the weak that follows it immediately, but only after some time. It cannot hear the faint sound following the loud one, nor can it perceive the weak color following the bright one, nor the weak sweetness following the strong sweetness. When it is affected by the strong perception, it cannot quickly respond to the weak perception due to the engagement of the sense with that strong perception and its entanglement with it. The sixth. If a strong attacker were to assault it, the machine would weaken and become corrupted. 4. The eye is corrupted by the power of the ray, and hearing is corrupted by the loud sound. The seventh. Physical strength weakens after the age of 40, which occurs when the body's temperament weakens. All of this reflects on mental strength, as it becomes aware of itself and its own perception, and it recognizes what it considers its instruments, such as the heart and the brain. It perceives the weak after the strong and the hidden after the apparent, and it may strengthen after the age of 40 in most cases. If it is said, mental strength may also fall short of perceiving the illness that manifests in the body's mood, it is said, its shortcomings or malfunctions when its machines are disabled do not indicate that it has no action in itself, but it may be that the malfunction of the machine affects it in 2 ways. One of them is that if it becomes corrupted, the soul becomes preoccupied with managing it and turns away from the direction of rational matters. For when the soul is occupied with fear, it does not perceive pleasure, and when it is occupied with anger, it does not perceive pain. If it is engaged with a certain rational aspect, it cannot perceive anything else while being occupied, so it is not unlikely that weakness of the instrument and the need to repair it may distract it from other matters. The second phase. The bodily machine may need strength at the beginning for the action to be completed, just as it needs strength at the beginning for the action to be completed by itself after it has been established, just as someone who intends to go to a town, for example, needs a mount, and once they arrive, they no longer need it. Therefore, one action without a machine indicates that it has an action in itself, and the action is hindered by the hindrance of the machine. which allows for these two aspects that we have mentioned, so there is no proof in it. The eighth is the proof that pure universal knowledge cannot reside in a divided body, because universal knowledge does not divide, and the body divides. What does not divide cannot reside in what divides. Knowledge does not divide, so knowledge cannot reside in a body. These premises cannot be disputed since the indivisible part has been negated, so knowledge cannot exist in it. If a body is divided, knowledge expands within it, like heat and color. If the body is divided, knowledge of the unknown is claimed by the claimant, and the singular knowledge of the singular known does not divide, as it has no part whatsoever, so it is impossible for knowledge to reside in the body. If it is said, why? You say, because singular knowledge does not divide. It is said, knowledge of the abstract intelligible divides into what cannot be imagined to have multiplicity and accept division, like the abstract knowledge of existence and knowledge of unity, for it has no part of the known, so there is no part of the knowledge that is a corresponding example of it, and into what can be imagined to have multiplicity, like knowledge of 10 and knowledge of a human being, which is composed of an animal and a rational being. They are of the same genus and species, and this type may be thought to have parts, as one might say, 10 has a part, and knowledge of it is an example of it and corresponds to it, so knowledge of it has a part, and likewise knowledge of a human being, which is impossible. For 10, inasmuch as it is 10, has parts, since what is less than 10 is not 10, so it is not like a large amount of water, for if some of it is divided, it is still water. Rather, it is like a head, for example, which is one for every human, and has no part inasmuch as it is a head, but it has a part inasmuch as it is skin, flesh, and bone. Being skin, flesh, and bone is different from being a head, and being a head does not imply that it has a part, for the head, inasmuch as it is a head, does not divide, and every known that does not share this type of unity cannot be a singular known. As for the human being, it is a singular known because, inasmuch as it is a human, it is one thing and has one universal form, and due to its unity, it becomes intelligible, thus being one that does not accept division. We will establish a proof of the impossibility of division, which is that if knowledge were to divide with the division of the body, one of the two parts would be in a part, and this assumed part of the division of singular knowledge cannot be anything but either it contradicts the whole, or it does not. If it does not contradict the other in any aspect at all, then the part is like the whole, which is impossible as it ceases to be a part. If it contradicts, it cannot be anything but either it contradicts the genus to the genus and the form to the color, which is impossible, as the form cannot be included in the color, and every part is included in the whole, or it contradicts after being included in it, contradicting the animal to the human, which is a contradiction of genus to species, even if it is included in it, or contradicting the 1 to the 10. And it is false that it contradicts the genus to the species, because it leads to the knowledge of the animal being in one part, and the knowledge of the rational being in another part. So there is no knowledge of the human in either of them, leading to the conclusion that knowledge of the human is not obtained. But let me ponder, if we assume the two parts, one above, for example, and the other below, the knowledge of the genus, that they are specific, and neither of them deserves to be the subject of the genus, and the other, the subject of the species. Then, the composition of the human being from the animal and the rational being does not allow the animal to be composed of a number that extends indefinitely, but it must end at one and only one. Otherwise, it leads to the conclusion that nothing can be known except after an infinite number of knowledges, which is impossible. If it contradicts in quantity, contradicting the 1 to the 10, it cannot be anything but either that part is knowledge, or it is not knowledge. If it is not knowledge, it leads to the conclusion that it is obtained from parts that are not knowledge, as it is said to be obtained from two parts that are shape and blackness, which is impossible. If that part is knowledge, if its known is the known of the whole, then the part is equal to the whole. If it is another known, it is impossible for the whole to be knowledge other than the knowledge of the parts, as knowledge of the shape and knowledge of the blackness do not yield knowledge of the power. If the knowledge of the part is known to all, we have assumed that in a singular. Known that has no part, which indicates that division is impossible. The ninth. It is also a proof that the abstract concept occurs in the human mind as previously mentioned, and it is abstracted from position and quantity. Its abstraction cannot be considered either in terms of its place or in terms of what it has derived from. It is invalid to consider it in terms of what it is derived from, for a person only receives the definition and essence of a human being in their mind from a specific individual with a particular quantity. However, the mind abstracts it from quantity and position, so it remains that it is exalted above position and quantity due to its place, not because of what it has taken and derived. This is because its place, namely the human soul, distinguishes it from quantity and position. Otherwise, every state in something with position and quantity would necessarily have a quantity and position due to its place. And the 10th. Know that everything that is capable of being an instrument for the mind, whether from the heart or the brain, the mind is able to perceive it. If it perceives it, then its perception can only occur through the acquisition of an image within it, as this is the meaning of all perception. The acquired image must either be the same as the image of the instrument or different in number, but similar to it. It is impossible for it to be the same as the image of the instrument, as it is always present within it. Thus, it should always be perceiving it. However, this is not the case, as at times it understands it, and at other times it turns away from perceiving it, and turning away from the present is impossible. If it is different in number, then either it exists in the same power without the body participating, which indicates that it exists independently and is not in the body, or it exists with the participation of the body, so that this differing image is determined in the power of the body, which is the instrument. This leads to the gathering of two similar images in one body, which is impossible, just as it is impossible for two blacks to exist in one space. We have shown that duality can only occur through a type of separation, and here there is no separation, as every attribute mentioned for one of the images is also present for the other image. Thus they become identical, and its impossibility has been demonstrated. The 11th guide. We have previously mentioned that every physical power can only be a power over the finite, and the power over the infinite cannot exist in the body at all. The intellectual power is a power over intellectual, physical, and other forms that are limitless, as what the intellect can perceive from the senses and the intelligibles is not confined. It is impossible for the intellectual power to be physical. As for the proof that it does not perish with the body, it precedes the argument that it is contingent with the body. For if it had existed before the body, the souls would either be one or many. It is false for them to be many, as multiplicity can only arise from differences and variations in accidents. If there are no materials and accidents that cause differences, then differences cannot be conceived. If they were one, that is also impossible, because they are many in bodies, and the one does not become many, just as the many do not become one, unless it has volume and measure, connecting at one time and separating at another. The proof of their multiplicity in bodies is that what is known of Zayd is not known of Amr. If they were one soul, then the same thing would be known to one soul and unknown to another, which is impossible. However, we say, although they occurred with bodies, they are not contingent upon the bodies, as it has been established that the body cannot be the cause of the creation of anything at all, especially that which is not a body. Rather, its cause is the giver of forms, which is an eternal intellectual essence, and the effect remains as long as the cause remains, and that essence is eternal. If it is said, just as its occurrence depends on the body, so does its persistence. It is said, the body is a condition for the occurrence of the soul, not its cause, as if it were a net through which this effect is caught from the cause, or extracted from this cause. After coming into existence through the net, it does not need the net to remain. The reason it is a condition and not a cause is that if the cause were to produce a soul, it would either be one, two, or an infinite number at every moment, and all of that is impossible, as there is no prime number among numbers, so there is no preference for one of the numbers. If it were limited to one, it would not have a specific cause either, as the possibility of the second is like the possibility of the first. Since the possibility of existence does not outweigh the possibility of non-existence, non-existence remains continuous until the sperm is prepared to be a tool for a soul to work with. Thus, The existence of the soul at that time is more likely than its non-existence, and its number becomes equal to the number of prepared sperm in the wombs. This is the condition for the beginning for existence to outweigh non-existence. After existence, its persistence is due to its cause, not to a preference. As for the proof of the invalidity of reincarnation, if the soul leaves the management of the body due to a corrupted temperament and its inability to accept management, it must either be engaged in managing a stone or wood, or something that is not prepared to accept management, thus becoming a soul for it, which is impossible, or it is engaged in managing a sperm that is prepared to accept management, whether it is human sperm, animal sperm, or otherwise, which is what some people thought, and that is impossible, because every sperm that is prepared to accept the soul deserves the occurrence of a soul from the rational essence, which is the origin of souls, by nature, not by deviation and choice. This leads to the gathering of two souls for one body, which is impossible. The readiness of the sperm to accept the light of the soul from the giver of souls is akin to the readiness of the body to accept the light of the sun when the veil is lifted from its face. If at the lifting of the veil a lamp is present, the light of the lamp and the light of the sun shine together, and the light of the sun does not prevent the light of the lamp. Similarly, the effect of the sperm accepting the soul from its origin does not prevent the existence of the soul in the world without being occupied by a body, leading to the gathering of two souls in one body, and there is no person who does not feel a single soul. Thus, reincarnation is impossible. The fifth article. In what overflows on souls from the active intellect. There is no doubt that contemplating the active intellect is appropriate for divine matters, and its existence and attributes have already been established. The contemplation is not regarding its essence now, but rather its effect on souls. In fact, it is not about its effect, but rather how the soul is influenced by it. In this article, let us mention the indication of the soul towards the active intellect, then how the intellect overflows upon it, then the aspect of the soul's happiness through it after death, then the aspect of the soul's misery when it is veiled from it by blameworthy morals, then the reason for true visions and false visions, then the reason for the soul's perception of knowledge of the unseen, then its connection to the realm of sciences, then the reason for its witnessing and seeing in wakefulness images that have no existence from the outside, then the meaning of prophethood and miracles and their levels, the existence of prophets, and the reason for the need for them. These are 10 matters. The first. The indication of the soul towards the active intellect is that the human soul is knowledgeable of abstract concepts and universal meanings in its potential state during childhood, and then it becomes knowledgeable in actuality. Everything that moves from potentiality to actuality must have a cause that brings it into action. Therefore, the soul must have a cause for its transition from potentiality to actuality in childhood. This cause must also have a cause, and it is impossible for that cause to be a body, as a body cannot be the cause of something that is not corporeal, as previously mentioned. The intellectual sciences are established in the soul, which is not a body and is not imprinted in a body, so it does not occupy space or volume to be affected by another body that is adjacent or parallel to it. Thus, the cause must be a substance that is abstracted from matter, which is what is meant by the active intellect, as the essence of intellect is its abstraction, and the essence of being active is its continuous influence on souls. There is no doubt that this is among the intellectual substances that have been previously established in theology, and it is most appropriate to attribute to it the ultimate intellect among the 10 intellects we have mentioned. The law also explicitly states that this knowledge exists in people and in prophets through angels. Second, how knowledge is acquired in the soul is that the perceived imaginations, unless they are present in the imagination, do not yield abstract universal meanings. However, in the early stages of childhood, they are like a dark image. When the readiness of the soul is complete, the light of the active intellect shines upon the present images in the imagination, leading to the emergence of universal concepts in the souls, such that from the image of Zaid, one derives the image of the universal human, and from the image of this tree, the image of the universal tree, and so on. This is similar to how the colors appear when the sun shines upon them, like them in healthy eyesight, and the sun is an example of the active intellect, while the insight of the soul is an example of the power of vision. The imaginations are like the perceived objects, as they are perceived in potentiality in the darkness of the eye, visible in potentiality. Nothing comes into actuality except through another cause, which is the shining of the sun. Likewise, when this light shines, and the intellectual power distinguishes between the images impressed in the accidental imagination and the essential ones, and distinguishes the realities from the strange matters that are not essential, it becomes abstract and also universal, as the existence of the particular intellect is nullified by eliminating the accidental specifications that are external to the essence, leaving a single matter that has a singular relation to all particulars. Third, happiness is when the soul, having prepared itself to receive the influx of the active intellect and feeling at ease with its constant connection, no longer needs to look to the body and the demands of the senses. However, the body still attracts it, occupies it, and prevents it from complete connection. When the body is released from its burden through death, the veil is lifted, and the obstacle is removed, allowing the connection to endure because the soul remains, and the active intellect remains forever, and the influx from it is available since it is inherent. The soul is ready to receive it with its essence if there is no obstacle, and since the obstacle has been removed, the connection persists. Although the soul needs the body for its senses and powers initially to obtain through imaginations until it captures the abstract universals and seizes them through it, it cannot initially acquire intelligibles except through the senses. The sense is beneficial at the beginning, like a net, and like a vehicle leading to the destination, and after reaching the destination, it becomes what was a condition and a burden upon it, such that the benefit lies in being freed from it, as it prevents the soul from enjoying the intended goal after reaching it and occupies it. This is why this is happiness, as it is a great pleasure that cannot be described. It is a pleasure because, as we explained before, the meaning of pleasure is the perception of every power of what is in accordance with its nature, without hindrance. The specific nature of the soul is knowledge and understanding of the realities of things as they are, for these intellectual matters are not at all for the senses. It has become clear that there is no comparison between the pleasure of intellectual power and the pleasure of sensory pleasure. It has also become evident that the reason for our lack of perception of the pleasure of knowledge while we are occupied with the body is what has been previously discussed in the divine matters. If the knowledge that is in accordance with the nature of the intellectual power and its specific characteristic is the knowledge of God, His angels, His books, and His messengers, and the manner of the emergence of existence from Him, among other knowledge, is present, then the soul becomes occupied with it while in the body, preventing it from being overwhelmed by the body and its afflictions, absorbing its energy as long as its connection is maintained, and its state is perfected after separation from the body, enjoying a pleasure that cannot be described. The longing and desire for this now do not intensify due to the lack of tasting it, just as if one described the pleasure of sexual intercourse to a child who has no desire for it and does not yearn for it. Rather, he might even reject the image of intercourse. This intellectual pleasure can only be for a soul that has perfected itself in this world, provided it is free from vices, but detached from knowledge, with its focus directed towards imaginations. It is not far-fetched for it to imagine the pleasurable image as in sleep, where it may represent a description of paradise from the senses, with some celestial bodies being the subject of its imagination, as imagination cannot occur without a body. The fourth statement on misery is that the soul is veiled from this happiness, which is the natural consequence of its nature. If it is prevented from what it desires, it may suffer. It becomes veiled by following desires and limiting its ambition to the demands of the physical body, preferring this low, perishable world. This state becomes entrenched in it through habit, and its longing for it intensifies, leading to the loss of the means to attain what it longs for upon death, along with the pursuit of knowledge. The longing and inclination remain, which is a great pain without limit, and this prevents connection and union with the active intellect, because the soul in this world is not prevented from connection due to being imprinted in the body, even though it is not in the body as we have explained. However, it is preoccupied with its accidents, desires, and inclination towards it, and its natural love that obstructs the soul from its natural inclination. Yet, in this world, one does not feel the pain of that due to the body's preoccupation with it, like one occupied with fighting or fear, who may not feel pain, and we have explained the reasons for that. When it departs from the body through death, that preoccupation is lifted, and longing remains while the means, namely the senses and bodily powers that convey intelligibles, are lost. The absence of the compound that connects to the goal becomes a source of longing for what it has become accustomed to and familiar with from the senses, diverting it from what it has missed and preventing it from connecting to its natural inclination, which is the great, eternal affliction. This soul is deficient due to the lack of knowledge and is tainted by following desires. As for one who has completed the intellectual power and acquired knowledge, but followed desires, that person retains the state of desires and inclination towards them in their soul, pulling them towards the lower nature. What they have acquired from knowledge in their essence draws their soul to the higher realm, and the clash of the opposing forces causes immense pain, but it is temporary and does not last, because the essence has been perfected, and this state is incidental. The causes of it have been severed by death, so it will eventually fade after a time and will not suffer ever again. The proximity to extinction and its aftermath depends on the strength and weakness of that attribute. From this, the law has informed you that the sinful believer will not remain in hell forever. As for one who has acquired the longing for completion through knowledge by practicing its fundamentals and then abandoned it, their punishment will be multiplied because their pain is compounded by their regret for what they have missed while still longing for it. Indeed, one who does not recognize its value does not long for it, so they do not feel its absence nor regret it, just as if a king were killed and the kingship taken from his children, and he has 2 sons. One is a boy who does not know what the kingship is, and the other is older, who knows kingship and has practiced it, but has not yet achieved its completion and continuity. There is no doubt that he will feel greater regret and pain than his brother, who is oblivious to the value of what he has missed. The Prophet said about this, "The most severely punished on the day of resurrection will be a scholar who was not benefited by Allah through his knowledge." And the Prophet said, "Whoever increases in knowledge without increasing in guidance only increases in distance from Allah." The 5th reason for true vision. First, it should be known that the meaning of sleep is the confinement of the soul from the external to the internal, and the soul is a subtle body composed of the vapor of the humors that reside in the heart. It is the compound of the psychological and animal powers, and through it, the sensitive and moving powers connect to their instruments. Therefore, whenever there is a blockage in its pathways from the nerves leading to sensation, sensation ceases, and seizures and stillness occur. Similarly, if a person's hand is tightly held, they feel numbness in the fingertips, and their sensation ceases until it resolves, after which sensation returns after a while. This soul, through the penetrating veins, spreads to the external part of the body and may be confined internally due to reasons such as the need for rest from excessive movement or the internal engagement for digesting food. Thus, sleep prevails when one is full, and if the soul is slightly deficient, it cannot fulfill its effect in both the internal and external realms. The deficiency and excess of the soul have medical causes, and fatigue means a reduction of the soul due to dissolution caused by heat, along with the inclination of moisture and heaviness that appear in it, preventing it from quick movement. This often occurs for those who have stayed long in the bath and after leaving it, and consuming something that moistens the brain. When the senses become stagnant due to the confinement of the soul, carrying the power of sensation because of these reasons, the soul remains empty of the work of the senses because it is still occupied with contemplating what the senses bring to it. If it finds an opportunity for emptiness and the barrier is lifted from it, it prepares to connect with the noble spiritual essences that contain the imprint of all existences, referred to in religious texts as the preserved tablet. Thus, an impression is made in the soul of what is in those essences of the forms of things, especially what aligns with the soul's purposes and is significant to it. The impression of that form in the soul upon connection is like the impression of a mirror's image in another mirror facing it when the barrier between them is lifted. Everything that exists in one mirror appears in the other to the extent of its capacity. If that image is partial, it occurs in the soul in its form, and the preserving power does not act upon it completely. We consider this vision to be true, and it does not require interpretation, as it is what was seen exactly. However, if the imaginative power is dominant and the soul's perception of the image is weak, the imaginative power hastens to alter what it saw into something else, like changing a man into a tree, or an enemy into a grain, or altering it to something similar or appropriate, or to something that opposes it. For instance, someone who sees that a son was born to him, but a daughter is born instead, and vice versa. Such visions require interpretation. The meaning of interpretation is that the interpreter reflects on what remains in the preservation of the images seen, what the soul might have seen, that led the imagination to transition from that to what remains in preservation. This happens to someone who thinks of something, and their imagination shifts to another, and then to another, until they forget what they were initially thinking about. Their path in remembering and imagining is such that they say, "Why did I remember this present imagination?" They recall the reason that prompted it, then contemplate it until they remember because of it, and so on. They may even stumble upon the initial thought that led them to this last one. Since the transitions of the imagination are not regulated by a specific type, the ways of interpretation branched out and began to differ based on individuals, circumstances, professions, seasons, and the health or illness of the sleeper. And it can only be attained through a kind of intuition, which can lead to errors and confusion. The sixth. The dreams are illusions that have no basis, and their source is the movement of the imaginative power and its intense disturbance. In most cases, they do not cease to imitate and transition, and likewise, in the state of sleep, they do not cease either. No matter how weak the soul is, it remains occupied with its imitations, just as it is in a state of wakefulness, engaged with the senses, and does not prepare for connection with spiritual and imaginative essences due to its disturbance. If it has been strengthened for some reason, it continues to imitate and invent images that do not exist and remain in memory until the sleeper awakens and recalls what he saw in the dream. Its imitation is also caused by the conditions of the body and its temperament. If the yellow bile predominates in his temperament, he imitates it with yellow things. If there is an excess of heat, he imitates it with fire and hot baths. If cold predominates, he imitates it with snow and winter. And if black bile prevails, he imitates it with black things and terrifying matters. If the soul is preoccupied with thought, it forgets the imagination of the remaining contemplation, so the imagination continues to revolve around what concerns the will within it. The image of fire, for example, occurs in the imagination when heat predominates, because the heat in one place extends to another if it is adjacent and suitable. Just as sunlight extends to bodies in the sense that it becomes a cause for their existence, if things are understood to exist in an overflowing manner similar to others, the imaginative power is imprinted in the hot body and affects it in a manner suitable to its nature. It is not a body, I mean the imagination, so it does not accept heat itself, but it accepts the amount of heat that is in its nature to accept, which is the image of the hot and the image of fire and similar things. This is the reason for it. The seventh reason for knowing the unseen in wakefulness. Know that the reason for the need for sleep to perceive the knowledge of the unseen through dreams is what we have mentioned about the weakness of the soul and the senses being preoccupied with it. So when the senses are at rest, the soul connects with the intellectual essences and becomes ready to receive from them. This can also happen for some souls in wakefulness from two aspects. One of them is that the powers of the soul have a strength that is not occupied by the senses nor overwhelmed by them to the extent that it consumes and prevents it from its tasks, but rather expands and strengthens it to look at both the higher and lower aspects simultaneously, just as some souls are capable of speaking and writing at the same time. Such souls may occasionally be distracted by the senses, allowing them to glimpse the unseen world, revealing some matters to them like a fleeting lightning bolt. This type of prophecy exists, and if the imaginative faculty weakens, What has been revealed from the unseen remains preserved as explicit revelation. If the imaginative faculty strengthens, it engages in the nature of imitation, making this revelation dependent on interpretation, just as that vision depends on expression. The second reason is that the mood is dominated by coldness and heat to the extent that it diverts it with the predominance of darkness from the sources of the senses, so that with the eyes open, it is like a stunned, oblivious person who is absent from what he sees and hears, due to the weakness of the spirit's emergence to the external. This also does not preclude the possibility that something from the spiritual essences may be revealed to him from the unseen, which he then speaks of, and flows from his tongue, as if he is also oblivious to what he is saying. This occurs in some of the possessed and the afflicted, as well as some of the soothsayers among the Bedouins, who speak of what will correspond to what will happen. This type is a deficiency, while the first type is a form of perfection. The eighth reason, for a person seeing images in wakefulness that do not exist, is that the soul may perceive the unseen with strong perception, and what it perceives remains preserved. It may also accept it weakly, allowing the imagination to take over and replicate it in a tangible form. If the imagined image becomes strong, the common sense will be engaged, and the image is imprinted in the common sense, transmitted to it from the imagined and the fanciful. Vision is the occurrence of an image in the common sense. The image present from the outside is not sensed, but is due to an image that resonates in the common sense. The sensed, in reality, is the image that occurs in the sense due to the external image. The external is called sensed in another sense, so there is no difference between an image occurring in the common sense from the outside or from the inside. However it is sensed, its occurrence is vision. Whenever it occurs in the common sense, its owner becomes a seer of it, even if the eyelids are closed or if it is in darkness. What a person sees in wakefulness does not imprint in the common sense until it becomes vision, because the common sense is occupied with what the senses convey from the external, which is predominant. Additionally, the intellect breaks the imagination's invention and discredits it, so it cannot strongly conceive it in wakefulness. Whenever the intellect is weak in rejecting and discrediting it due to an illness, it is not far-fetched for what occurs in the imagination to imprint in the common sense, leading the sick person to see images that do not exist. Moreover, if fear overwhelms and the fearful imagination of what they fear intensifies, and the soul and the discrediting intellect weaken, it may represent to the senses the image of what is feared, so they may witness and see what they fear. This is why a coward sees terrifying images, and the tales that arise in deserts and what he hears from his speech are due to this. The desire of this weak and sick person may intensify, leading them to see what they crave and reach out as if to eat it, seeing images that do not exist because of that. The ninth in the principles of miracles and blessings, and they are three characteristics. The first special aspect of the power of the soul in its essence is that it affects the matter of the world by removing a form and creating a form, by influencing the transformation of something else, and it affects the transformation of air into clouds and causes rain like a flood, or as needed for seeking rain, or what runs in that manner, which is possible. It has been established in the divine matters that matter is obedient to souls and is influenced by them, and that these forms are succeeded by the effects of celestial souls. This human soul is of the essence of those souls and is very similar to them, and its relation to them is like that of a lamp to the sun, for this does not prevent influence, just as the weakness of the lamp does not prevent it from being effective in heating and illuminating like the sun. Likewise, the human soul influences the matter of the world, but its influence is generally limited to its specific agent, which is its body. Similarly, if an undesirable form occurs in the soul, the body's temperament changes and sweat moisture occurs. If a form of dominance occurs in the soul, the body's temperament heats up and the face reddens. If a desirable form occurs in the soul, a vaporous heat arises in the vessels of semen, exciting the wind until the veins of the sexual organ are filled and prepared for it. This heat, cold, moisture, and dryness that occur in the body from these perceptions are not from another heat, cold, moisture, or dryness, but rather from mere perception. if mere perception becomes a cause for these changes in the matter of the body, it is not because the soul is imprinted in it, as it is not in the body. It is permissible for it to influence another's body with such an effect or less, but it is more appropriate and greater in its own body, as it has a natural inclination towards it, due to the relationship of resurrection for its occurrence with it, and its natural love for it, which such natural love cannot be denied. For instance, a child may fall into fire or water, and his mother instinctively throws herself into the fire after him. If the love of her own body for another body, which is a branch of her body, is not denied, how can the love of her own body for itself be denied, even if it is not in her body or in the child's body? This loving relationship is what limits its influence on him, and the effect of some souls may extend to another body until it corrupts the spirit through imagination and kills a person through imagination, which is expressed as the evil eye. Therefore he, peace be upon him, said, "The evil eye can cause a man to enter the grave and a camel to fall into the pot." He, peace be upon him, also said, "The evil eye is true." The meaning of this is that the one affected by the evil eye admires a camel, for example, and is astonished by it, and he suspects that his own self is a hidden envious one. So he imagines the camel falling, and the camel reacts to his imagination and falls immediately. If this is possible, it is not far-fetched that a strong soul from among the souls has a greater power than this and influences the matter of the world by creating heat, cold, and movement. All the variations of the lower world stem from heat, cold, and movement, as previously mentioned in the events of essence and others, and such is expressed as a miracle and a wonder. The second special property of theoretical power is that the soul becomes pure, with a strong readiness and connection to the active intellect, so that knowledge flows upon it. Souls are divided into those that need education and those that do not. Those that need education are affected by it, no matter how long the effort takes, while some learn quickly, and there are those who can derive knowledge from themselves without a teacher. In fact, all knowledge, if contemplated, can be found to be derived from the souls, for the first teacher was not taught by another teacher, but rather ascends from one who knows from himself. Every observer recalls many insights he has derived from himself without a teacher, as the conclusion occurs to him, and he becomes aware of the middle term as if it were within him without his realizing it, or he may jump to the middle term, bringing forth the conclusion. For example, one who observes a stone falling down may think that if it were not for the difference in directions, the stone would not descend from above to below, and then it occurs to him that the difference in directions can only be due to distance from a body and proximity to it, which can only be conceived with a circumference and a center, revealing to him that the sky is encompassing and must exist. Or he may contemplate the occurrence of motion and think that every event must have a cause, leading to an endless chain, and he knows that this can only happen through circular motion. Then it occurs to him that circular motion cannot be natural, as it returns to what it is separated from, thus requiring the soul, and the soul requires the intellect as previously mentioned. This and similar thoughts are not impossible, and if it occurs to him, it is not impossible for him to extend to the last of the intelligibles, either in a long or short time. If all these intelligibles are revealed to him in a short time without learning, it is said that he is a prophet or a saint, and this is called a miracle or a sign of the prophet, which is possible and not impossible. If it is possible to conceive to a degree that prevents understanding from learning, it is permissible for perfection to ascend to a degree that suffices without education. How can this not be possible when many learn in the same period, with one surpassing the other in the truths of knowledge, even though his effort is less than that of the one who is surpassed? Yet the intensity of intuition and the strength of intelligence granted him that, so the increase in this is among the possibilities. The third special quality of the imaginative power is that the soul can become stronger, as previously mentioned, and connect in wakefulness with the unseen world, as previously stated, and the imagination mimics what it perceives in beautiful forms and harmonious sounds, so one sees in wakefulness and hears what one used to see and hear in sleep, for the reason we mentioned. Thus, the mimicking images of the noble essence become a wondrous form of great beauty, which is the angel that the prophet or saint sees, or the knowledge that reaches the soul from its connection with the noble essences, manifests in beautiful structured speech that is perceived in the common sense and can be heard. This is also possible, not impossible. These are the levels of prophethood, and whoever possesses these three is the best prophet, and he is at the highest degree of human ranks, which is connected to the ranks of angels. However, the prophets differ in this. One of them may have two of these three qualities, and one may have only one quality, or it may be merely a vision, and one may have something weak from each one, and thus their ranks differ in closeness to God Almighty and his angels. The 10th. In proving that the prophet must enter into existence, and that his entry into existence must be acknowledged, is that the world cannot be organized except by a law that is heard among all creation, by which they judge with justice. Otherwise, they would fight, and the world would perish. Just as the system of the world requires rain, for example, divine care has not been limited to sending down the heavens abundantly. The system of the world cannot do without someone who informs them of the way to the welfare of this world and the hereafter, and not everyone is occupied with that. This system exists in the world. Therefore, the cause of the system exists, and whoever is the cause of the system in the world is the vicegerent of God on his earth, as through him the guidance to the interests of this world and the hereafter is accomplished. Otherwise, creation without guidance does not lead to good. Therefore he said, he determined and guided, and he, the exalted, said, he gave everything its creation, then guided it. The king is an intermediary between God Almighty and the prophet. The prophet is an intermediary between the king and the scholars. The scholars are intermediaries between the prophet and the common people. The scholar is close to the prophet is close to the king, and the king is close to God, the blessed and exalted. Then the degrees of the angels, prophets, and scholars vary in ranks of closeness in an uncountable manner. This is what we wanted to narrate from their logical, divine, and natural sciences without engaging in distinguishing the good from the bad and the truth from falsehood. Let us then open after this the book, The Incoherence of the Philosophers, so that the falsity of what is false among these opinions becomes clear. And may God grant success in attaining the truth by his grace and power. And praise be to God, the praise of the grateful. And peace and blessings be upon the master of the messengers, Muhammad, and all his family. Amen.